You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, you. What's up, fools? Today is 11/9/2025. It is 8:17 p.m. Eastern Time. Whew. All right. Yes, we are on day 41 of the government shutdown. So this is the longest shutdown in U.S. history. The record was set by Donald Trump in his first term at 35 days, I believe. And now he has set the record again in his second term. So it's probably more to come like this, you know. Donald Trump set the record for the most money ever spent in an administration in his first term. Seems as though he's on track to do the same thing again in this term with the amount of money that he's spending. And, you know, the cuts were supposed to offset the fact that he just doesn't know how to be responsible with money, but they did not do that. So here we are with them spending an insane amount and shutting down the government because they're trying to cut things that are necessary so they can spend more money on things that are unnecessary. So this is our new normal for the next 3 years. W. Trump takes both first and second place. Yes, well, and it's wild because after Donald Trump had what, they call the Israel ceasefire, you would have thought that his approval ratings were going to shoot up, but instead, his approval ratings, he went up 1 point and then has dropped, I believe, 4 points since then, and I believe has set a new record for the low. So he is really struggling now. This is not looking good for him, but apparently there is a proposal to end the government shutdown right now, and it looks like it may be accepted, so we're going to check in on that real quick.
We start with some breaking news coming out of Capitol Hill this hour. The Senate is in a rare Sunday session. As reports indicate, a handful of Democrats could be ready to advance a package of spending bills and a short-term funding measure through the end of January. In exchange, Republicans would agree to hold a December vote to extend ACA tax credits for 1 year. It would still need the 60 votes to pass the Senate, of course. It is the most significant movement towards a bipartisan breakthrough to reopen the government, the longest in the history of this country. It has been over a month now. A lot of moving pieces here. Joining us now to help us make sense of it all, MSNBC Capitol Hill reporter Kevin Frey and White House reporter Kayla Gardner. Kevin, we'll start with you. Give us the latest on where this is going right now. What are the moving pieces that you and other reporters are tracking for in the hours ahead?
Right. So at this exact moment, Senate Democrats are currently meeting behind closed doors as they discuss really the path forward here. This moment that we're at right now has been weeks in the making. You've seen a small group of rank and file members, Democrats and Republicans alike, kind of negotiating a potential framework to get us out of this shutdown. It seemed to be picking up speed. Then the Tuesday elections happened and everything kind of went sideways. Some progressive Democrats in particular kind of won out on their colleagues saying the voters backed us up. We need to basically continue to stand up to Trump. They offered their own plan to do that, where they would squeeze those ACA subsidies in with a bill to open the government. That got nowhere on Friday. Republicans objected immediately, and so those bipartisan talks have since resumed and continued throughout the course of the weekend. So the plan, the framework that they're looking at right now is this 3-bill approach that would fund parts of the government alongside.
I mean, that seems to be a fairly good deal. If you can get a year-long extension, that wouldn't be so bad, right?
A stopgap measure to reopen the government through January. And then there could be a vote. There is a promise of a vote on extending those ACA subsidies sometime in December. But the thing that's the holdup for a lot of progressive Democrats and even some more moderate Democrats.
Wait, okay, so they're not actually paying for, okay, so they're not extending it for a year. They're putting it off for another month. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 bruh. Come on. We can't sign that. We can't sign that. Right? We can't do that. And what is this? What is this? You guys see this? You see this up here in the corner? What the hell is that? Why every fucking time? What does that look like to you guys? What does that look like to you guys? Anything familiar? Anything? Does that look familiar at all to y'all? Maybe a little like this. Maybe a little bit like that. What do you think?
Everybody copying me. is that there is no promise that, one, that would get through the Senate, and two, that Speaker Mike Johnson would allow it to even have a vote on the House floor should it get there. And just to kind of give you a sense of what we're hearing around this Democratic meeting right now, Senator Bernie Sanders, no surprise here, has been very much outspoken opposing the framework that is seemingly coming together. But at the same time, we just heard from Senator Alyssa Slotkin, was speaking to a couple of reporters as she got into an elevator here, and she said that it's got to do something concrete on health care, is what she said, and it's hard to see how that happens with this bill because it's relying on a promise and not a guarantee by smushing the two bills together. So in terms of the time frame here, best case scenario, if the Senate magic happens, we could see a vote on all of this tonight and we could move this over to the House side. Worst case scenario, for those who want to see the government reopen immediately, you could see a procedural vote tonight, and then the Senate could drag this out a few days before they actually pass it over to the Senate, or excuse me, the House side. And keep in mind here, the House has been away for several weeks. They are.
Is this shutdown over? Bro, this is a horrible deal. This is a horrible deal. Like, we should not be signing this shit. We should not be signing this shit. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. The Republicans are taking L's across the board in this shutdown. They are taking L's across the board in this shutdown. Now, as I said before, we only have to, like, get everybody to realize that this is the Republicans' fault, and then we can reopen the government, and that's that. Like, everybody will be able to just use this as a talking point from here until the midterms. But that's what I said initially. Right now, it's actually going better than I could have imagined. Like, this is actually such a massive W that the longer we hold on to it, the more the Republicans hurt. And so I don't think that it's a good idea to reopen the government, and especially not like this. Especially not like this.
On 48 hours notice to return, and should they get to that point, keep in mind that a lot of these lawmakers are all over the country, and with the airports all backlogged, that could create its own issues. So that's the state of play right now. We could see some fluid dynamics over the next few hours.
Kayla, what are you hearing from Trump in the White House? You're seeing images of him at a football game right now, commemorating veterans. But what are you hearing from your sources at the White House about their role in these negotiations, what they've pushed for here?
Well, President Trump's thoughts is ultimately the million-dollar question on all of this. President Trump right now is seen seated next to Speaker Mike Johnson at this game, and conversations between those two men are going to be so crucial because whatever is passed out of the Senate then still has to go to the House and then again has to go to the president's desk, and he has to sign it. Don't forget, President Trump does have that veto power, and it would be almost impossible to overcome that. I think one of the major questions that I still have is, if the Senate does pass this proposal that has a promise to vote on Affordable Care Act subsidies in December, is there then enough votes in the Senate, 60 votes again, in order for that to be extended? President Trump has talked about his own proposal about reforming Obamacare. He's talked about sending funds directly to Americans. It's not clear exactly how that would work, but we know at this time there's no formal proposal. It doesn't sound like Senate Republicans.
So yeah, when they say that he's talking about sending money directly to Americans, this is from Business Insider. Trump floats using tariff revenue to send $2,000 checks to Americans. Here's how that could hurt people in the long run. So it says most Americans would probably welcome an unexpected $2,000 infusion to their bank accounts courtesy of their federal government. It might, however, be too good to be true. President Donald Trump said Saturday in a Truth Social post that the government would use revenue from tariffs to send the cash to everyone except high-income people. It's not the first time the president has floated this idea. He dangled the prospect of sending checks to Americans in fundraising emails over the summer. It's really weird how many MAGA people we have coming on talking about the fact that they don't like government subsidies at all, and they don't think that poor people should be getting EBT cards, or they shouldn't be getting health care, they shouldn't be getting any of this stuff, and that it shouldn't be coming from tax money. But then Donald Trump can turn around and send everybody $2,000 checks, and they'll all support it. Every single one of them will completely support it. So it's fucking ridiculous. But The idea is reminiscent of the pandemic era relief checks when the government sent 3 rounds of payments directly to eligible Americans totaling over $800 billion. Like those pandemic checks, however, a new round of tariff dividend payments, while offering some short term gain, could ultimately cause long term pain for the average consumer. Giving consumers more cash to spend creates more demands for goods, which can lead to higher prices. Which can lead to higher prices. The tariffs themselves can also lead to higher prices as businesses pass to higher costs of imports onto their consumers. All of this could throw a wrench in the Federal Reserve's plan to keep cutting interest rates and could eventually lead to rate hikes if inflation runs persistently high. That could hurt American wallets over the long run and erase any gains they receive from a one-time check as the cost of consumer goods, securing loans, and buying a house increases. When Trump's idea to redistribute tariffs revenue to Americans comes at a time when consumers, while seeing some relief, are still struggling with living costs after years of high inflation. Prices for everything from groceries to rent have increased in recent years. The president largely defeated former President Joe Biden on a promise to lower those prices, a message that resonated with struggling Americans. For Trump, the tariffs serve as a catch-all solution to address multiple problems. Beyond paying down the debt and putting cash in people's pockets, his administration has also argued before the Supreme Court, which is now weighing the legality of the sweeping tariffs, that they are meant to provide leverage for U.S. government in its trade negotiations with foreign powers. So we listened to it the other day, and we were listening to the Supreme Court hearing with Trump's lawyer in front of everybody. And all of the Supreme Court justices seemed to be grilling him. Like, all of them seemed to have a lot of doubts in the sort of reasoning that they were using. And one of the reasons that they have a big problem with it is because technically it comes off as a tax on American companies, especially when you do it this widespread. You end up with a tax on American companies. And Congress is in charge of taxes, right? Congress is in charge of taxing the Americans or American businesses. That's their job, not the president's. But the president can do tariffs. They're just when you do it this blanketed, when it's this widespread, it essentially becomes a tax anyways. And so because the president is not supposed to be able to levy taxes, now it seems as though they just tried using a loophole to tax everybody. And that seemed to be the biggest issue with the Supreme Court in that hearing the other day. So it is doubtful that they are going to rule with Trump on the tariffs. Sending $2,000 checks to hundreds of millions of Americans, however, would put a major dent in the Trump administration's ability to resolve the debt crisis. Ultimately, even if Trump is serious about the payments, they would likely need approval from a Congress that is deeply divided. The government has been shut down now for 40 straight days with no end in sight, forcing hundreds of thousands of federal employees to go without pay. So probably best not to count on that $2,000 infusion anytime soon or ever.
Trump has talked about his own proposal about reforming Obamacare. He's talked about sending funds directly to Americans. It's not clear exactly how that would work, but we know at this time there's no formal proposal. It doesn't sound like Senate Republicans are taking that up very seriously, but President Trump has been incredibly critical of this program over the years, so it's hard to see him supporting these subsidies in the current form that they are, and Republicans have talked about potential reforms to these subsidies. They continue to claim that there's fraud. So that is a major question, I think, going forward.
Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen.
Looks like nobody's
Mr.
left.
Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren,
Yeah, they don't have a vote tally up.
Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
Here we go. Oh no.
Senators voting in the
Never mind.
affirmative. Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman,
This one
Britt,
doesn't have it either.
Bud, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kennedy,
Yeah,
King,
nobody has it.
Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino,
They're going through names so quickly that it sounds like nobody's even
Mullen,
there.
Murkowski, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville.
It looks like there's a bunch of Republicans there, and there's like no Democrats there.
Yep.
So it doesn't look like it's happening.
Senators voting in the negative. Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell,
Oh.
Duckworth, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Markey, Padilla, Paul, Reed, Sanders, Warner, and Welch.
That's
Mr.
13
Hickenlooper, no.
or 14. 15. So yeah, just counted 15. It sounds like she said 15 voted in the negative. No, I checked. I looked for a C-SPAN one. I don't see that they have anything right now. At least not with a live vote count.
Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no.
Okay, so we just got a couple more no's. Yeah, C-SPAN doesn't have a live vote tally either.
Berkeley. No.
I went to the C-SPAN website and they don't have one either.
Mr. Merkley. No. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Murray, no.
Okay, so that's 6 more no's. So what is that? 21 now?
Mr. Wyden, no.
22. So how many? We need what? 65 to reopen, or to reopen the government. They need 65 votes, right?
Mr. Van Hollen, no.
60. Okay. So what are we at? 26, 27? Okay, so we're at 27 no's. And there has to be at least 40 to stop. To stop it from reopening. So
Mr. Crapo, aye.
I think we're at 27. I kind of want to rewind and recount it again because I lost count while I was looking through some of that other stuff. But I think we're at about 27. I thought it was a little weird that that kid just sat down on the stairs there. But then they
Mr.
flipped to the other
Gallego,
camera. And there's
no.
another one. Okay, 28,
Mr. Schiff, no.
29.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
So if Schiff voted no, I'm assuming this isn't going through. So yeah, I think we only need 11 more no's.
Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
I mean, they're only holding the vote because they believe they have the votes. So it's probably going to come down to just like one. It's probably going to come down to one.
Mr. Lujan, no.
Okay, that's 30.
Mr. Heinrich, no.
31.
Ms. Smith, no.
32.
Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no.
33.
Ms. Warren, no.
34. Just 6 more. Or I guess 7 more. Yeah, they need 7 more.
Mr. Murphy, no.
35. Does texting make this transformative? It doesn't have to be transformative for C-SPAN.
Mr. McConnell, aye.
Wow, surprising.
Mr. Whitehouse, no.
36.
Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Warnock, no.
37.
Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
Oh, shit. 3. Again, I'm not positive that my count is correct. I lost count there for a second, so I could be a little bit off. Need 41 no's to keep the government shut down. The Republicans believe they have enough votes. So,
Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye.
so yeah, if you're just tuning in, apparently they have a deal to open up the government, and they're not actually voting the continued resolution through to where they're extending the ACA. What they're doing instead is they are continuing to suspend voting on that and delaying it until December. And so, like, that would be a horrible idea. The whole point in doing this is so that they can't keep delaying it. They can't keep getting away with not making a decision. The whole thing was to make sure that all of these insurance companies need they need to know if the ACA subsidies are going to be there so they can decide what their premiums are going to be. And if they don't have this information, then they're just going to assume it's not going to be there and raise all of their prices. And so, yeah, you kind of need them to make a decision here. Oh, it looks like Republicans aren't happy. Uh-oh. Come on.
Mr. Grassley, aye.
Okay, they look happy again. Fuck. Fuck. Motherfuckers.
Ms. Slotkin, no.
Alright. 2 more. What up, Lady Weiser? How's it going? 2 more.
Mr. Peters, no.
That's 40. From my count, that's
Mr.
40.
Ossoff, no.
That's 41. Come on. Wait, they already said Ossoff earlier. Wait, they already said Ossoff earlier.
Mr. Schumer, no.
They already said Schumer earlier as well. Okay, fuck. I'm double counting some of these. Fuck. I have no idea where we're at then. I have no idea where we're at.
Mr. Coons, no.
Yeah, that totally fucked me. I already counted Ossoff and Schumer, so. We have 45 Democrats in the House. We only need 41 votes. If they're holding the vote again, that means that they believe they already have the votes, that they've already spoken to enough people to where they know that they're going to vote for the extension. So
Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
I already went to Senate.gov. I didn't see a live tally there. Oh, yep, there it is. So they have 39 names.
Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Booker, no.
We need 2 more. Oh, wait. Yes, we are at 40. Okay. So, yeah, just 1 more. They need 60 yays. In order to stop them from getting 60 yays, we have to get 41 nays. There's just 1 more. This is what we expected, though. We expected it to come down to the wire. There's only 4 votes left. There's only 4 votes left, and we expected it to come right down to the wire and be 60-40. That's what we expected. No, Schumer voted no. Schumer voted no. Yeah, if they're calling the vote, it's got to be 60-40, so we got 4 votes left. We just need 1 more no, and that's it. Game over. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining us. We're listening in on the vote real quick. We are hoping that the Democrats do not reopen the government right now. If they do, all they're going to do is extend actually making a decision on the ACA until December. So right now we are hoping we can get just 41 no's. That's it. We just need 41 no's to stop this from going through. We currently have 40, and there's 4 votes left to go. We assume it's going to end up 60-40. That's what we think. I believe the last 4 are all going to be yays. We don't want the yays. We want the fucking nays. But it's the last 4 are likely all going to be yays. Currently, we have 40 nays. Just need 1 more to stop this from going through, to stop them from reopening the government. So we're just waiting just a little bit longer to see where this goes. Why did they say A, but write down yay? It's, I thought it was Y-A-E, but it's, but I get, yeah, yay. It's, I think sometimes people spell it Y-A-E, but it's yay, I believe is Y-E-A. So it's just yays and nays. This is the longest we've gone without getting a vote in. I don't think we've had a pause for this long where we haven't had a single vote come in or them say anything. So we're waiting just for 4 more. That's it. Just 4 more votes. That's all we got left. Dang, it got cold, dude. When I got up earlier, it was like 70, 76, 77 degrees here. It's 46 now, and it's still dropping. It is dropping so fast. Like, it went from 70 when I got to my birthday dinner. It was 70 degrees. And I left an hour and a half later, and it was 59 at that point. And very windy, very cloudy. I'm pretty sure it just finished raining, so I gotta turn on the heat. Chat froze. Oh, there we go. 25 Fahrenheit here. Sheesh. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You were saying I and yay. Okay, sorry. I thought maybe it was just a typo. I was a little lost for a second there. Okay. I versus yay. Okay. And I spent 2 days in San Francisco and it was like 70. Yep. During the fall, it is crazy just how big the jumps are from morning to night. Are the yay votes to continue the shutdown? No. The no's are to continue the shutdown. We need 41. So we just need one more in order to keep it shut down. And there's 4 votes left. Yeah, we're going to get to some other stuff soon, but I do want to wait and see what happens here. Because again, everything that we read going into this and watched going into this seems as though they believe they have the votes. They believe they have the votes, and that's why they're doing this now. It's because they believe they have the votes right now. So this is... And if they believe they have the votes and they're trying to get it in immediately, like a Sunday night, that never happens, right? They're holding an emergency vote to try to get that vote in as fast as possible before anybody can change their minds. And so all they had to do was just get that one person, just that one person to agree. And so it's probably going to come down to 60-40. So if we have 4 votes left, it's 56-40 right now. That means we would expect the last 4 votes to all be yays. My boss just gave me 3 tickets to Metallica. Oh, shit. That's pretty dope. Yeah, that's pretty dope. Yeah, it's pretty dope. It's so weird that every time I transition something in, the shadows switch. There's a shadow behind the clock at the top, and there's a shadow behind the goals at the bottom. And every time I transition my screens, the shadows swap places. I don't know why it does that. I've never seen that before. It's ridiculous, but you can see them. They just swap every time. So weird. Tom, which Democrat do you think most likely to vote yay? I don't know. Let's see. Senate reaches deal. The Senate is now voting to break Democratic filibuster on government funding legislation in a key step towards reopening the government. The vote comes after a critical group of at least 8 Senate Democrat centrists reached a deal with Senate GOP leaders, and the White House to reopen government in exchange for a future vote on extending enhanced affordable care subsidies. I think my monitor shut off. I can't see anything. Yeah, I think it's shut off on my side. Yep, there it goes. Democrats have already voted enough for it to pass. I believe there's 45 Democrats and 55 Republicans. And you have to have 60 votes in order for it to pass. So they needed 5, and I think they only needed 5 Democrats. But I think there were 3 Republicans who didn't vote with them. And so I think that's Fetterman. I think Fetterman already voted with them. I believe he's voted with them the entire time. He's if I remember correctly, I think Fetterman also blamed the government shutdown on the Democrats. So while the Senate works on a potential deal, the effects of the shutdown are still being felt across the country. 34 minutes ago, Senate begins voting on bipartisan deal to fund the government. Senate has begun voting on a compromise funding plan to end the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. The Sunday vote is procedural and does not mean the package has cleared the Senate. If the measure clears the chamber, it would still have to go to the House for passage before heading to the President Donald Trump's desk for his signature. Soon commits to health care vote no later than second week of December. Soon spoke on the floor just moments before the Senate began voting to advance a funding deal that he helped broke with the Senate Democrat centrists in recent weeks. Soon said members of both parties in the Senate were committed to addressing the rising costs of health care, referring to the Affordable Care Act debate that has roiled shutdown negotiations for weeks. See, this really sucks because one of the problems is that Democrats have been pretty loud and open about the fact that they're not willing to make a deal now for something in the future because Republicans' words mean nothing. And so they're not willing to say, oh, okay, yes, we'll give you our vote now if you just pinky promise that you'll do this later. That like they've been very clear, we're not taking that deal. We are not going to take that deal, and we're not going to move forward with some bullshit like that. Like, they need to do something now, and when they do something, then we'll do something. But if they're not going to do it now, we're not doing anything now. And now we had a bunch of people apparently throw us under the bus and screw everything up. So still at 56-40. So yeah, while this is procedural, I believe that it's not able to go to the House nor the president if they don't get the votes here. So it is I believe they still have to have it here. How long did they have to vote tonight? Well, it had only been like 30 minutes, and they got like 96 votes in like 30 minutes. So I have no idea what happened, but everything just stopped about 10 minutes ago, and now we've just been waiting for the last 4 votes for over 10 minutes. So vote nay to stop Tom's gooning session and let him release. Otherwise, there's gonna be hell to pay. There's gonna be an explosion at some point, and people are gonna die. How many Republicans vote nay? It doesn't have a full roll call here, so I'm not able to see how everybody's voted just yet. But we're able to, I guess, rewind on this one, because she did list off like all of the nays at one point.
Supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, known as WIC. One of the most unfortunate and shameful consequences of the shutdown has been that these vital nutrition programs were in jeopardy for our most vulnerable families, including 170,000 Mainers who rely on the SNAP program. Other programs will be funded through January 30th, while the Senate and House continue our work.
I understand that the way the process has been developed, it is impossible to delay the votes that are going to take place. And if that were not the case, that is...
These are some of the speeches that were given before the vote.
Certainly what I would do, because I think it is important that the American people fully understand what is being voted on today. Everybody in America knows that our current healthcare system is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel, it is by far the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and the only healthcare system of any major country that does not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right, covering every man, woman, and child. We are unique in that respect. And yet tonight, what this Senate is about to do is make a horrific situation even worse. So let's be clear what this vote is about. If this vote succeeds, over 20 million Americans are going to see at least a doubling in their premiums in the Affordable Care Act.
4 Republicans hold out are trying to make some deal. Okay, so the last 4 votes are Republicans. Okay.
In my state of Vermont and throughout this country, for certain groups of people, it will be a tripling and a quadrupling of their premiums. There are people who will now be paying 50% of their limited incomes for health care. Does anybody in the world think that makes sense? And if this resolution is passed tonight, we are on a pathway to throw 15 million Americans off of Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. 15 million. Our job is to create universal health care, guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child, not throw 15 million people off the health care they have, low income and working class people. And my friends, know what you are voting on. Studies are out there that when you throw 15 million people off of health care, some 50,000 of our fellow Americans will die unnecessarily every single year. Anyone think that's funny? Something to laugh at? Something to just go past? I don't. 50,000 Americans die unnecessarily. Now, I know as part of this resolution that the majority leader is going to say, well, Democrats can put together their own bill, and it'll come to the floor here in the Senate for a vote. As everybody here knows, that is a totally meaningless gesture.
Yeah, that
100
means
votes here
nothing.
in the Senate won't mean anything
That
because the
means
House
absolutely
is not going to take
nothing.
it up. And the
Because if they
President
have
of
the
United
majority,
States
they have
simply
55
will
of the
not sign
votes.
it.
It doesn't mean anything if Democrats
President,
bring
I hope
their own
anybody
bill to
here
the
who's
floor.
thinking of
If
voting
they
for
have
this
55 people
goes
vote
back
against
home
it, that
and talks to
means
their
nothing.
constituents and ask them what it will mean if their health care premiums are doubled or tripled. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, America is in the midst of a Republican-made health care crisis, worse than anything the American people have seen in decades. Republicans have spent the past 10 months dismantling the health care system, skyrocketing costs, and making every day harder for American families. Because of Republicans, Americans are going to suffer immensely as this health care crisis gets worse. Democrats have been fighting to end this crisis over and over again. Democrats have wanted to lower costs, but Republicans fought us every step of the way. We gave Republicans not 1, not 2, but 3 chances this year to extend the ACA premium tax credits. Republicans said no every time. On Friday, we offered Republicans a compromise, a proposal that would extend the ACA tax credits for a year and open up the government at the same time. They once again said no. And when they said no on our compromise, they showed that they are against any health care reform. Instead, they passed the biggest health care cuts in our nation's history just to give tax breaks to billionaires, and even then, they weren't satisfied with merely closing hospitals and community health clinics. They callously did nothing to deal with the looming crisis of ACA credits. Premiums will spike by thousands of dollars a month. Millions will lose insurance. Democrats have sounded the alarm. We have demanded for months to meet with the Republican leadership. But Republican leaders refuse to even discuss the issue, let alone negotiate it. We've asked them to meet in the summer and throughout the shutdown. To this day, Republicans still say no. We asked President Trump to step in and meet with us to deliver lower health care for Americans, and instead, Donald Trump has taken the American people hostage, from cutting off food, aid to hungry families and vets.
It really is. Like, that is exactly what they're doing. They've made sure to use the American people as leverage because they know that the Democrats are the ones who actually care about Americans. And so they know that like Trump knows, if he hurts Americans, this will make it to where Democrats will feel more pressure to actually vote for the continued resolution. And that's why even after they tried, defunding the ACA, that's why after when the government actually shut down, then Trump went and said, okay, well, now we're going to cut off EBT. We're going to cut off food stamps. We're going to make it to where people aren't going to be able to get their food anymore. It's like, wow, you guys really fucking hate Americans, don't you? Like, you don't give a fuck about anybody. You really don't care about Americans at all. You're just here to hurt people because Democrats are the only ones who care. So you'll purposefully take away their food and take away what it is that they use to feed their kids, and you'll make it so that they can't do any of these things. Donald Trump did this. Like, he did it when they already had the funding for this. The government shutdown had absolutely nothing to do with that. Government shutdown had nothing to do with that. They had already voted for funding in the past so that just in case a government shutdown or anything like that had ever happened, they had money off to the side that they could use that for. And Donald Trump knew that that money was there and said, yeah, no, we're just going to cut it off anyways. And the bill that was on the White House website that showed that they already had money waiting, ready for that, and that the food stamps weren't going anywhere, they had them delete that off the White House website. They deleted that part out on the White House website so they could pretend like, oh, we didn't know anything about it. Oh, yeah, we thought there wasn't any money. And so, yeah, immediately it went to court and the judges said, yeah, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. You have the money. If you have the money, this was already congressionally appropriated for this sort of circumstance. You can't just take this away from people. The Congress voted on this. You, as the president, don't get to just take away what Congress already voted on. That's not how this works. And so then they said you have to go and reinstate the food stamps as fast as possible and give people their welfare back. And that was a week ago, and they still have not done it. Still, right now, they still have not done it. That's rich. If you think either party cares about the people, you're misled. There are tons of policies on both sides of paths that harm Americans. They only care about themselves. That's just not true. Again, that's just not true. That is what Republicans want you to believe, so that you do not wake up and realize that one party is actually trying to help the American people. That's what they want you to believe. And so while it's blatantly obvious that they want to hurt you, it's blatantly obvious that they want to use you as collateral, they play this game to where they say, it's both sides, and you have stupid idiots like Cenk Uygur from TYT running around pushing this same narrative because he has no idea what's going on in the real world. But for those of us who actually keep up with the news, for those of us who actually have working brains and actually know what's going on, we know this is bullcrap. We know this is bullcrap, and that it has been Democrats from beginning to end that have been trying to help Americans, and it has been Republicans who have been trying to hurt Americans only to hurt Democrats. That is all it is, over and over and over. So it's not a both sides thing. It's not a both sides thing. It is a one side thing across the board.
Seniors and kids, to manufacturing flight cancellations, to cutting off home heating aid, while he builds a billion-dollar ballroom with gold-plated toilets. Therefore, I must vote no. This healthcare crisis is so severe, so urgent, so devastating for families back home that I cannot in good faith support this CR that fails to address the healthcare crisis. But let me be clear. However this vote turns out, this fight will and must continue. Democrats must fight.
Everybody left. Everybody left. Like we had John Thune here. We had Bernie Sanders here. We had Ted Cruz here. We had all of these people walking around, talking, waiting for the votes to come in. They're all gone now. And we still are short 4 votes. Yeah, I don't know where Mayim went. I was hoping he was going to tell us what it is that Democrats are doing to hurt Americans as well. Because the best that they can come up with is the fact that Democrats don't get things through that they couldn't have gotten through. That's all they've done. They didn't give us Medicare for all. They said they would do Medicare for all, and they didn't do it when they had the majority in the House and the Senate. Like, that's all they're going to come up with. That's it. Even if that was true, that would not amount to the same as what it is that Trump does and what it is Republicans do, where they purposefully take money away from the Americans. They purposefully hurt Americans to try to use them as leverage against Democrats. That is, these are not the same things. They're not on the same level. So
because of millions of families will lose health care coverage. We must fight because children who are dying of cancer will not get health care coverage. We must fight because a senior citizen cannot afford to pay $25,000 a year just for health insurance. We must fight to keep millions from financial ruin. And make no mistake about it, the American people know who is inflicting this health care trauma on them: Donald Trump and the Republicans. Americans will remember Republican intransigence every time they make a sky-high payment on health insurance. So we are going to fight legislatively, fight back home, fight in the courts, and bring this fight in the elections. Health care costs made a major impact on the 2025 election, and they will certainly have an even greater impact on the 2026 election. So in conclusion, the contrast between the two parties is crystal clear. Republicans are the party hell-bent on taking people's health care away, all to bow to the billionaire elite and special interests. Democrats are united as the party of lower health care costs and improving our health care system. We will not give up this fight. We will deliver for the American people. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, after 40 long days, I'm hopeful that we can finally bring this shutdown to an end. And I don't need to go over all the reasons why it's imperative that we get the government open as soon as possible. From the truly precarious situation we are in with regard to air travel to the fact that our staffs have been working without pay for a full 40 days now, all of us, Republicans and Democrats, who support this bill know that the time to act is now. And so in just a few minutes, I will call up the vehicle for a clean continuing resolution packaged with 3 bipartisan year-long appropriations bills: agricultural appropriations, military construction, VA appropriations, and legislative branch appropriations. These bills will fund SNAP for the entire fiscal year. They will fund WIC for the entire fiscal year. And they will fund our veterans for the entire fiscal year. After 40 days of uncertainty, I'm profoundly glad to be able to announce that nutrition programs, our veterans, and other critical priorities will have their full-year funding. And my goal is to quickly move to other full-year appropriations bills. As I've said many times, I firmly believe that the way to fund the government is by passing appropriations bills through regular order, a process that gives senators from both parties the fullest chance to make their voices heard. Mr. President, I also want to mention health care. There's been a lot of talk over the last several weeks on both sides of the aisle about the health care crisis in this country. And I'm thankful to be able to say that we have senators, both Democrat and Republican, who are eager to get to work to address that crisis in a bipartisan way. These senators are not interested in political games. They're interested in finding real ways to address health care costs for American families. We also have a president who is willing to sit down and get to work on this issue. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what solutions might be brought forward. Regardless, as I have said for weeks to my Democrat friends, I will schedule a vote on their proposal, and I've committed to having that vote no later than the second week in December. Mr. President, again, I am optimistic that after almost 6 weeks of this shutdown, we'll finally be able to end it. I will call up that bill in a matter of minutes, and I look forward to passing the clean continuing resolution and appropriations bill package in the very near future. Now, Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on October 16th on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The question's on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Others no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture vote on October 16th on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The question's on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Others no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion to...
Sheesh. What the fuck? Holy moly. What the fuck? Nobody said no.
Others no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The question's on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 1.
It's over. So it looks like they moved to actually do a roll call. And they're counting each vote. And right now, we're stuck at 56-40. If one more votes no, the government stays shut down. So we have 4 that we're waiting on. Supposedly, there's 4 Republicans who are holding out right now who are choosing to kind of use this as their moment to negotiate more. But yeah,
Felix 954 tipped $10. Happy belated birthday, my fellow. Scorpion emoji.
Let's go. Scorpion emoji base. Thank you for the $10. Felix. In the house. Appreciate it, homie. So yeah, so it looks like they have it. It you know, we'll see. Okay, so we posted a schedule earlier today in the Discord. So if you guys are part of the Discord, the schedule for this week went up, and it has on Monday, Tom versus PF Young, is Trump fascist? The debate has now been moved, so we are changing that to the 11th, and we already have the modern day debate panel on the 11th. So we're gonna have a tight fit. That's what your mom said. But it's gonna be a tight fit on Tuesday. So we're moving this one to Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, then 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So yeah. Did you watch his recent video discussing if Trump is a fascist? Another YouTuber? No, I don't think so. I saw Pisco and another guy talking about it. We reviewed that. Let's see. This one? Yeah, I guess we will watch this because I did plan on doing some more studying tonight to try to get ready for tomorrow. But now that I'm not doing it tomorrow, yeah, I guess we'll go over this a little bit later. I do still have the Senate audio in the background, so if they come up with anything, we should be able to hear it. But
morning, New York City. On January 1st, I will be your mayor. New Year's Day and a new era for this city. Oh, and one more thing. Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money? You can start again.
Make New York more affordable by asking for more money. Who can we thank for running such a genius campaign? Well, that would be Mamdani's aloof lavender wife, Rama Duwaji, because she's empowered or whatever. She didn't take his last name. It's really not that surprising considering how femme Zoran is looking. This guy is a queen. The celebrity worship of Rama Duwaji.
If she already has her own like brand, she already has her own name, she already has her own fame. That is a fairly normal thing. That makes sense. Like while I understand how people could be offended by it, it makes sense when somebody already has like a brand built around the name that they already have. That just seems sensible. I don't know why. I don't know why that would be so like emasculating in a case like this, but there's I thought I had like a video about her that I planned on going over, because when we watched, when we watched Mamdani win, that was the first time I had ever seen his wife. I had never seen her before. I didn't know who she was. And so, yeah, I was interested to find out who she is and kind of know more about her. But yeah, I can't find it now. So I suppose we'll find out here.
Duwaji has become prevalent, and one of the things often talked about is her artistry. Her art is so unique and not corporate LGBT art style that we haven't seen a million times. She's so creative and original that she feels the need to insert herself into her art constantly. She hardly
That looks nothing like her. That looks nothing like her. I mean, the closest I can see is that obviously this is a Middle Eastern woman, but her nose has a much bigger bridge. She has way thicker eyebrows. This is supposed to be like an overtly Middle Eastern woman, whereas yes, she is not that. But outside of that, there is a freckle there and there, so maybe, but this one's much higher than this one. And then there's a second one here that doesn't look like she has. So I don't know. Is that supposed to be her? Is that... Do you think this is her? I don't... It doesn't look like her. That looks nothing like her.
She feels the need to insert herself into her art constantly. She hardly draws anything else. What would liberal social justice art...
That looks nothing like her. She doesn't have a big mole there. She doesn't have one there. She does. What are you talking about?
Art be without featuring angry brown women with big noses and fire. She's about as skilled at art as a middle schooler painting their first self-portrait. It's a good thing that this is her profession. Sure, I might get called a racist if I ever drew art this menacing of Syrians, but art is subjective, which means you should forego all basic principles like intentional line work, dimension, and the one that Duwaji does the best, proportions. No, you don't get it. It's actually her personal art.
Johnson, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye.
One left. We got one left. This table earlier was full of women. And now all the women are gone. There's one woman here. She was not there earlier. And 3 other men now.
Art style, and not just a cover-up for her lack of skill. Her art style is so personal that it looks exactly like corporate Memphis, the most beloved art style for its corporate soullessness, which is exactly what I think of when I see Dowagi's Tumblrina art style. Corporate Memphis is an art style commonly used by corporations because it's very easy to draw and doesn't take much knowledge or skill to do. Did you even notice that I slipped one of Dowagi's art pieces in that corporate Memphis art compilation? Pause the video if you would like to guess which one it is, but the answer is
the only ones that look different is this one in the top right and this one in the bottom left.
is the top right Muslim woman.
Okay.
After
Okay.
one too many times of me saying, that art style seems a little too familiar, a little too on the big nose. I did some digging, and apparently the reason why her art reflects a generic...
Okay, that one did look like her.
Some digging.
This one does kind of look like her. So that one, sure. That one, I'll take that as being her.
And apparently, the reason why her art reflects a generic liberal woman's idea of what art is because her clients include The New Yorker, The Washington Post, BBC, and others. But if you dare to point that out or say that she's astroturfed, then you're Islamophobic or something. Rama's art isn't the only totally organic thing that's being propagated in front of 18 to 25-year-old female masses. Women are cutting their hair short to look like her. It's not a psyop. It's just cool for the cattle. And apparently, it's because women like Rama don't need attention. Never mind her entire social justice campaign where she...
I'm so lost on what any of this is about. What the fuck? Women are cutting their hair short to look like her. Her art style looked different than all of the others, to where it was pretty easy to pick out from all of the others that she thought looked the same. She writes, or she does, I guess, mock-ups for liberal newspapers. And she needs attention. Where the fuck did that last one come from? I don't know how any of these align at all. I don't know what the fuck any of this is about. This has made no sense so far.
She constantly self-inserts into her own art and makes Palestine about her. Everyone knows that one of the best markings an artist can have is to self-insert into their own works constantly. Something else that I saw in the Rama discourse was her being compared to Melania Trump. Melania must be looking...
I think maybe Brittany just thinks that all Muslim women look alike because it seems like she just draws Muslim-looking women. I don't... Why the fuck does she keep saying she's self-inserting?
Pretty damn good for her to be compared to Dowagi, despite her being like double her age. Melania was an exotic model and even as an older woman has iconic fashion. Yet you don't really see media push that much, or at least not as much as some other people. You'd think that...
Bro, I never even heard of her. I didn't even know he was married. I just found out that he was married the day that he won and he had her up on stage with him. I didn't even know. I'd never seen her before. She's pushed all over the place. She's everywhere. We can't get away from her. But I didn't even know who she was.
they'd want some older woman.
What did those say?
At least not as much as some other people.
Rama Duaji is New York City's first lady. She's not wearing a sheath dress. Rama Duaji, Zohran Mamdani's wife and New York City's next first lady, dresses to represent. Fall's next cool girl haircut is officially the Rama. Rama Duaji isn't following the politician's wife style playbook.
You'd think that they'd want some old.
You had 4 articles there, 2 from like mainstream big name outlets, and then the other ones were just tabloids.
Older woman representation, you know, something to show that just because you're older doesn't mean that you have to dress boring. Melania also has a history of being lay aloof, quiet power, like they claim Rama is in this article, but again, not much spotlight is on Melania for it. In the article, titled How Zohran Mamdani's aloof wife, Rama Duaji, quietly steered his campaign from behind the scenes, they called Rama Duaji Princess Diana. Wow, all of these posts on Shitter also said the same exact thing. That seems totally organic and not astroturfed at all. Some comments disagreed with it, saying it's not comparable to be someone's campaign manager and to be compared to literal royalty, but those are just right-wing trolls. Just so we're clear, Duaji is being compared to Princess Diana, who is actual royalty and was involved in like 100 different charities and made history, changed the worldview of humanitarianism through actual on-the-ground work. To name a few, Princess Diana visited home.
I don't think that's why they're comparing her to Diana. I think it's about the short haircut and her just being younger and like more stylish. I think that's why they're comparing. I don't think it has anything to do with like her flying to Uganda and feeding the homeless children or anything.
Homeless shelters. She visited psychiatric wards and addiction recovery centers when mental health was a taboo topic. Arguably the most famous one, she shook the hand of an AIDS patient back when it was thought that it was transferable through touch. She literally risked getting AIDS for humanitarianism. Meanwhile, Rama...
That's back when people thought that wasn't the like doctors didn't think that back then, but that's why she did it, was to gain awareness. That was this bitch is so fucking stupid, dude. She is one of the dumbest fucking people. Holy shit.
Duaji's humanitarianism is drawing herself and saying free Palestine, and poof, now she's Princess Diana. I would have said boom, but that seems a little targeted. Rama makes herself so much more interesting by putting her Instagram bio that she's from Syria, which you would assume to be true because she looks like a generic Middle Eastern woman. I went to go look up her early life, and it says that when she was 9 years old, she moved from Syria to Dubai. You know, the richest place ever. She's framing herself and marketing herself in a way that people will assume that she is lay oppressed Syrian refugee in order to help her little art project.
Okay, this is a troll. This is a troll. This has got to be a troll. This is too fucking dumb. This is too stupid. There's no shot. There's no shot. You're too fucking stupid. There's no way she believes anything she's saying here. Yes, this has to be just rage bait, bro. No shot she's this stupid. Like, I say I'm from New York. I moved from New York when I was 9 to Georgia, okay? But I don't consider myself a Southerner. I don't consider myself a Southerner at all. I don't feel like I'm part of that culture. I don't walk around with like rebel flags and cowboy boots and shit like that. I am a Northerner, and that the main reason that even though I moved here when I was 9, the reason that I'm still a Northerner is because my brothers and sisters all also grew up early age in New York, and then we moved here where our parents were also from New York, and then we're all here still with that sort of mentality, that accent, the way that we talk, the way that we do things, the way that we look at Southerners and the way that they act. And we were Yankees. Like we still cheered on, the Yankees baseball team, the New York Knicks, the Rangers. Like, we were still very much New Yorkers. And so it's like, even today, people from Georgia still ask me, where are you from? And I'll say, oh, I'm from New York. And they're like, oh, that makes sense. But it doesn't matter that I moved when I was 9. It doesn't matter that I moved when I was fucking 9. But yeah, she'd say, like, oh, she moved when she was 9. Well, that's still part of her culture. If her parents were still Syrian, her family was still Syrian, then yeah, it's still going to be part of her culture and part of her family and part of her upbringing. Like, it doesn't matter if she moved when she was 9.
You know, the one that's all about her. Forget that she's a well-off art kid who got to travel the world. She got to go to Paris, Dubai, New York, the richest places on the planet. But no, she's just lay-oppressed Syrian girl, just struggling to get by in Damascus. And apparently was born in Houston, Texas and raised in Dallas, Texas. Is it stolen valor of poor people when you market yourself as lay-poor Syrian girl when you get a free ride to get your fine arts degree and travel to the richest place?
What's who is Sauron? What? Rama Duwaji. Okay. Ethnicity: Rama Sawaf Duwaji was born on June 30th, 1997 in Houston, Texas, to Syrian Muslim parents from Damascus. Her father is a software developer and her mother is a doctor. Okay, so where did she say?
And apparently was to help her. Will assume that she is her Syria to, because she looks like a generic Middle Eastern woman. Much more interesting by putting her Instagram bio that she's from.
So this says animator illustrator from Damascus, New York City.
Syria, which you would.
Okay, where did she say she was from Syria?
Because she looks like a generic.
I don't want to knock Mondani's wife. She's attractive, but saying she's more beautiful than Melania is obvious cope. Women often idolize attractive but not breathtaking women because it reinforces their own self-image. Beauty feels more attainable that way.
Middle Eastern woman. I went to go look up her early life and it says.
Well, yeah, she didn't show anywhere where she said that she was from Syria or that yeah, so I don't know where that came from. Okay, so yeah, so even the narrative that she put out in the beginning, that would have made sense. Even the fucking bullshit straw man that she just made up, even that still would have made sense, and that's not even true. What the fuck? What, Tom? What do you mean, what, Tom? She said Damascus in her Instagram. Okay. So it said Damascus, New York in her Instagram. Damascus, New York is what her Instagram says.
Bio that she's from.
Animator plus illustrator from Damascus, New York City. It doesn't. It is not Syria.
Syria, which you would assume to be true because she looks like a generic Middle Eastern woman. I went to go look up her early life and it says that when she was 9 years old, she moved from Syria to Dubai. The richest place ever. She's framing herself and marketing herself in a way that people will assume that she is lay-oppressed Syrian refugee in order to help her little art project. The one that's all about her. Forget that she's a well-off art kid who got to.
I don't think she meant Damascus, New York City. Then why did she say Damascus, New York City? Why didn't she say Damascus and New York City? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Who the fuck would say, oh, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and then you're like, oh, you're from Atlanta and Rome, or Georgia, like, you know, the country Georgia and the city Atlanta. Like, that's ridiculous. There was a separation. Okay, maybe I missed that.
Lay
What's
yourself and marketing Dubai. You know.
Animator plus illustrator from Damascus, New York City. Okay. I don't see any separation, but okay.
That she's from Syria. She's framing herself and marketing herself in a way that people will assume that she is a oppressed Syrian refugee in order to help her little art project. You know, the one that's all about her. Forget that she's a well-off art
It just
kid
says Damascus now.
the
Okay.
world. She got to go to Paris, Dubai, New York, you know, the richest places on the planet. But no, she's just a oppressed Syrian girl, just struggling to get by in Damascus. And apparently was born in Houston, Texas and raised in Dallas, Texas. Is it stolen valor of poor people when you market yourself as a poor Syrian girl when you get a free ride to get your fine arts degree and travel to the richest places on earth? Or are the rich allowed to cosplay as lower class for political power? Totally not astroturfed commies love to talk about how they actually had it like so rough, such as Hasan Piker, who, like Zoran, is a Nepo baby, which we'll get into in a second.
Because I was dead broke and was critiquing capitalism, and then people would be like, yeah, because you're a fucking loser. And now that I have money and I still do it, people are like, well, hypocrite much? People think that like I just fucking was born this way, you know what I mean? I always was this person. I always had this $3 million home. Like, it's just so dumb.
I guess he considers being hired by his uncle's network right out of college and growing up affluent to be a rags to riches story.
Again, I have not heard his wife say any of those things. So even if she is saying Damascus, Syrian, she's saying, just saying Damascus, when apparently she did move from Damascus to Dubai at some point, or from Syria to Dubai at some point, that she's saying, and her family is Syrian, that she's saying just because she puts that she's from Syria means that that she's pretending to be some oppressed person, when there's people who are well off in Syria as well. So no, Tom, it didn't say that. It didn't say what? You just said that that's what it said. That she was from... What the fuck? It said she moved from Texas to Dubai. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm not...
Me shocked. And Hasan was shocked too upon finding out at Mamdani's victory.
Alright, fine. I'm going back.
But that seems a little targeted. Rama makes herself so much more interesting by putting her Instagram bio that she's from Syria, which you would assume to be true because she looks like a generic Middle Eastern woman. I went to go look up her early life and it says that when she was 9 years old, she moved from Syria to Dubai. You know.
I'm not reading it. I'm saying she just said. It says she moved from Syria to Dubai. She just said that. That's what she just said. That this says she moved from Syria to Dubai. So yes, this says she's born in Houston, Texas to Syrian Muslim parents from Damascus. Her father is a software developer and her mother is a doctor. The family moved to Dubai when she was 9 years old. It doesn't say that they moved from Texas to Dubai. It doesn't say that. She just now said. It says they moved from Syria to Dubai. She just said it. So this does not say what you said. She did not say what you said. She said what I said. So this is another tomfoolery W. It didn't say Syria either. She said it. She said it. She said it. She just said it. She just now said it. Just now. She just said it.
When she was 9 years old, she moved from Syria to Dubai.
What?
You know, the richest place.
She said it. Okay? She read the thing. I'm assuming that's just the part, showing a short part of what it is. I don't care what Brittany said. Okay.
Article to get a lot rough, such as Hasan means lower to talk
Broke. People think that
to be a rags to riches story. Color me shocked. And Hasan was shocked too upon finding out at Mamdani's victory party that his invitation got lost in the mail.
I do not have you for the upstairs list.
Okay.
Can I see your ticket tape?
Oh, I'm staff.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
If you're
So we can't go upstairs. Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good. But there's 72,000 people watching. Oh, great.
Don't you know who he is? He's Hasan Piker. I'm shocked that Hasan's fashion alone didn't get him into Mamdani's party. As I said earlier, Zoran is self-admittedly a Nepo baby. He's able to be a career politician because mommy funded him.
I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. You know, nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
Zoran's mother, Mira Nair, is an Oscar-nominated filmmaker. His father is an Ivy League professor, which is pretty prestigious as well. According to People's Magazine, they said his parents influenced him to do politics. Quote, when you're the kid of two parents who are very involved in social justice, a lot of the times what you remember as a play date was you being at some rally or some march, he said. Bringing your child to a bunch of marches and rallies when they're too young to even remember what the hell they're going for is the best way to ensure the soullessness required to be a career politician. No childhood, just brainwashing. Anyway, Zoran having his mommy pay his way doesn't stop him from participating in the oppressed brown person Olympics.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Tell me, why is Palestine a part of your politics?
When you grow up as someone, especially in the third world, you have a very different understanding of the Palestinian struggle.
Like his wife Duwaji, Zoran proved that he is such a foreign brown guy that he actually ate rice.
Bro, the lay shit, like, does that ever get, does that get old at any point in this fucking video?
With his bare hands, getting it in his fingernails to show you how he is totally authentic Indian. Apparently, he knows how to use utensils to eat this.
She's like, this has to be rage bait, bro. This has to be rage bait. She is, like, leaving everything off center in every fucking scene just to trigger me. She's doing it just to fucking piss me off. The amount of black over here is nowhere close to the amount of black over here. It's in every fucking picture. It's all of them. They're all off-center. What the fuck? Why? Why that in this? Why? Why are you doing this?
With his bare hands, getting it in his fingernails to show you how he is totally...
What the fuck? You have black over here and nothing over here. There's no space over here, but it's all over here.
Authentic Indian. Apparently, he knows
and then again,
how to use utensils.
And then again, why?
To eat this burrito, something that you normally eat with your hands, since it's sanitary to do so, unlike mushy food that gets in your fingernails. But instead, he forgot his Indian at home this time and chose to use a knife and fork on his burrito. He's seen doing this multiple times, such as his appearance with Adam Friedland, where you can see the utensil in his rice, as well as on his lunch date with the Latinx queen of oppression herself, AOC. That's right, you're getting spoon-vestigated. And if you aren't convinced yet of Mamdani being a oppressed foreign brown person yet, here he is doing a totally different accent than what he normally has.
So in February, I made a playlist, even before shooting, of a kind of a sound that the film could have. And that was as far as it went for the first few months. I was supposed to assist the music supervisor, but I ended up picking all the songs for the film.
I think that first and foremost, there are many taxes to be raised on the many, many wealthy people across this state.
Or maybe sounding like a total fucking nerd is his real accent. Who knows?
I actually created a playlist.
I do want to raise taxes.
Did he really do this to get more minority votes? Talk about brownie points, right? And it worked because he won the black vote as well as the Hispanic vote.
And in an interview with the Turkish-American podcast, Mamdani sounded different again.
I'll be honest with you, Brother Mansoum, is that at this point, not many people are thinking about it.
And here is Zoran during his rapper days.
You know, it would have been here earlier, but a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour.
The more brown you sound, the longer you stick around. Clearly, the New Yorkers voted for Zoran's amazing policies.
Oftentimes, we've even found as legislators when we go into the...
Why? Why? Who does this? Who does this? What the fuck is this?
these courts, the term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even...
Did she just add a smoke alarm sound because there was a black person there?
The term violent crime is even used when people are stealing packages. Violent crime is even used when people are accused of burglary and there happens to be a housing unit in that same dwelling. So violence is an artificial construction. What is happening here with these district attorneys, that is violence. That is violence of the highest degree.
We should just be more lax and let the violent criminals run loose in the city. I was actually watching...
When you're MAGA, it's really weird to have black people at your rallies, so... She's like, what the fuck? What is that doing there?
Bearing and Sugar Tits video upon research and found some additional genius policies that Mamdani and his mastermind wife came up with.
Government-run grocery stores.
No.
No. City-owned supermarkets run by career bureaucrats.
He's gonna go all dictator on the supermarkets.
Yeah.
Like, everything will be branded as one brand. You'll only be able to get one brand.
Yeah.
Zohan's kebabs. Zohan's apples.
Well, here's the other thing, right? If you're gonna have government-run...
His logo is really odd. It really is. It's a really odd logo. Like, it does not look like a politician's logo, because normally politicians' logos are always in red, white, and blue. That's where everything is. Red, white, and blue. His is like purple and yellow. It's like a Lakers thing, you know, Lakers colors, but then it has a very like I don't know, like I want to say almost like an Asian Indian looking font. It's so odd. It is an odd looking logo. I was very surprised looking at his, you know, acceptance speech after he won the mayor, and he's standing there with this big yellow name behind him. What is that?
Grocery stores, then aren't you competing with the grocery store up the road? Aren't you going to put other grocery stores out of business?
The U.S. allows all kinds of trash in their food that other...
It does. It looks like that 70s show. That's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of that 70s show. Kind of like this a little bit. Where's the... Yeah, it reminds me of this a little bit.
First world countries don't allow. So these government mandated slop stores will definitely be very healthy because they'll be filled with seed oils, corn, preservatives, dyes, and whatever chemicals to meet their quotas, just like they do with baby food.
Well, that's what I was like when he won. I'm like, I kept thinking, Zoran, Zoltan. Like this? I don't know. There's a lot of shit called Zoltan, so I don't know. What you're asking me to look up. Like this, like, yeah, Zoltan. Like, this is from Dude, Where's My Car? Zoltan. Dude, what's mine say? You talking about this? Aaron. Aaron, wake up. Aaron. It's a yes or no question. Still at 59.
Food. Titanium dioxide and
A
coal.
Zoltar. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. Look at that thing.
Corn. Yummy. The brightest idea of them all from the Duwajis might just
Very
be the
Quentin Tarantino. Well, that's more of like a Western look. You know, the Western, like, you know, Hateful Eight sort of thing or something like that. Yeah, that's a bit more Western, whereas his is a little bit more sort of thing, right?
government-ran daycare centers. They'll probably be as safe as the children in the foster care system. Aren't they known for kids being safe and sound and untouched? Or how about public school? It's not like we hear a case of a teacher touching a student like every single week. Mamdani and his lay aloof lavender wife will never even have to use government daycare, so who cares? The best that we can do is hope that Mamdani, like all other career politicians, delivers on all of his promises.
That was the dumbest shit in the world.
What is up, everybody? This is Ethan Klein coming at you with another VOD EXP, joined today by Hilla. Some people know her as Hilla. I know her as Hila, as mom. Welcome. Today we are going to be looking at my good, dear old friend Hasan Piker's TikTok. Now, before you click off, it's much more interesting than that. I don't know if he knows that these are public, but he has in his reposts, okay, you see what I'm doing here? Here's his videos. Here's his reposts. In here, an ungodly amount of soul-crushingly cringe thirst traps. So I think we should just dive right in here. So the best way to do this is just kind of scroll the feed itself, and I'll show you guys the ones. Now let me give you guys an example as I scroll here at some of the stuff he reshares. Here's the one. I dare you to watch this. I dare you to watch this. Imagine sharing this.
No.
Bro, imagine.
There was a when I worked in corporate, I had this lady who would always message me all the time, just always texting me all the time. And the one day, she told me that my old boss's daughter, who was working in a store, was had made a fan cam of me, and that she had like gone to my channel and clipped a bunch of it and made a fan cam of me. And this girl was like 17, maybe 16, 17. And I was like maybe 34, 33 at the time. And they sent it to me. And I watched it and I wanted to like throw up in my mouth. Like watching this of myself, I wanted to throw up. There was one of my employees standing next to me, and he's like, "What's wrong?" And I was like, "Dude," I was like, I don't even know if I want to tell you right now what the fuck I'm looking at. I was like, I feel sick to my stomach. And so I just kind of explained it and handed him the phone, and he watched it and he's like, "Bro, I feel sick watching this. Like, he's like, I want to throw up watching this. I could only imagine if this was myself." But it is just like a bunch of like slow motion, like me, like just like random stuff. Like, and it's so like, it's a bunch of shit of me in like suits and like dress shirts and crap, just with like hearts and sparkles and shit all over, with this slowed down, like what sounds like porn music or something. Like me looking at myself in the camera with like, it was
having the first of all, there should be a certain level of self-monitoring shame that should prevent someone from sharing this. But just what are you doing, man? And then all of them, by the way, look at the user. User loves Hasan. So not only is he resharing these thirst traps, it's these super parasocially obsessed lunatic accounts.
Oh my God.
User loves Hasan. Bro, I would never get involved in something like this. By the way, who spends their whole fucking day making Hasan thirst traps? It's mental. And then he's promoting them all the time. Look at all these.
That's crazy.
Look at all these.
Crazy.
Look! Look at it.
Look it up.
That's an end.
Here's where it started. Let's look at their first one.
No.
Hasan, I have no gag reflex is the description.
I do.
Let me read that for you one more time. Hasan, I have no
gagging.
gag reflux. Is that saying that they want to like deep throat him? I'm assuming.
Wait, oh my God, is that what it is?
Yeah, I think yes.
Well,
yes.
that is what that is. Yeah.
Hey,
here's
that's a
one
good
of
way
him.
to get in. That is a good way to get in. Y'all go make some thirst trap videos of me. Title it, "I have no gag reflex." You're in. We're good.
In the gym, guys. Hold on.
I'm there.
Gag reflex optional. Deep throat me, daddy. Oh, with Ms. Kiff.
Yeah,
Good
Don Dota. Yeah, he heard that. He's like, "Oh, well, I'm definitely doing that now."
company.
Yeah, gag reflux.
Bro,
This is so cringe.
it's... Oh, also look! They did all the work for us. Liked it 9 times, reposted 7 times, commented 1 time. Started this year.
Wow.
They've done all this work since February. Holy fuck. So anyway, that's just one of them, right? And you say, well, okay, that's just one.
How many followers? 6,850. Okay. This might be Sassafras. Sassafras would talk all the time about how in love with Hasan she was, and that she would sit around watching Hasan fan cams all the time.
Holy fuck. So anyway, that's just one of them, right? And you say, well, okay, that's just one. Let's keep scrolling. He reshared a lot of the Hasan Superman ones. Now, he's not resharing ones being like, oh, that was so funny. It's all like, I want to fuck him. Watch. Hasan dresses up as Superman for Halloween. Didn't he also have like a really cringe moment where he compared himself to Superman?
Oh, God.
Like earlier this year?
I think it was after he saw the Superman movie. He was just like, that's me, bro.
yes,
Literally
he
reminded me
did.
of me.
His involvement in global affairs, like his moral compass, causes others to also take action, causes others who have power to also take action. He literally makes people, he springs others into action. That's the whole point. That is the I don't know. I just saw like a lot of what I've tried to do with commentary in general, which is
So
like
true.
to influence others to also do right.
Yeah.
And to defend vulnerable people.
Yeah.
And to show by not just telling but also doing, no matter what.
Yeah. What was the... Is this that? Is that what this is?
Super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe, knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay? There you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer. Okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick.
That's... When I watch that, I think, Superman. Superman, dude. Oh my goodness. It's Superman. Guys. He's always been Clark Kent, but you can see it there. That's Superman. That's what that is.
Clown take. Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock, okay? You stupid fucking radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking stupid, moronic, fucking radlib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you.
It's Superman, guys. It's Superman. That's what that is. He's Superman.
You think you have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Get the fuck out of here.
He's Superman.
Dumb fuck. You think I'm gonna fucking baby you? Go ahead. Go post a fucking clip about how much of a fucking white supremacist I am. Suck my dick. Annoying, dumb.
Bro. That's literally Superman. That's what Superman does.
What the repercussions are.
He was watching Superman the movie, and he says, "That's so mean."
I'm that guy. He said, I'm that guy.
That's so much like
I can
me.
relate.
I mean, bro, what the? You're like Superman. You're reposting thirst traps on TikTok. I don't know. Just as a person, as someone who, is an adult that walks through this world, just imagine sharing thirst traps about you from these deranged like fan accounts is just, it's so fucking mental, dude. It's so uncomfortable. Here's another one. My reaction when I saw Hasan as Superman. Why would you share this? Look at this. Dude, who's making these? Yes. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's that weird that he shares them. Like that's like a huge part of his brand and his appeal is that he's just a good-looking guy. He's not capable of talking about politics in an enlightened way, or he's not capable of sounding like he knows what he's talking about. That's what the last two chats were that we just listened to him scream and yell at his chatters over, was the fact that he didn't know what he was talking about when it came to black issues or when it came to trans issues. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's not able to talk about politics like he knows what the fuck is going on in the world. And so this is it. This is all he's got. He's got good looks. That's all he's got going for him. He's not gonna post like clips of himself talking about, I don't know, like the military industrial complex or anything like that. No shot.
Psychosexually obsessed much there, Zach? Also, why are you trying to give me a seizure, bro? Oh, another Hasan fan account. Wow. How? Look at this. Hasan version fan account.
Ethan, you can't be mad that he has fan accounts.
No, these are like exclusively thirst trapping fan accounts that he reshares. That is not normal. Like even for like a super hot person, this type of culture of fan parasocial obsession has to be encouraged by the user. Otherwise, these people would never bother because.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. That is the brand. Yeah. That's his brand. That is his appeal. Correct.
They live for that recognition. That person you saw it goes like 9 times, shared 8 times, commented 1 time. Like they're obsessed. And if he never interacted with them, which he shouldn't, by the way, he's encouraging like parasocial obsession.
Well, I mean, again, yeah, that is kind of like a huge part of being a streamer, is that you are supposed to promote parasociality in a sense. That is a big part of what it is that everybody's doing. They are meant to promote some sort of parasociality. That's why they have communities. That's why they have Reddits. That's why they have Discords. That's why they talk to their chat. That's why they read super chats and have TTS. And like, that is the whole point, is that, yes, it is supposed to gain some connection between you and the viewers to where you're capable of having a little bit more of a direct line to them. That's kind of the point.
You know, if Hasan ever ran into that person, he would be terrified. Rightfully so, right? But
you should promote it more, Tom. Make people thirst over your traps. Yeah, I should go make my own fan cams of myself and start posting them. I'll start editing fan cams of myself and start uploading those.
The reason these accounts persist is because they know he's there to give them attention. And that's the same reason why people still send him nudes on Snapchat, because they know he opens them.
Okay.
And even though he doesn't respond, they see Hasan viewed this and they're like, oh, he likes it. Let me send him more. Like this is just really, 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 really not well behavior. Look at all this shit. And then here is just what I really love too. Hasan, who goes, I would never promote anti-Semitism or hate against people. I can never moderate my community to not call you a fucking baby killer. Here he is sharing content crash out. And this is timely because we know what a degenerate fucking psychotic freak this dude is. And the community that he fosters, why would he reshare this?
That is crazy. Now the other.
I make fan cams of Democrats, okay? That's what I do. I searched Hasan Piker's previous relationships and Ray Lil Black came out. Now she is a Muslim. I don't know who Ray Lil Black is. Sorry, I don't know who that is. Yeah, I make fan cams of Democrats, okay? This is what I do.
We got our asses handed to us in New Jersey, Virginia, and New York City. Democrats swept all 3.
You're goddamn right.
On the spaceship, now I'm a space cadet. Big white mansion in my habitat. Aiming out of stage like a laser tag. Fuck a rich bitch, having rich set. Smoke a lot of trees, need a weed plant. But didn't tickle in.
A porn star. Alright. Mantis is in the fucking chat, okay? I don't know who that is. I've never heard of this person. Shut the fuck up.
Sleeping on these G's is a beanbag. Got me going jeans cause I'm cool, right?
We thought we were gonna write an op-ed, have a candlelight visual, maybe do a rally. They poked the bear, and the bear is poking back, and we're gonna get out there and win and send a powerful message, not only to the people of the state of California, but the people all over the United States of America by going out in record numbers. Yes, on 50. Thank you guys.
We got our
Yeah, these are my fan cams. Okay.
Other stuff is like cringe, you know? I mean, that's not the worst offense, being cringe, but this is way worse to me.
This is like, can you imagine if I was resharing stuff on TikTok like terrorist Hasan did 9/11 or some shit like
Right.
that?
It's-
Hasan wants to
this
kill
account is-
Americans, fucking fan account, and then sharing that? Do you know how
Hasan's not Jewish. What?
quickly I would get eaten alive?
Mm-hmm.
And rightfully so. That's fucking depraved. Anyway, let's see what he shared.
Starting to
Yeah.
believe that there's a harassment campaign against him.
What are you doing right now? You fool. You are reasonable. They say reasonable criticism is not harassment. Sure. Yep.
Yeah, guys, it's just criticism. That's what everybody's always upset about. They're just upset about criticism, guys. That's it. It's just criticism.
Like saying, Hila said that babies are terrorists, and then shows a
Which
clip
I
of
never
Hila sitting there quietly.
Hila, on the other hand, has made comments deemed even more insensitive, like calling toddlers terrorists.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that
one?
Like
that one?
What do you mean? I mean,
so you said she called terrorist. She said called babies terrorists. I didn't see that.
okay, yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh my god.
This page. By the way, again, this is the video
Oh
he
my
shared.
God.
It's Hila with a weapon from army, me in front of a Palestinian flag. God knows what that is. Pedo troll stuff. These are their pinned ones, right? Like obviously, even just on this Snapchat alone, it's fucking deranged.
In the state of where the climate is today, to have that one pinned of me holding a gun from my training when I was 18 years old is crazy.
Still
This
waiting
20
on that
years
last
ago.
voter.
It is mind-blowing. This is from my training.
Yeah, this is basic
One
training
vote.
you did for 2 weeks.
Yes, it's just basic training. I was a secretary. Everybody does basic training. I
But-
don't know anything about guns nowadays.
Th-
Like
th-
I
th-
don't remember anything. This
is
not,
part of what's
this
super
is not
nefarious.
what I am. Like they do it on purpose to create this image of me today.
Yes,
in
and
today's
he
world.
participates. That's my point that I want you guys to understand. He doesn't just participate. He's the fucking pillar of this entire shit. They follow his lead. And when he shares shit like this, they fucking notice. He's giving the cosign, like, yep, Hila's a fucking
No, I didn't see this. I'm
militant,
sorry.
baby killer.
Valid target.
Valid military target. His own words,
His
guys.
own words. I'm a valid target.
It makes sense that he would hold a rally in Houston, Texas, since everybody's moving from California to Texas to get away from all the taxes. He's got to go meet all of the Californians there because that's where all of his citizens live now.
It is perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral. Okay? 100%. This is not like this is not a gray area. This is black and white. Okay? It doesn't get more black and white than this. Israel is in the wrong. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank. 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids.
And there's not a single video, not a single one about anything other than me.
Wait, did you see that?
There's not a single video.
Is that Destiny with his arms around Ethan?
Not a single one about anything other than me. These are all 100% about me.
And I mean,
That's fucking nuts, dude.
It's me.
This is like a deranged, psychotic fucking hate account.
you can only imagine what goes on in the comments.
Look at this one, man. It says, just a girl that draws attractive guys because I have free will. Okay? Okay. Here is what he's sharing. Nobody should ever have the capacity to share like something like this about themselves. It just should be a skip automatically. All right, we found another one here. Ready? All black. Okay, what is this? Because I ain't got time to match. I mean, dude.
He's so cool.
He is not. No, he is not. This is like the
so cool.
negative aura type of fucking behavior.
This is full aura
holy
bar
fuck.
built
Anyway,
to
that's
the
pretty
max.
good. Pretty good. We love that one. Here's another one, guys. This is another one he shared. Let's get it going, y'all.
Tom's wearing all black. No, I'm not. This is green. This is black. These pants are beige with some black lining. And these shoes are black. That is some black. Not all black.
100%.
Dude, this is unacceptable.
Always taking off his shirt. Stop.
It's just...
We get it.
I don't know. Is it even weirder to sit and watch them for long periods of time on your own podcast than it is to just click the reshare button on like 2 or 3? What color underwear? They might actually be black. Nope. Gray. The lint in my belly button's black, though.
Let's see here. Yes, he's so cool and shirtless and hot. Let's...
All right, Dan.
Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen. I just can't get it.
Oh. I was gonna say, like a jar of peanut butter that you put on your dick waiting for your dog to lick it off. That's what I expected. Waiting for your dog to lick it off. The time I've waited to find out how long the streamer's being banned for is killing me. The title is Why Did Twitch Unban Her?
Truly don't.
Yeah, like when you put a whole jar of peanut butter on your dick waiting for your dog to lick it off. The suspense is killing me.
Don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people.
Mr.
I'll show you the clips because it is...
That's it. They got it. They got it. 60 yays, 40 nays. Exactly what I said it would be. Motherfucker. Dems, you lil bitches. You lil fucking bitches.
Textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for one day.
It took 40 minutes. Yeah, I'm glad we moved on. Got like 3 other videos in the meantime, yeah.
Initially. She got a 24-hour.
Speaking of, we got 20 minutes left on the clock. We got $15 left on the goal. You guys want to continue the stream? Consider donating. The link is pinned at the top of chat to send tips. You can use that link so that I get the money immediately, and so YouTube doesn't take a third out of it like they do with Super Chats. So consider donating to the channel so that we can make amazing content like this possible for you. It's very expensive to make this sort of content, and we got to make sure that it's paid for. So consider donating with tips.
Or slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned, which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban.
Mantis tip $10. Stop ignoring my calls.
Look at that. Look at that. Phone call, missed phone call, sent me a video, missed phone call, said, ma'am, you can't keep calling me all day, every day. Another missed phone call seconds later. This is at 9:34. Okay, 9:34. You gotta stop calling me. What happens? She calls me at 9:34. I don't know, man. I know how Emiru feels. I'm being miskiffed. The Discord app is broken, and so every time she opens it up, it just immediately calls me every fucking time. It just, for some reason, it just keeps fucking calling me.
Because she's oh wow, I'm porky pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout.
Thank you.
Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops...
All right, we're at $20. $20, guys. We got $20 in. We got $5 to go.
Behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Saeed, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
So you can't. So you can't.
23.
No.
He's consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her...
Aram-san tipped $5. Super weird. Mantis sent an at everyone asking if we had spoken to you and that you should call her when you can. To know what that means, Tom.
Interesting. Interesting. I'll take care of that. You guys just, everybody do me a favor and just block her in the meantime. And me and the police will handle this.
her friend twerks on him, and his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras, cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Don't do your shit. Let me get my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on? You can't just forcibly take it out. Let me get that bag. Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag. Yo, how much this cost? Turn around. Start with the side. Yo. Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting.
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know have already...
Again, it is different. Like, when we talk about, like, taking it differently, it's because it's literally different. It just is. It doesn't mean that, like, it doesn't matter. And that's what a lot of people have an issue with, is that they think that, like, if you say it's different, that therefore it means that it just does not matter. And that's not true. It's not true that it just doesn't matter. That, like, somebody's consent obviously matters, and that these are things that like ought to be normalized. Is that, yeah, if a guy doesn't want you to do this, if a guy doesn't consent, if he doesn't want to have to deal with this, especially on a camera, on a stream, in front of who knows how many fucking people, yeah, they're probably not great. So it is something that, yeah, women ought to take into consideration. But when we say it's different, it is different because, like, on average, it is less likely that a guy is going to have some sort of, like, trauma from it. But the fact that that still can exist, and that they can still have problems afterwards and have issues dealing afterwards, that makes it to where, yeah, you just ought not do something like this. But it is way more common for women to have some sort of trauma and have a lot of issues afterwards, like PTSD and all of this, is because there is a sense of helplessness for women to an extent, to where, like, they know that the guy is most likely capable of manhandling them and just doing whatever the fuck they want, and there's not much that the woman can do about it. Whereas guys have a very different circumstance where it's like, we know we could just pick you up and throw you through the fucking wall the entire time, but it's also like, if we do that, like, we don't want to, like, overreact and, like, you know, hurt somebody, and so lots of times we just don't, while still trying to get you to stop. But then we know we can make you stop, but we also can't, like, socially can't, physically can, socially can't. And that, like, that issue there of, like, you know you can stop this, but you're not going to, is, like, also a thing that, yes, can be hard for guys. And so also in this specific circumstance, with two women, and both of them were kind of bigger than him, it may that may not have been the case. It may not have been the case where he could have just, like, punched them in the face and let that be that. Saeed put out a short video response, Tom. He seems like he's kind of immature. That's what people mean when they say different, Tom. They mean less bad. Well, no, that's why I'm saying that it is different. It doesn't mean that it's less bad. Like, I'm saying it's different. I'm not saying it's less bad. That it is different. It's literally different. But it is. It also kind of, okay, in a sense, there is a level of less bad as well. So, like, I've talked about the fact that, like, while talking to women, they will often just, like, put their hand on your chest, right? Or just, like, have their hand on you somewhere. And women are very like handsy, and they'll just start like rubbing your shoulder and stuff while you're just standing there having a conversation, and they're standing in front of you, and they'll just start like touching you and shit, right? That is something that has become very normalized. But I cannot just, while talking to a woman, just start fucking like rubbing her tits and shit, right? I can't just stand there while we're talking and just be like, oh yeah, that's so sad. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So yeah.
We talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious, don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this...
I didn't say most. I said more or less likely. I don't think I said most at any point.
This was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong? No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him and be like, he definitely felt disrespected.
Why is this sped up in every single video? Every single video, it's sped up. Like, can we just...
Person, me, I take accountability what I do. If you did ask for disrespect, I didn't know. So you better let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk...
It's still sped up because YouTube's fucking playback shit is broken, so... I can't.
around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it. Like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because... Stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down. Holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I did want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that, but I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot. Like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents, and it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
That means hi, right? Oh, what the fuck? Yo, why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches. Oh, shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make you sign an NDA. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's going to be tough, bro. It's going to come up 3 months later. I won't come. Oh, me? Punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you sign the NDA or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you.
No.
I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me.
You
later,
fully
3
am
months
okay
later.
with it.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? All right.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head.
She gonna punch him in the
Comment.
face.
Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something? Damn. Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you asked Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault, I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are
Okay.
One thing that I will say is there are parallels, believe it or not, between Spamberger, who I will admit is definitely one of these blue dog Democrats, a centrist, and then Zoran Mamdani, who's, a self-described democratic socialist. They both focused on affordability. So obviously, it seems so intuitive, it seems so easy and simplistic, but focusing on the issues that actually affect everyday people is what wins the vote.
So did Trump in 2024.
That's right. That's exactly
it was also
right.
against the inflation, right?
But to that point, because of the fact that inflation continues to be a problem and affordability continues to be a problem, and Trump hasn't delivered, it is now becoming a political liability for Trump. And I think that when it comes to Zoran Mamdani in particular, as mayor, he doesn't really have as much power as people would like to believe he would have. And so he might not be able to deliver everything that he's been kind of running on.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's going to be a liability for him. So he's already put out, some messaging that indicates he's
actually
trying to
the best thing for him. If you were actually able to do all the things he wanted to do, he would destroy the city. So the best thing for him is to actually not get most of the things he wants to do done. And then he can blame the system for them not having happened, and then the city will survive.
Oh, yeah, the best thing that's going to happen to Mamdani is the government overreach. Because the government overreach is going to keep him from doing all of the things that he said he wants to do. I don't know if he'll be able to get a lot of those things done.
The government overreach is what? The government overreach. Ben Shapiro is calling what Mamdani wants to do government overreach. And then he's like, yeah, the government overreach is going to stop Mamdani from doing what he wants to do. Like, what? What is this show? Bro, I'm wondering the same fucking thing. This is on CNN. This is on CNN. I have no idea what the fuck this is. This is very confusing. We got Anna Kasparian, we got Ben Shapiro, we got whatever this motherfucker's name is.
To Ben's point. But the fact that Trump is going to be such a thorn in his ass.
Isn't that guy a sports commentator? No, that's a different bald black guy, Fro Chinema. Yeah, this is the host of the Breakfast Club.
That's going to be his excuse.
Well, I think it's also interesting, Anna, you talk about addressing issues that everyday people are living with every day. I also think the manner in which the candidates that are really rising to the top here did campaign largely on social media, using trending issues, making memes, making funny Survivor type ads for mayor of New York City. That's really resonating with people. It certainly did with Donald Trump as well. We talk about the meme wars a lot the last couple of years. And I think just the nature of how candidates are messaging their ideas to people has to start taking place in a different venue. If you fail to catch up with that, you're learning the hard way that there's really no longer...
Charlemagne, yeah, I kept wanting to call him Sway, but that's a different black guy in the morning. So you ain't got the answer, Sway.
Place for you on the American right or left.
By the way, are y'all agreeing? So y'all think Zoran's going to win hands down?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, like I think he will win, but all the polls keep showing Curtis Sliwa clocking in at anywhere between 12 and 17%.
4 days ago. Okay.
And no way. I'm just going to put it out there, no effing way.
We're going to find out soon enough, Ben.
Not happening. I mean, like the idea that Curtis, like, those are my friends who are responding to polls, right? And my friends are getting called up and like, I hate Andrew Cuomo. He killed all the old people and grabbed ass, and he ran out of old people. And I hate Zohran Mamdani, who is a communist who has some pro-jihadi leanings. But you know what? I'm just going to say Sliwa, and then they're going to get in there and be like, but am I, though? Like, do I love berets that much? Like, how much do I love? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10.
When you meet him, though, he's a nice guy, man. When you sit down and have a conversation with him, and you know he's a real public servant. I mean, the dude was a guardian angel for 1,000,000 years, right? Like, you know he actually is a public servant.
I kind of like that part of his past. I know that he also has some shady things, whatever, but like...
But he admitted to it.
He did, exactly.
He was like, yo, I did it.
I like the authenticity, and I like the fact that he cares about crime, right? And... to that point, Zohran Mamdani, I think, really did himself a favor by moderating some of his messaging from 2020, for instance, right? Focusing on how, no, we do need our public servants, we do need sworn officers, but I would like to, beef up the NYPD by actually adding social workers to the mix instead of getting rid of cops and replacing them with social workers. I think it makes sense to add social workers. Now, is he really going to be able to do that? I don't know. But in terms of political messaging, I think that was smart.
If he wins, it will be really a great referendum on third grade running for class president politics, because the way we all ran for class president in third grade, for those of us who ran for class president and maybe didn't win in third grade, was the free ice cream platform.
But Trump kind of ran that way as well. I mean, that's just a
He
mainstay of
literally
American
went to
politics,
McDonald's and was
like.
giving out fries and burgers.
But did the burgers arrive?
And that was
They
smart,
did.
by the way.
On time,
Yeah.
hot and fresh. Let me tell you. And he was great with he looked very comfortable in there.
He did.
But Mamdani is promising like free buses, transgender surgeries for cats, like everything you could possibly want. Like he's really going all the way.
Cats that identify as dogs?
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, it's like a party out here. And where's the money coming from? It's coming from tax revenue that doesn't exist. It's coming from tax revenue that the governor is saying, I'm not giving you that tax revenue. And he's just like, well,
I'm just going to say it anyway.
I'll magic it. Like, it's right here in this hat.
I mean, if the best campaign wins, Mamdani should win, because he ran the best campaign against, candidates that aren't the strongest.
I agree.
Right?
And understatement of the year at the end there, Charlemagne.
And it's a message of affordability. I feel like the messaging of affordability will work anywhere in America.
Tony, as you know, one of the themes currently in this season of my channel is fascism, and what it is and whether or not people are using the term correctly, and who even cares whether the term is being used correctly. All of those are questions.
So that is mainly what it is that I want to talk to him about. It's like the term, whether or not it's being used correctly, and why it matters that it is used correctly, and that like we do use it correctly. PF Young hair is 90% hair gel. I'm pretty sure PF Young is 90% hair gel.
and concepts I've been covering. So you're incredibly well-read, scholarly, brilliant book writer, all that stuff.
All that gay shit.
Is Donald Trump a fascist? And is the MAGA movement a fascist movement?
I would say no. Donald Trump is not a fascist. There are people in his government with fascistic tendencies and beliefs. People often point to Stephen Miller or Pete Hegseth. But MAGA itself is actually such a broad coalition. It encompasses people who hardly...
Yeah, I would not say that MAGA is a fascist movement. I would not say that MAGA is fascist or that anybody who votes for Trump is fascist. But I would say the sycophantic sort of leaders within the coalition, people who are YouTubers who do nothing but defend him and are out there campaigning for him and raising money for him and trying to help with all those things, somebody like Charlie Kirk, yes, I would throw them into that bracket and say, yes, this is somebody who seems to be totally on board with Donald Trump and everything that he does. And so this is somebody that I would say is a fascist. Whereas the MAGA movement as like in its totality, no, it is not a fascistic movement. A lot of these people are still convinced that what it is that like Donald Trump stands for is, you know, freedoms and rights and the Constitution and American values. And so a lot of those people do hold those values, and that is what they're looking for. And they are just dumb enough to believe that that's still what's happening and that that's what Donald Trump is trying to achieve. So I would say that like a lot of those people, I would say that's probably, you know, a good portion of them. They are not people who are anti-Constitution. They're not people who are anti-rights and individual freedoms and democracy. They just don't know exactly what it is that's happening. And you can see that in most of the debates that I have where people come up here and we start talking about whether or not Donald Trump ever attempted to steal the election. And they're not saying, well, yeah, I mean, he did all of that, but who cares? They're like, no, that didn't happen. You don't like, no, that's not illegal. Like that, I didn't even hear that he did that. Like, I'm not sure if that's true. Like, they always act as though what it is that we're talking about didn't happen, right? They say it didn't happen. They do say who cares? In the debates that I had, they say, who said that? I can't think of anybody who says who cares. Like when we talk to people like Andrew Wilson or Rob Noor, most of these people, they're saying, no, it didn't happen. That's not what happened. Tons of times they've ended up saying, well, who cares? Yesterday caller thinks it was legal. Yeah, well, he said that was just a difference in opinion on what the law says. But he also said, he's like, I don't even know if that happened, and so I have to go look into it. And he's not going to look into it, but he did. He was kind of ending with this like, oh yeah, I don't know if that happened. It sounds like a difference in opinion, but I'm not sure. I would have to look into it, sort of thing. And I'm not able to debate him on shit that he doesn't know anything about. So, but for but for the majority of people, like they just straight up say this stuff didn't happen, right? When we talk about what it is that Trump said during his speech on January 6th and all of the tweets that he was putting out, they all say that didn't happen. Or when we talk about the fact that he lied about whether or not the election was stolen in the first place, they all say, no, it was stolen, right? And so they're not saying like, oh yeah, he lied about the election being stolen, but like whatever, like no, some people do say that. I'm not saying nobody says this. I'm saying that the MAGA movement at large is not a fascistic movement. There are fascists within the MAGA movement, but I'm saying the MAGA movement at large is not a fascist movement because the majority of these people are like convinced that the stuff that Trump is doing, that he either didn't do it or there is good reason for why he did it. So even when it comes to him sending the military into a bunch of cities and taking away the separations of power that normally exist, where the states and the cities are supposed to be in charge of their own police forces and policing the streets, The fact that Donald Trump would do that is obviously a fascistic move, unless there is a like good justification for it. Then yeah, we probably wouldn't consider it fascistic anymore because it makes sense. If there was actually an insurrection happening, if they were actually refusing to uphold the laws, then sure, like that would be justified. And so a lot of them do believe an insurrection is happening, and the governors, the California is refusing to uphold the law, and they're helping everybody riot, and they're like that is what a lot of them believe. And so it isn't that they think, oh well, I know it's unjustified, but I just don't care. It's more so that no, I think it's justified, and I think that that is the majority of them, at least. So we can agree that the majority of them are ignorant retards that are just enabling fascism. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, if they vote for Donald Trump, they're enabling fascism. So yeah, I wouldn't say that, like, when I say that they're a fascistic movement, I would say that, like, that would mean that they believe in fascism, that they believe in it as, like, a means of getting things done. And I do think that is Donald Trump. I do think that is Stephen Miller. And so I do think that is Charlie Kirk. I think that a lot of these people just like this sort of process to get things done.
Agree on a lot of things. Like, I mean, really, it's demagogically tied to the cult of Donald Trump. Like, MAGA includes Christian nationalists, includes economic neoliberals, neoconservatives like Marco Rubio, and people who, are white nationalist sympathizers. And also just people who are general, I would say, American nationalists, who aren't particularly racialists. I think that's what Trump is, if he has an ideology. When Trump says make America great again, I don't think he's talking about the 1800s, the 1920s, or even the 50s. I think he's talking about the 1980s and 90s. But within the MAGA movement, it did have its radical wings. So you had the Gripers, right? Nick Fuentes. I think Nick Fuentes it's not controversial to call him a fascist. I mean, he kind of embraced it himself pretty openly for quite a bit.
Well, not that. I mean, even most people would say that only like 1/3 of the Republican Party is even MAGA, right? So, like, even when you're bringing up how many people voted for Trump, most people wouldn't even say that, like, all of the people who voted for Trump are MAGA, because the majority of those people wouldn't have Trump as like their first choice. And most of the time when you talk to normal people on the streets, they start off with like, yeah, I don't really like Trump. Like, he's not great. Like, I disagree with him on most things, but like, he's better than a Democrat, like, sort of thing. And so I think that it is about like 30% that are fully in the like MAGA cult. And that's who we're talking about when we say MAGA, is like those people.
The word fascism is not solely a moral category. Like, that's why I think people use it inaccurately, because it just means bad thing. It's like, because it's self-evident to most people that fascism is bad, but it's like, to actually like understand things, I think we have to break it down. And I think Nick Fuentes' rise is really symptomatic of what I would call like the boy who cried fascist. So, the story of the boy who cried wolf. It's like, oh, there's a wolf coming, but he's lying. And there isn't. And then when there actually is, the wolf comes and kills everybody because no one's listening. Well, that's how I view the rise of fascism. For a long time, people have been using the word fascism to describe anything right-wing. And then there's this tendency to also call anything fascist if it's right-wing and a little bit kind of populist. So if it has some economically left-coded ideas with right-wing ideas and any mix of authoritarianism, that's fascism all of a sudden. I think using this word so loosely, because people forget that this word was used to describe George W. Bush. It was used to describe Reagan even, which is crazy to think about. And even Trump, like, I think using it to describe Trump was always quite exaggerated. And doesn't mean there's not dangers in the Trump administration. Doesn't mean Trump's not probably the most authoritarian president since, give or take, I would say since Bush. Bush is pretty authoritarian, actually. So, it doesn't mean it's not bad, but like, I think because of this word of fascism has been used so loosely, it's lost its meaning for a lot of people. So you have a lot of people now embracing fascism, unironically. Like, it's funny because, I'm sure you've seen this on Instagram
Who called Bush fascist? When Bush was in office, there were all of the anti-war people who called him a fascist. And even since then, there's been a growing number of people who have called him fascist more and more. Obviously, the Iraq War and things like that happened are kind of, these are things that you could use the term fascism to describe, but I think it's harder to do that, because when we think of like authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic sort of groups, we're not really describing them doing this to like another country, right? We're more so thinking of the way that they treat their own citizens and the way that they go after their own citizens, and the authoritarian nature that they do that. Not that they like go and bomb people in another country and therefore it's taking away their rights. And so I don't think I would call Bush a fascist. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense.
Or whatever. Like, if you like any anti-Israel meme, you suddenly get fed all of these like Nazi memes, these anti-Semitic stuff. It's crazy. It like thinks that just because I have some slightly like what are considered right-coded by today's standards views and left-coded views plus anti-Israel, it starts feeding me all of these unironic memes from Nazi accounts.
Right, from people who self-identify as fascist, because when you use the term, when everyone's a fascist, no one is. It's syndrome. When everyone's super, no one is. And when everyone's fascist, no one is. And yeah, it's a problem. But why, like, in some sense, Tony, because I'm very practical, why not just fascism equals bad? That seems like a pretty useful definition. I mean,
I hate it when he does this. I fucking hate it when he does this. Fascism equals bad. Like, fascism does equal bad, but bad, like, bad is not the definition of fascism. So I think that's kind of what he's trying to say, is that anytime you think somebody's bad, you just call them a fascist, like Trump does when he calls Kamala Harris a fascist, right? He's just saying she's bad. That's all he's really saying. But that's because Trump's a fucking idiot. And when other people are talking about fascism, they're calling Trump a fascist. They're not just saying he's bad. They're talking about like this ultra-nationalistic, authoritarian nature where he is wanting to do everything almost in an autocratic way. And instead of using the branches of government in the way that they're meant to be used, he is trying to sign as many executive orders as possible and use as many emergency powers as possible and as many loopholes as possible to do things that the president ought not do and ought not have this unilateral control over the government and over its people. It is a drastically different way of looking at things than people who would call somebody like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden a fascist. It's a much more accurate way. I got to go grab some food real quick, so I'll let this play for a minute. Be right back.
You said most people know that fascism is self-evidently bad. And we're talking about the fascism of like Nazi Germany and Italy and all that shit and authoritarian regimes. And we can get into the detail of what that actually means. But like, what's wrong with just being fascist is bad? I say degenerate all the time. I have a word that generally means just bad. It's degenerate. So what's wrong with calling people fascist when you mean bad?
Well, I wouldn't really object to fascism being bad, but the thing is,
right? But using them interchange, like because people just call people fascist, they just mean person I don't like. What's wrong with that? Like, is that not useful politically in orienting people's?
Because fascism and other forms of authoritarianism arise due to very different circumstances. A lot of the time, they're different in character. It's also that you can't discern like who is a greater threat and who isn't. Sometimes it's a much more better tactic instead of, sometimes what's often not considered when it comes to politics is, what you're doing going to make your enemy worse or better? And a lot of people take this tactic of just opposing everyone on the right, or leftists or right-wing people will oppose everyone on the left. But what that often does is you fail to discern who's actually a bigger threat and who's more dangerous. And what that ends up doing is, like actual fascism can grow. I mean, also just like practical use, like when you do have a fascist threat, people won't take it seriously because people have been using it flippantly before. And if you use it to describe things that are just like kind of genuinely popular, like, I don't know, securing the border and being critical of globalism or nationalism itself, I mean, those are all very popular things, as you can see in the world zeitgeist at the moment. If you just keep calling that fascist, I mean, then a lot of people are probably just going to be like, okay, I guess I'm a fascist. I mean, that's how I became a socialist, you know? So I have socialist views, and part of that was due to me basically believing in social democratic policies in high school and having a conservative McCarthyite high school teacher who was like, oh yeah, this is a socialist in the class. This is a socialist in the class. So I was like, all right, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Someone calls you a label often enough.
You communist. In America, they wouldn't call you communist. And I remember they called Bernie Sanders a communist. They called Zoran Mamdani a communist. And it's like,
yeah.
Like, is this useful? Like, it's not. I think
yeah, right. Well, and
fascism are just Cold War scare words for the right and left.
Yeah, I agree. And if someone calls you or someone a name over and over again, you just start to you don't care and go, okay, fine. Call me socialist, call me fascist, because that's why I make the joke of, do you love your own family more than, someone else? Oh, you must be a fascist because you're prioritizing your own tribe or something like that. It's the same meme. Okay, well then, what is the most practical, politically pragmatic definition of fascism that people should be using who are, interested in politics, politically aware? Because you can go down to the absolute deep historical, super detailed definition, or you can do the fascism equals bad person definition. What is the key? What do you think is the most useful definition of fascism, and what are the characteristics of it?
Generally speaking, when it comes to understanding ideologies, I think it's quite simply the best approach to look at the people who explicitly espouse those ideologies and what they did. So when it comes to fascism, defining fascism, we could break it into three sort of parts. There's what is fascism based on what explicit avowed fascists said they wanted to do, said they believed in, and what they did in practice, because that's always important, like communism, for example, or Marxism, Leninism, because there's many different kind of communisms, which, Soviet style communism and whatnot. You have to look at what its advocates said and also what it did. What are the similarities of its regimes in power? And what the conditions are that arose it. So when we say, why not just talk about right-wing authoritarianism? Well, let's start off with some contradictions. So, what if I told you that Salazar in Portugal, who is a right-wing dictator who lasted a very long time.
It's my friend Jarrett's favorite Portuguese dictator of all time.
Oh boy. Well, he's not very popular in Portugal, I'll tell you that.
I know, I'm also joking.
Yeah.
Jarrett studies Portuguese history. He's not a fan of Salazar.
But he locked up fascists and actually crushed the fascist movement in Portugal. He's right beside Spain.
He's right beside what?
He was right beside Spain. I mean, Portugal is
sure,
geographically close to Spain.
Yeah, the Frankists or Franco.
Yeah, there's huge differences between these systems, right? So what is fascism and what makes it important? So first off, this idea that fascism is like the far right, communism is the furthest thing on the far left, these are not very accurate frameworks. Fascism is not conservative. That's another important thing. Fascism is not conservative. Fascism is a revolutionary ideology. And I don't think revolutionary inherently means good or bad,
Sure.
But it's a revolutionary ideology because its goal is not stability. It's complete and total transformation. Fascism, another characteristic of it, it has a total view of society. It wants to create society in the image of the ideology of its party. That is supposed to be the sole ruling party. So it believes in dictatorship, but not just any dictatorship, a dictatorship that shapes society itself. So that's why it often gets called totalitarianism. Because some people think that this is like a propagandistic word. I mean, Mussolini invented the word totalitarianism. He called it Stato totalitario, the total state. And part of that was that it was the idea that everything should be subordinated to the nation. Communism has I wouldn't say all communism, but definitely Marxism, Leninism, Bolshevism as it's called. Some people call it Stalinism. But that view, that communist tendency has a totalitarian component, as many people agree except them. because it does, while having very different goals from fascism, very different goals, it does seek to shape society through the ideology of the party. It wants to create what the party thinks is a communist society. It wants to socially engineer people. There's a lot of other similarities we could get to, but basically fascism is, some people call it paleogenetic ultranationalism because it's based on this return to a mythic society.
Sounds like a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah, I mean, like for texts, I would recommend for what are good fascism books. Roger Griffin is the most famous guy, but I would say the best one is simply for practical purposes. Eugene Weber's Varieties of Fascism.
What about Stanley Payne?
He's really good, and actually Stanley Payne's really good, but he's too long for most people to properly read because he's
I have Stanley Payne.
He's very long. Stanley Payne's books on Spain are excellent, actually. I've read a lot of his work on Spain, like his one on phalangism. But with Eugene Weber, it's just a shorter book, and it's also like looks at every fascist regime that's existed. So what's fascist regimes have existed? The first one was Mussolini's Italy. And you have Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany is a very different type of fascism, but it was explicitly inspired by it and explicitly was fascist. It's just a different sort of a very racialist sort. You had Catholic fascism in Spain with phalangism, which was then kind of contained and subordinated after its founder's death, Antonio Primo de Rivera. It was subordinated by General Franco, who merged the phalangists with a kind of moderate, very, very different Catholic right-wing faction that actually had stark disagreements. Fascists kind of are a little bit, fascists in Spain were phalangists. They often describe Franco kind of the way that like a lot of communists describe Stalin. Like sort of like a betrayer of the revolution. And
was Franco hardcore Catholic?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
But he wasn't, I mean, most of the real serious fascism scholars believe Franco's Spain wasn't really fascist. Like it basically co-opted fascism. It did horrible things. It did horrible things, as did like Pinochet, right? But these aren't like, in terms of the practice, he stopped trying to create a total state. And he opened up the economy. I mean, this is to like tourism and all of that. And ultimately didn't really care about socially engineering everyone in society to fit the fascist image. And fascists believe in the closed society, not the open society. So it's there's this huge differences. You got Hungary's Iron Guard. It was the Romania's Iron Guard. That was a fascist movement. You have the Arrow Cross in Hungary, which was kind of like a puppet regime installed by the Nazis. And you got the short-lived Austrian fascists. So you also got one in like Croatia, but these are not as important. For the big ones, what defines fascism is, I would say, this is what's controversial to a lot of leftists. It's a form of right-wing socialism.
Right-wing socialism?
Yes. Now, I mean...
You mean like MAGA communism? Donald Trump is a fascist.
Definitely not. But like with socialism, this is what's interesting about it.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to be going that long. I was making a taco salad. Oh shoot! I was making a taco salad and was trying to get everything in there, and then started to realize that like I needed to heat some of this stuff up, and ended up heating it up, but then wasn't happy with how heated up it was, and then had to heat it up again, and then once I got everything in there, then I was like, I should heat all of this up. Get some of the cheese melted on top, and so yeah, I had to give it multiple tries to get it right, but I so far I like generally everything that this guy's saying. Obviously, I disagree with him on whether or not Trump would fit this description, but everything that he's saying, like, I agree with what it is he's saying and the way that he's saying it, except for when he says, that fascism is a right-wing socialism. I have no idea what it is that he means by this. but that seems like a really weird way of saying it, because when you're talking about like socialism, you're talking about like an economic theory, and I don't know. Yeah, maybe he means like right-wing Marxism, possibly. But yeah, I have no idea what the fuck that means. Right-wing socialism.
It's a form of right-wing socialism.
Right-wing socialism.
Yes. Now, I mean,
you mean like MAGA communism? Donald Trump is a fascist.
Definitely not. But like with socialism, this is what's interesting about it. I mean, various groups have claimed socialism. Socialism is not owned by the Marxists. It's not owned by the anarchists. It's not owned by the social democrats. It's been used by all kind of people. Bismarck, coined the term National Socialism. He meant something very different from what Hitler was doing with Nazism, obviously. But it's socialist in that it has a collectivistic ideal, and an ideal that believes in like the common interests of the people, the Volk, right? What's interesting is that like while socialists who are of the more Marxist sort or of the anarcho-syndicalist sort, or just like kind of more worker-oriented socialists, Republican socialists for that matter, for example, I tend to lean on the Republican end. They believe in more like, ownership, self-management, the transfer of power. Essentially, they see socialism and democracy as the same thing, which is that democracy is just the balance of power between elites, a distribution of political power. Socialism is the distribution of economic power. In the 20th century, socialism got redefined to mean basically state ownership.
Fascism is third position authoritarian centrism. It's a super nuanced position. Don't expect people to understand that. I mean, the idea of third position is that it's not centrism, it's that it's off the spectrum. It's not on a right-wing, left-wing spectrum. And so third positionists are like the non-binaries of gender. That's them in politics, where they're not right-wing or left-wing. They're kind of off the spectrum because they are like chameleons to an extent, where they're willing. It's more about the mode of achieving your goals more than it is about the actual beliefs and the values. And so you're more so just finding ways to get things done, right? Authoritarianism, not like a right-wing thing. You just need to be authoritarian in order to get things done. Nationalism is a way of gathering the people and giving them a core identity so that that identity aligns with your authoritarian agenda. And so, yeah, that doesn't have to be right-wing. It is third positionists are they are like fascist socialists. Now, fascism does not need to be socialist in like its economic view. It does not have to have socialism as part of the ideals or part of the goals. But obviously Mussolini, growing up, was a big socialist and a big leftist. Moved away from that once he was getting into power. And then even Hitler used socialism as a part of his chameleon sort of way of gathering people, is using the term socialism to make people believe that this was something that he was going to be on board with, and then would adopt their rhetoric and their language to virtue signal to them and make them feel like they were part of the Nazi party as well. But it's fascism is always state capitalist. I found no exception. Well, there is a term that's called economic fascism, which is, I believe it's a technocracy. Economic fascism refers to a system where private property and business ownership exist, but are strictly controlled and directed by an authoritarian state to serve the national interest. This model involves a state-controlled market where the government dictates economic activity, often through partnership or syndicates, while suppressing labor unions and prioritizing national goals over individual economic freedom. This sounds like Georgism. Let's see. Is Georgism similar to economic fascism? No, Georgism is not similar to economic fascism. They are fundamentally different ideologies with opposing corporate. Okay. All right. All right, man.
Common ownership, which meant public ownership, which meant state ownership. So that was true not just for the fascist regimes, but that became true of a lot of social democracies. It became true of Bolshevism, ironically. Lenin did not see it that way. But Stalin, you know, when he collectivized all the farms, which was largely a war policy that he did in order to basically squeeze all the grain from the peasants so he could go sell it for artillery so he could fight the Germans and the British, which he thought were teaming up. He, you know, called that socialism largely as a way to legitimize that. And ever since then, the bureaucracy of the Soviet Union and all the other communist bureaucracies found it convenient to actually call themselves and say, like, this is what socialism is, just government control. Right? Kind of like how the Catholic Church, you know, back when it was the hegemonic power, it would say, oh, well, you know, it's bad. Merchants are bad because it's profit and we want everything to be held in common, which really meant
give it to us.
By the church. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't Roosevelt praise Mussolini, and didn't a lot of people compare Roosevelt's FDR or New Deal program and a lot of the New Deal policies to La Fascista?
So this is very crucial because fascism, when it first emerged, did not see itself as a right-wing phenomenon. In fact, it would often use the term neither left nor right. You see this used by Mussolini. You see it used by Oswald Mosley in England. You see it used by the French fascists, which never came to power either. And Hitler himself, although Hitlerian fascism comes more explicitly from the right. It comes from a lot of retired German army generals in the Freikorps and really disgruntled right-wingers who get further radicalized. In Italy, it comes largely from former socialists. Former communists even. And what is the root of that? You know, a large part of the origin of fascism in Italy is a result and a reaction to the internationalism of communism, the internationalist aspect of Bolshevism. This is really crucial because none of the leftists talk about this. People on the right often don't either, unless they're kind of being hyperbolic. Because that's the thing. You'll see this internationalism gets turned into a lot of weird conspiracies. But it begins in what was in the rational kernel of truth, which was that there was a Bolshevik idea of spreading revolution all across the world, communist revolution. Mussolini, you know, used to admire Lenin. In 1914, he said very positive things about Lenin. He said positive things about Lenin pretty much all the way up until 1918, when Lenin gave up parts of the Russian Empire in the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, which, by the way, also pissed off the other faction of the socialists and led to the Civil War. It's another interesting thing. So this internationalist current of Bolshevism, which was, it's all about it. It's all about the international revolution, not the national interest. This created huge divisions in the socialist movement, and this caused Mussolini also supported the First World War. Italy entering the First World War, which was not very popular with socialists because they thought, okay, it doesn't matter. All the imperialist powers are bad, so let's just oppose all of them, not side. Mussolini thought this was very unpatriotic and didn't like that. So, you have a bunch of people gravitate away from Bolshevism, but still like the socialist ideal. there's also a move away from class struggle. That's important. So while fascism is a form of socialism, it's one that is very divorced from class struggle. That it actually starts to see the project not as one in which you want the interests of the dominated classes to prevail, but rather just this kind of balance to quell the class conflict. So you see the fascists, they become strike breakers. They start, the black shirts, they start basically terrorizing unions. And they're largely youth organizations. Fascism, the great irony of fascism is it originated a lot like how Antifa did. So Antifa is largely a youth movement, and it's a street movement that goes and beats up fascists on the street.
By a bunch of dispossessed young men with nothing better to do at their time.
And fascism, fascism was that, a youth movement, like the black shirts at least, and they had the Hitler youth movement as well. Emerged largely as like this youth movement that was beating up a bunch of unionists on the street. So they were seen as kind of a nuisance by a lot of the ruling order, but part of the ruling order, including the King of Italy, started to see them as potentially useful in containing the socialist movement. So when
he was fucked up there. he fucked up there.
Came down to the disintegration and collapse of the socialist movement and the broader left and liberals. So you had a fracture of social democrats and liberals, then a split between the communists and socialists. Very complicated things happened in Italy. A big part of that is because the communists, especially the communists in Italy, side with the Russians. So they join the Communist International. And they believe in the International Revolution. They get seen by the other socialists as people who are doing no more than propagating Russian interests. And while it's easy to see that as a propaganda tactic, the fact is the Comintern, this idea of spreading the International Revolution, did get used by the Soviet Union to basically spread its influence. That's what it did. Like, that's how it conquered Eastern Europe, basically. And it also spread Soviet influence all across Africa to these sort of like regimes that called themselves Marxist-Leninists.
Yeah, right. The ultimate form of white European colonization was in the form of garbage Marxism that ruined the economies of many African nations.
And you could say, right, it's not like, at least they didn't create like, they didn't do like Bengal famine, genocide famine, but they did famines in their own countries. But like, there's all that disaster. But with Marxism-Leninism, I mean, even Mao actually called the Soviet Union imperialist. And the Soviet Union wanted to nuke China when it was getting too powerful, and actually asked the United States if it could do that.
To nuke China?
Yes, the Soviet Union and China were closer to going to war with each other than they were with the United States, which is
during the Cold War.
Yeah, during the Cold War. This is after like Khrushchev and Kennedy sort of like peace up, like after the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah.
So after that, it really become, and that's why U.S. teams up with China. Nixon meets with Mao and all that. They see it as a way to pit them against each other.
Interesting. Is this because China had a more like nationalist, like Han Chinese racialist view, or?
It had a very now it has a Han Chinese racialist view increasingly, but it didn't actually.
Under Mao, it was
It did have a nationalist. It did have Okay. This is another fact about so a lot of people, liberals and leftists, will say anything that's nationalist and socialist is fascist. I mean, all the Marxist-Leninist regimes, except the Soviet Union, which is a very unique, peculiar thing.
I don't know if what he just said is true. Stalin was in power in World War II, right? I'm not mixing my shit up. Okay. And Mao and Stalin, I'm pretty sure, got along. They had a close relationship. The relationship between Mao Zedong and Joseph Stalin was a complex one marked by a public alliance and private distrust. Initially, they signed the 1950 Sino-Soviet Treaty of friendship, alliance, and mutual assistance, a pact that created a united front against the West and secured Soviet economic and military aid for China. However, underlying this alliance were deep ideological disagreements and mutual political maneuvering, where Mao felt Stalin treated him as a subordinate. Tensions grew, particularly after Stalin's death. And, well, yes, okay, so after Stalin died, yes, because the next guy, I guess, is Khrushchev, I guess was his name. But yes, when after Stalin died, he said after the Cuban Missile Crisis, not in World War II. Oh, okay. Okay, because yeah, I was about to say that's Mao and Stalin got along the entire time, and yeah, they had like small issues here and there, but they got along really well. Mao like ran his entire country into the fucking ground because after Stalin died, Russia was trying to outpace the United States in production and wanted to have a better economy to prove that communism was actually better than capitalism. And Mao was like, fuck that shit. Like, Russia's not going to be able to do that before we do that. We're fucking China. We're going to do that before Russia does it. So they're not doing this shit. So that's where he came up with the Great Leap Forward, and that's what fucked him. But yeah, that was all after Stalin. So
now meets with Mao and all that. They see it as a way to pit them against each other.
Interesting. Is this because China had a more like nationalist, like Han Chinese racialist view, or?
It had a very, well, now it has a Han Chinese racialist view increasingly, but it didn't actually back
under
then.
Mao. It was
It did have a nationalist. It did have,
Okay.
This is another fact about so a lot of people, liberals and leftists, will say anything that's nationalist and socialist is fascist. I mean, all the Marxist-Leninist regimes, except the Soviet Union, which is a very unique, peculiar thing, were nationalists. So
Mao was very nationalistic relative to Stalin. Yeah, I get like compared to other communists maybe, but he didn't like nationalism. Mao literally came into power by fighting the longest war in I believe in history against the nationalists in China, and so he was not a fan of nationalism.
Socialism. So China comes out of the National Liberation Movement, Vietnam, anti-colonial National Liberation Movement, and a lot of the anti-colonial movements that the Soviet Union gives arms to in Africa, they're nationalist socialist movements. With that, the thing is, that's Soviet influence. To bring that back to Italy, though, so a lot of people...
and during the war where Mao is fighting against the nationalists, Russia is giving him all of his weapons and funding the entire time so that he's capable of fighting a war. So
trust this internationalism from the very beginning as just a form of Russian expansionism. And that caused, some people to just break from communism. They became nationalist social democrats. Then some people became fascists, right? In Italy, the ideology of the black shirts was seen as convenient for the ruling class to temporarily stop the rise of the union movement. I would say the left, the rise of communism, but also I would just say workers, because workers were very powerful in Italy, as they were in a lot of countries at the time. So what the fascists did when they took power is they subordinated the workers under one union, a state-controlled union. And they basically said that they were helping the interests of both the rich and poor. They did do things to actually kind of help the poor in some ways. They did also cut wages dramatically, did impose austerity. So they kind of ended up actually pissing off the ruling class in the longer term. They also pissed off the Catholic Church, which caused them to rename their whole country. Italy ended up being renamed to the Italian Social Republic after it started seeing the Catholic Church as something actually opposed to it. Because that's the thing. Fascist Italy had a totalitarian view. Like in many ways, Mussolini and the fascists adopted a similar view as the Bolsheviks, which is they want to create a total society of harmony. But they believed that class struggle was not the way, that they want to contain class struggle, and that it should be the nation first. But it was a totalitarian view, and that they wanted to subordinate everything to the nation. So society to them didn't have any value in itself. It had value only insofar as it serves the nation. And the nation was to be represented not by the people who elect the government and its coalitions, but by this party, and the party was the state, and the state is the people. This is what totalitarianism is.
And that's why FDR so admired Mussolini, because FDR was a raging Democrat who took 4 terms.
Earlier on. So he did earlier on. He turned against them. And so did John Dewey, who was one of the founders of modern progressivism. He also praised Mussolini because they saw it as something that would like keep aspects of Bolshevism, but essentially like contain, like keep aspects of the modernizing project that you could say was happening in Europe. Because that's the thing, fascism is a modernizing project, so is communism is a modernizing project. They were not anti-modern. It's why Julius Evola, right, who's a far-right thinker, actually ended up opposing Italian fascism later on because he thought it is too modern. It was too progressive, interestingly, right? And that's another thing. You got to see Italian fascism
because it was post-racial.
So Italian fascism wasn't the furthest thing on the social right. It was actually on the center between the left and the Catholic Church on social issues. That's how it saw itself anyway. So it was definitely to the right of Bolshevism, which, you know, earlier on believed in really crazy ideas. I mean, well, for its time and maybe for today's time too, it believed in ideas like less crazy for today's time. So it believed in full divorce rights, women's rights, but more controversially, and I think more disturbingly, was the abolition of the family, the collective child rearing. Yes, the Bolsheviks did experiment with that before realizing that that was a terrible idea and that quickly abandoned it. And then none of them, they all stopped doing that.
In Russia, they experimented with this?
Very earlier on, yes. In the early days of the Russian Revolution, they did collective child rearing. So did Mao, but except Mao was a little bit more less steal your kids, more like lets everyone be in collective canteens and stuff. With the Bolsheviks, they tried it, they abandoned it. Then Stalin basically realized, okay, you know what? Like the traditional values work better. We're just going to bring that back. And they kept that, except they lacked some things. Like they decriminalized abortion again after Stalin because they saw that people were having abortions anyway. So, yeah, it's complicated. But the real interesting thing is, you know, fascism and communism in practice is Bolshevism had this idea of all power to the workers' council. So it was supposed to be a dictatorship of the proletariat. It quickly became dictatorship of the party as you had the Civil War, and they used that as an excuse to build a dictatorship that it was supposed to be temporary and made it permanent. And the party became the dictatorship of the proletariat. The workers' councils existed, but is nothing more than really a safety valve. It's kind of like a rubber stamp to like approve the legislation of the Politburo, because if you didn't, you just kind of get disappeared out of nowhere. Because that's another thing. Imagine if Trump controlled the FBI fully, or the CIA fully, like he could just get them to like execute whoever he wants. Well, that's what a totalitarian regime is, right? It can do that. What's funny is that they also ended up subordinating the workers' unions all under one union, controlled by the state. And they said, oh, the collective interest, this whole people. Yet there was class struggle, but class struggle just got used to purge people who are like opposing power blocks, whether it be the kulaks who own their own farms, or whether it be just people who disagree. They would get deemed as having bourgeois ideology. They would get purged in the name of class struggle. But you still had the structure of everything controlled by the state. What's interesting is that fascism said it was going to do that from the very beginning. So in practice, fascism, Bolshevism created both totalitarian regimes with total state control of everything, except the fascists were cool with the capitalists up to a point. You know, they were cool with fascists as long as they obeyed the party. Kind of like China today. If you look at China today, they have very, flourishing capitalism. But if you go against the party or, challenge the party, you get Jack Mad. You get kind of a little talk, get disappeared and come back. So look, it's not hard to see why the ruling class kind of preferred fascism to Bolshevism in a lot of places. But a lot of people could see it very early on. Both of these things were very dangerous. And Mussolini, mind you, was not like racialist because Italy wasn't really a race. Italy isn't a race. Italy is a nation and is defined by the language of being Italian.
Yeah, and I talked about this before, that like a lot of Europeans, when people make a big deal today about like European European stock and, you know, European race and shit like that, like the Europeans they never like think that way. They had drastic differences from one group to another, and everybody was like, they didn't all consider themselves one group as white Europeans, but instead they were all like drastically different cultures and drastically different groups of people, who sometimes might get along better with some Indians or Asians than they would other European groups. And so the you know, the English versus the Nords versus the Scots versus the Irish versus, you know, all these different groups, they were drastically different and didn't think of themselves as all like, we're all white though. We're at least we're all white, you know, we're all kind of one people. They never really consider themselves one.
The language Italian, right? Because Italy includes people who are genetically actually extremely different, like southern Italy versus the north, who are closer to Austrians.
Sicily versus Lombardy versus Milan, all that, yeah.
So nationalism was seen as very unifying. Fascism and Phalangism in Spain was seen as largely a kind of totalitarian Catholic project, in the name of like Spanish culture being inherently Catholic. And unifying Spain also in response.
I'm confused about communism, though. I thought there's supposed to be no state or something like that. So that's Marxist communism. The Stalinism is different. or Leninism, sorry. Leninism, Stalinism. But yeah, Marx-Leninism is different, where it's a type of socialism that is, or communism that is meant to have like a state in power that is authoritarian. Now, there's competing thoughts on this because of what it is that different leaders said during communist reigns, like Mao and Lenin would talk about the fact that like they would call, you know, communist Russia or communist China because the Communist Party was the ruling party at the time. And so that's why they called it communist China or communist Russia. But technically, they would say, well, we're in our socialist phase right now, where we are the vanguard party that is coming in and starting to implement socialist policies so that eventually we can move towards a classless, stateless society. But it's going to be a lot more, you know, totalitarian in the meantime. Whether or not anybody actually believes that is a different story. Whether or not people actually think they wanted to do that is a total different story. And so it's, yeah, it's kind of nuanced because yeah, most of the time we would just call it communism. But it's yeah, not sure. Don't know.
On separatism in the Basque Country and in Catalonia, which they opposed. And if you look at Nazi Germany, what was very different about it is it kind of had a transracial project. So it believed in one like race that not just in one country, it believed in the Aryan race. It started off more talking about the German people, but when it was trying to define what the German people were, it had to come up with a myth. And that's the thing. Germans are also ethnically kind of all over the place, right? But the myth of the Nazis was much broader and strange. So it was this Aryan race, and they had to always redefine it. Like Nazi ideology is notoriously weird and filled with all kind of crazy myths.
Yeah.
Well, which is, yeah, why they talk about the blonde hair, blue eyes, which is not what Hitler was and not what most of his leadership was. They didn't have a whole lot of them with their blonde hair and blue eyes walking around. And then on top of that, I believe Hitler even had some Jewish genetics, right? Like he had Jews within his ancestry. So,
and very
most
pagan. and all that.
bizarre of all of them. But part of that was like, yeah, no, it was far more anti-Semitic. I mean, if you look at Italy, Mussolini.
when I first moved to Georgia, two of the first people that I met, there were these two kids that they had one kid that was my age, one kid that was my brother's age. And we went and met them and started hanging out with them a bunch. And they were German. They had just moved here from Germany. And so these kids, they spoke both English and German. And whenever their parents would come around, their parents didn't speak a lick of English. And their parents would always come around and they would speak German to their parents, but then English to us. And it was weird because we were like 9 years old and they would cuss like fucking sailors, bro. These little kids were cussing nonstop. It was the first time me and my brother had even heard a lot of these words. And they just used them very liberally, even around their parents. It didn't mean anything to them. It was very, very different. But they all had blonde hair and blue eyes. Like the whole family, they looked very Nordic. And they had really odd stuff because they brought over their German cars and stuff as well. And it was interesting because they had this one car where they had a lake behind the house and they literally drove the car into the lake and it floated. They would just drive the car into the lake and drive around in the lake for a little bit and then drive it right back up into the backyard and into the garage. It's freaking wild.
No problem with Jews until the Italians tried to go invade Africa and failed and needed the help of the Germans to build an alliance against the Soviets. And the Italians were so weak that the Germans ended up cuckolding them and told them to basically hand over their Jews. And that's what they did. By the way, you know, Stalin handed over a bunch of communists to Hitler during the brief little pact, the Nazi-Soviet pact.
Ribbentrop-Molotov or whatever it is.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes also really likes Stalin.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, we can come to that.
We come back to that later.
I mean,
just to tie that together,
please.
so it doesn't sound like a hodgepodge. So, like, because of where, like, you start to see these similarities, but the big difference is clearly in this kind of internationalism and in anti-capitalism. Bolshevism has like an anti-capitalism. You know, many people on the left distance themselves from Bolshevism or abandoned it, opposed to it. Most famously, George Orwell, a democratic socialist, because he saw that the bureaucracy just became the capitalist, the ruling class, in that their anti-capitalism was just an excuse for more concentration of power within the party. Fascists were cool with capitalists as long as they were subordinated to the party, and also they came to power in large part because of certain capitalists backing them. Like Mussolini, you know, as I said, was convenient for parts of the ruling class for him to temporarily quash the labor movement. In Germany, he was elected democratically, and there were like a lot of businesses that backed him. A lot who didn't, but a lot of industrialists did. Like Siemens is a famous, business that gave a lot of money to Hitler. A lot of wives of rich men gave money to Hitler. That's another interesting thing. It's like not clear as to whether the husbands knew or whether there was a way to do it indirectly. You know,
interesting.
But what Nazism? So like, if fascism in some sense is kind of a mirror of Bolshevism, right? In a response to it, what becomes of Nazism, it's kind of like a double-headed monster, because it adopts the mirror of the worst things in Bolshevism and the worst things in Western imperialism. By that, I mean mainly British and French colonialism, as well as American racial ideology. Because racial ideology, modern racism as we know it, is actually a very modern phenomenon. Like this idea of scientific differences between races, and races like whites, you know, like these are very newer constructs. You start to get this really scientific racism in England and France. It spreads into America. You know, progressives, by the way, totally end up embracing this. So like progressives embrace eugenics the hardest. Some people on the right were skeptical, not because they really cared about blacks all that much, but because they didn't believe in the science. It's a little funny detail. So when you get that, like Hitler, you know, in Mein Kampf really admires this aspect of like British colonialism. He admires that in the racial ideology and segregation in America. He kind of fuses like this totalitarian organization and discipline of the Bolshevik model, the secret police, which the Bolsheviks invented, as the Cheka and became the NKVD before the CIA was ever invented. As a modern deep state. Nazism adopts that and adopts that aspect of colonialism. So you get this regime type of totalitarianism, but a kind of imperial.
What is he even saying? So they're talking about whether or not MAGA is or Trump is fascist. And so he's kind of describing a bunch of different aspects of fascism and then talking about the way that they've aligned with different groups throughout history, like Bolsheviks or, the Nazi Party, Mussolini, talking about where they had similarities and kind of the different characteristics that we would look at. But then he's pointing to other groups and saying, while they might have this characteristic in a form, it's not the same as what we would consider to be a fascist characteristic. And so kind of explaining differences between those.
Thirst for ever more expansion that you
Never
have.
Sprom.
Yeah, and we know how that ended. I mean, they ended in Italy. I mean, they tried to colonize Africa and failed horribly. They tried to colonize parts of Eastern Europe and also, got defeated. And ultimately, they destroyed their nations. I mean, the amount of rebuilding they had to do. Germany would be like Vietnam if it wasn't built up by the Americans after, right? And in the case of Italy, I mean, Italy was built up by the Christian Democrats, who are social democrats, who are a little conservative, for the
Angela Merkel's.
Well, in Italy, they were actually much more left-wing in their economics, the Christian Democrats, yeah. But that's a different story. But yeah,
very much so.
That conquest, you saw it immediately, this constant drive to expand, and it's ultimately the fascism's most self-destructive aspect is its conquest. And you see it leak out today. I'll say this. Fascists often start off as saying that they're nationalists, that they're America first. But then you look at Nick Fuentes talk about Venezuela. He comes out in support of regime change in Venezuela. He says, "Well, it's our backyard. Why don't we just gobble all their oil and take it?" It's interesting. It really comes out. That's the thing. At the end of the day, about fascism, in its ultranationalism, it undermines the national project by undermining its.
I don't know if that's true. That is a very Candace Owens sort of thought process, because just the fact that they're going to be nationalist and maybe even isolationist to an extent doesn't mean that they're not imperialist whatsoever, and that they can still engage in imperialist projects while still being very nationalistic. Obviously, Hitler is somebody that is considered a nationalist. Nobody would say Hitler's not a nationalist, while the motherfucker is one of the most imperial people who have imperialist minds that has existed in recent history. He was obviously wanting to take over as much land as possible and kind of control everybody. So I don't think that means he's not a nationalist anymore.
Its own nation. Because imperialism often always undermines the nation. It creates overreach. It expands way too much. And then it starts to have, it impoverishes the people inside of it.
Well, I appreciate this historical overview, this deep dive. Must ask.
I know that was a lot. I know that was a lot. You didn't stop me, so
there's quite a bit. Well, maybe I tried. Let me ask.
He said they're not nationalists, but that imperialism undermines the nationalist project. Well, what he said was they start off claiming to be nationalist, but then they engage in imperialist projects. So if you say they start off claiming to be nationalists, you're saying at the start, that's what they say they are. But later you find out that's not the case, right? That's obviously the implication.
The real practical questions now. Tony, you and I agree as dark centrists. I'm a dark centrist. You're a dark centrist in behavior, but not name. The future is culturally right, economically left. That is the politics that the West should be moving towards. At least that's what I believe. I'm confirming if you believe that or not. What do you think? Because people will call that fascist. And the fascists kind of did do that, right? Like the National Socialists, right-wing culturally, left-wing economically. What is your understanding? What does it mean to be economically left, culturally right? What are the characteristics of that ideal type of politics, or practically ideal type of politics?
So first off, I think the zeitgeist, just irrespective of what we think, is moving culturally left, economically right.
Sure.
And see with the election of all these right-wing populist parties. I don't think
that literally sounds like the opposite of me, where like obviously I'm going to be a bit more culturally left, but like staunch capitalist. This is so yeah, pretty much like if you're culturally right but economically left, that just means that you're gay. That's pretty much all that means. It just means that you are 100% homo.
think all the right-wing populists, if not even most, are really fascism. It could devolve into fascism, and it could just devolve into just
chaos.
Period. So, like, what I think is the danger ultimately with right-wing populism and its limitation is that ultimately, like, the left-wing economics of it is not really genuine. I mean, if you look at what fascist regimes did in practice, you know, in Germany, you know, he did distribute land that which was popular. He did, you know, seize nationalized industries largely from Jewish people, and but what he did to his own German workforce is he ended up essentially imposing kind of like a proto form of ultra neoliberalism on steroids, which was like austerity to an extent that no Western power has ever done. Like, it's part of why they were as efficient as they were, as they basically like enslaved everyone. You know, like they made everyone work for scraps. And
sure, well, that's not the idea. Well, that's not the ideal. Right. So economically left would not be that.
Well, I'll say like part of why, if you don't actually have a genuine, because a genuine socialism has to begin with a workers movement, which workers, I just say I think I'm not a believer that workers are the only like important class. I think just producers, so workers, small business owners. I even think like highly paid technical skilled workers, people in the professional class. People who are basically not elites.
Yeah, people whose income comes from working rather than investments.
Exactly. Labor.
Right?
That's the thing.
Labor, not capital. Yeah, not investments.
That's basically the thing. So
and as society continues to stratify, you know, from a wealth inequality perspective, with the onset of AI and all that, we're going to need a more left-wing economic approach. And yeah, it's not the vulgar Marxism of just, well, you have to be a factory worker,
right,
you know, person. It's like, no, it's broader than that.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need that. But let's focus on the culture.
There's a reason why you need that, because if you don't, then you just have the socialism being decided at the mercy of the party in power, which often finds in its interest to actually just become a class of its own. And what it does is, instead of hand power to people, because it doesn't want to, because if you hand power to people, that means you have a more democratic society, which means less power for them. It's not in their interest. It's why all of these, you know, statist socialisms, all these dictatorial regimes, period, kind of end, you know, in either disaster or just controlled, like a caged, miserable stability. Like, and they can last only by placating the masses through temporary wealth. Like China, you know, right now happens to be doing well because it's growing economically, but you know, we also aren't talking about all the Chinese workers making our iPhones and all of the, you know, doing all the hard work. We only see the wealthier Chinese immigrants who come here and, you know,
yeah, right,
who are, you know, they're doing just fine. They're doing great. And they hold up the status quo. Or like Ba'athist regimes, these are also like statist socialisms.
You talking about Saddam Hussein?
Yeah, Saddam Hussein, Assad, Gaddafi, even, who was one of the better ones. But still, I mean, Gaddafi kind of was part of his own destruction. I mean, he handed over the nukes to the West because he collaborated with the West. He collaborated.
Yeah, listen, that's why Iran doesn't want to give up their nuclear program, because they saw Gaddafi do it, and it didn't work out for them. Well, hold on. Before
he collaborated with the West, he invaded Chad. But this is the thing: when it doesn't come from when socialism comes from the top down, what happens when populism comes from the top down, not from bottom up? What ends up happening is that the people at the top try to placate the masses by invading other countries. You know, so this is how they say, they promise,
right?
Oh, you'll get richer.
That's so good.
We'll invade the other country. Like, you know, Germany did this, Japan did this when invading China, which was very popular at the time. Or in Italy, they did this. And, you know, all the fucking Ba'athist regimes invaded various countries. This is an old tendency that is...
Okay.
Video by saying that I'm a little bit out of my depth here, considering the gravity of what I'm about to show you guys, but I'm going to try my best. With that out of the way, let's get a few basic facts straight. The date is September 10th, 2025. Charlie Kirk is shot and killed. Over the next few days...
over the last like 2 weeks, people keep telling me to watch this video, and they say that in the video, he actually talks to Tyler Robinson's like friends and actually gets like real inside scoops that are actually important, and that that this is actually really big. So people have asked me to watch it a bunch of times. I kept putting it off, so I got it on the list today. We're going to go over it.
Law enforcement and internet investigators pore over the available information to identify the killer. Eventually, they determine it to be Tyler Robinson, and they also realize that Tyler has a transgender romantic partner named Lance Twiggs.
No!
Tyler is arrested, Lance cooperates with the police, and then disappears from the public eye. 13 days later, I released a video going over all of the publicly available information about Tyler and Lance. Articles, witness testimony, Lance's TikTok and Reddit accounts, and I thought that was it. But then I received a message. This message was from a third party who was close to both of them and remained in contact for 6 years up until the attack took place. They reached out to me providing never-before-seen information on the lead-up to what happened. To my knowledge, the only other people who have this are the FBI. Now, as I go over this information, you'll notice that some of it is redacted, but I've redacted it myself with the exclusive intention to preserve the anonymity of both this person and other people who are named, who have nothing to do with Tyler's crime. Now keep in mind, these claims are being made by an anonymous leaker. There could be more to certain events that we're simply not aware of, and other details that may explain more of the story. Additionally, some of this video is my opinion and should be treated as such, but I've done my best to provide you all with the information I'm able to share to the extent it can be verified. In his first message to me, this person said, "Hello, I just watched your video on the Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler and thought you did a good job. I happen to know Tyler and Lance in real life. I don't take a lot of pictures, so I can't prove it very well, but I am in Discord servers where both of them are, including the one where Tyler posted his confession. I have some pictures of the apartment and some stories I can tell." There were 2 pictures attached underneath. One of Tyler's confession in the Discord chat that matched the ones published by Ken Klippenstein, which were then republished by every major news outlet. The other picture is a completely original photo of local police at Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs' place, taken from across the street. For the sake of verification, he later also provided me with archives of the 3 Discord servers they shared, which I'll eventually go over the relevant parts of. Once this person's identity was verified, he proceeded to tell me about the state of Tyler and Lance's living space. The apartment would drastically shift from clean to super dirty, depending on the state of Lance's mood. I don't have too many pictures of most of the mess, but basically, he'd start living in the living room and just start turning it into his nest. After the first roommate moved out, and right after Tyler moved in like 2 weeks later, Lance had a really big breakdown. The living room went from a place guests came over to something that had to be hid. People still came over, but everyone got weirded out by all the trash. He basically had layers of wires, random Temu trinkets, decorations, random art projects, clothes, and empty alcohol containers everywhere. And if anyone touched it, he would get livid. One friend got banned from the apartment for a while because he kept touching the Temu trinkets. I wish I still had pictures, but I felt sort of guilty and deleted them since I knew Lance wasn't in the right state of mind. For context, I've been playing games with Lance and Tyler for like 6 years. I count myself kind of close to them, but I was trying to separate them from myself because being around them wasn't good for me. I say them, but Tyler was always level-headed and easygoing. But Lance could be anywhere from too depressed to talk to manic, wide-eyed, crazy person. I'll take a brief moment here to comment on the fact that in my original video, this is more or less the impression that I had, judging exclusively from Lance's more significant and expressive online presence relative to Tyler's almost non-existent digital paper trail. From Lance's Reddit account and the things his family members had to say about him, he clearly was more outspoken and in some ways unstable. There were Reddit posts of his mentioning being at odds with his family to the point of being kicked out, and he had also discussed a lot of substance abuse issues, which are a far cry from the quiet, even if uneasy relationship that Tyler seemed to have with his family. What was completely unknown, and as far as I know hasn't been published anywhere, is this combination of hoarding and mania that this person describes Lance as exhibiting. The messages continue. During this first nest phase, Lance started working very rarely. He worked with his dad for a tub repair company. They'd either repair tubs or install them at construction sites. But when Lance was super depressed or just too manic, he'd take the day off and hit his THC vape, drink, and scroll reels. Anyway, 2 weeks before Lance's first nest phase, when the apartment was mostly normal, Tyler moved in with Lance because he just dropped out of college and was tired of living with his parents. He had been working with his dad at a stone cutting business where they'd install countertops. Tyler was kind of your normal blue-collar Utah guy. Most conversations with him, he'd talk hunting, camping, gaming, and he loved to talk about fishing. Now, first off, the combination of depressants with cognitive stimulants are leading factors to severe anxiety, paranoia, depression, and even psychosis. And that's without mentioning the documented connection between weed and schizophrenia. Obviously, as I assume most of you know, weed basically has 2 components, THC and CBD.
Well, not just that, but like people who are trans tend to have other types of psychological disorders as well. So if you have gender dysphoria, you also likely have something else. I think it's something like 17% of people who have gender dysphoria also have autism, which is the highest rate that any mental disorder has mixed with autism, then there's a number of depression, I guess, yeah, depression disorders that you'll likely have if you have gender dysphoria. And so there are, and I think, yes, even drug abuse also becomes likely when you have these sorts of issues in the first place, like gender dysphoria and depression and autism and all of these other things. So, yes, it becomes pretty common to have a bunch of social issues.
CBD. CBD is not psychoactive, and it's often associated with treatments for anxiety, pain, and inflammation. Meanwhile, THC is psychoactive, and despite it also having some therapeutic uses in the treatment of nausea and side effects of chemotherapy, THC is the component of marijuana that's associated with symptoms like paranoia, psychosis, and, like previously mentioned, schizophrenia. Now, obviously, the vast majority of stoners or casual smokers are not exhibiting these symptoms. This is not a typical thing, but in certain people who are predisposed, THC can absolutely trigger a sort of psychotic meltdown, or it can compound with other mental health issues to make them just much, much worse. In Lance's case, it sounds like he was using way too much pot, while simultaneously drinking heavily and scrolling reels. If there's any way someone can derive psychosis and mania from first principles, this is definitely up there. Now, in my original video about this topic, I mentioned that there were two specific periods of change for Lance, and Tyler by extension. The first was 2020, when the pandemic hit, locking everyone inside their houses and apartments, and therefore driving them to spend a lot more time on the old computer. And as the Discord logs are going to show later, it's probably when Lance and Tyler started to communicate the most frequently, even if they were already gaming and talking prior. The second period was during 2024, which is when Tyler moved into the apartment with Lance. And as their anonymous peer here is saying, within 2 weeks of Tyler being there, Lance began his nest phase, as he puts it. Funnily enough, the one other instance I've ever heard of making a nest in your living room comes from Theo Vaughn talking about what he did during binges of the white dust kind of stimulant, if you know what I mean.
I remember that. I'll make a nest in my living room, dude. Boy.
And more than anything else you can think of.
Turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'll be out on your own porch, you know?
Oh, I've known tweakers to do this sort of thing. Oh yes. I've known tweakers to do this sort of thing where, yes, they will post up somewhere, especially they got to be close to a window. They got to be close to a window somewhere, and they will post up there and just have everything just kind of moved, and the furniture is all chaotic and moved all around. There's like blankets and like forts built, and every half the fucking shit is taken apart, and there's wires sticking out of everything, and there's batteries all over the place, and there's just like everything is just kind of all over the place. Show us your nest, Tom. This is my nest. This is it. This is what it looks like, with a bunch of Red Bull cans all over the place, just sitting all around. Lots of Dr. Pepper. That's it.
While this description is obviously played up in its context, it's actually a pretty common experience to start hoarding while in states of paranoid mania, which is what Lance appeared to be going through. From his Reddit history, we know that Lance used to be a big fan of Jordan Peterson, who is widely known as the clean your room guy, repeatedly harping on how your living space reflects your psyche. If this leaker is telling the truth, then it would make sense that as Lance's mental state deteriorated, so did the physical space around him. With all of that information regarding Lance being corroborated by these messages, we also have the reveal that Tyler had dropped out of college and decided of his own volition to move out. In my original video, we had the information that he was in an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. But based on these messages, it seems he dropped out and was just working at a masonry business with his dad. Again, this matches the picture of Tyler that one can derive from all of the testimonies regarding what kind of person he was. So after about 5 years or so of being friends with Lance, he decides to move in with him. But at this point, there's no sign that the two are engaged in a romantic relationship. Their peer continues. I felt super bad when he first moved in with Lance because it was normal for like 2 weeks, and then Lance went nuts, and the entire downstairs just became his nest. He'd be doing experiments in the kitchen, which were mostly just growing mold in Tupperware mugs, and the kettle with random Temu trinkets and rocks submerged in them. Every once in a while, I'd try to have a talk with Lance and try to get him to realize he needed help without making him go ballistic. Now, this is actually bizarre. One of the things I didn't pay that much attention to in my first video about this was that Lance made 2 posts regarding growing fungi, one of them in r/mushroom growers, and another one of them in r/shrooms. However, they were very brief non sequiturs that didn't at all give the impression of how deeply invested Lance was into growing mushrooms, which apparently he was, at least during his episodes. The interest in mushrooms peaking when Lance is at his craziest reminds me of the Cult of the Lamb cordyceps that takes over one of the characters and makes him want to grow more mushrooms. This is extremely strange behavior, but my personal autism aside, the messages continue. I'm not going to say it was all just him being insane. His mom is super Mormon and also kind of crazy, so there's that. And all of the drugs: weed, LSD, shrooms, DMT, and I think he said Molly, but I'm not sure. Also, alcoholic levels of alcohol. Lance has always been a little weird and quirky, but never really crazy. He was constantly arguing with his mom every time he saw her, and then ranting about Republicans and Mormons when he got home. I'd sometimes talk with him for like 4 hours of him just ranting about his mom and family. He really hates Mormons. Also, at the time, politically, Lance and I would both probably describe ourselves as libertarian, and Tyler was very apolitical. On his Reddit account, there is one relatively old post about Lance having substance abuse problems, and you could assume that due to him no longer posting about it, he no longer struggled with it. Apparently, it was the opposite, as over time, it only got worse. And it's really the mention here of DMT that stands out to me. While the other drugs are bad enough and can permanently damage your brain, especially in combination with each other, even people who like DMT will tell you about how careful you have to be about using it, even if you try your best to do it in a therapeutic setting. But clearly, Lance was in no state of mind to manage his substance intake in any way that resembled healthy. It almost freaks me out how easily someone like Lance could get his hands on that kind of thing, despite being completely out of
So the trans kid was libertarian? I think all trans kids start off as libertarians. I'm pretty sure that is the first step to becoming trans, is being libertarian. Second step, becoming ANCAP. Third step, chopping your dick off.
his mind for months on end. This set of messages also confirm another suspicion of mine expressed in the first video. Prior to 2024, neither Lance nor Tyler were particularly political, as they only ever expressed opinions that could be loosely classified as socially liberal, which most young Zoomers are by default anyway. However, this changed suddenly and drastically during the year that they lived together. He had his nest phase for probably 3 to 4 months before he sort of went back to normal. But at the tail end of his nest phase, after we had both talked for a while, he told me he was trans and that it wouldn't change anything.
Is Fad still here? I don't know if Fad's still here, but Coma and Fad, the two of you remind me of each other. You guys, I don't know. Coma, you haven't been around in like, I don't know, like 2 years, maybe 2.5 years, something like that. Maybe 3 years, actually. Yeah, no, it's been closer to like 3.5 years. Yeah, 3.5 to 4 years. Yeah. Yeah, you disappeared around like the middle of, beginning of 2023, I believe. Yeah, I don't watch political stuff lately. You don't watch Politically Provoked or any of them anymore? No Linux first. The Linux is the outcome of being trans.
And that I could even use whatever pronouns, and he wouldn't care. Over the next week and a half, the living room got dismantled. He vacuumed and cleaned the kitchen a bit, but he still kept one mold experiment outside for some reason. It was kind of relieving to not see so much trash lying around. We weren't allowed to toss even the most mundane trash like napkins and Taco Bell sauce packets, which there was an entire drawer of, so seeing all the cans and bottles disappear was super nice. Whenever we came over, people commented on how it's nice that we could hang out without being scared of accidentally touching trash or a trinket and having Lance freak out. We'd have a mostly weekly Magic the Gathering night at the apartment where everyone would come drink.
Wait, are they saying that to Lance? Like when they keep saying stuff like this, I wonder, like, where is Lance when you guys do this and say this? Like, is he just standing there and you guys are like, thank goodness I don't have your trash all over me today?
get high, and play Magic. Lance started attending again after he became mostly normal. It's interesting to see that him identifying as trans came while he was in his nesting phase, but he maintained it after it had ended. It does startle me a bit how basically all of Lance's friend group, who frequently visited Lance and Tyler's house, just kind of tolerated this going on for months. I have no idea how it's possible to put up with a situation so clearly deranged for that long, but hey, different strokes for different folks. Now, it's this next set of messages that I find really interesting. Between all of his turns while playing Magic, Lance would go hang out with Tyler, and we'd have to call him to the tables every time it was his turn. One of my gym buddies was the first to pick up on Tyler and Lance being really close. I was in denial for months because I thought Tyler was straight, and also I kind of did not want it to be true. Eventually, I kind of snapped out of it like the nth time I saw them asleep, cuddling on the couch. I kind of didn't think too much of it since Lance would get super cuddly every time he got drunk, which is how I think they got together, because I'm pretty sure Tyler was a virgin when he moved in, so probably when Lance was in the cuddly mood, probably something happened, but that's just my guess. This is where a lot of things start clicking together. Tyler, an introverted gamer who, as far as anyone could tell, had no prior relationships of any significance.
It's so funny. Every time they show him in this picture, he looks gangster as fuck. But then when they show him in like every other picture, he looks just like a regular nerdy, like, you know, flyover state sort of good old boy. But every time they show him here, he looks like a fucking badass. He looks like he should be in a a G Unit music video.
Spent 4 months living with his best friend, Lance, who apparently got overly cuddly with everyone while drunk, and simultaneously had the proclivity to drink too often. It's not surprising that this was the outcome of a touch-starved virgin gamer living in the same house as a touchy-feely, seemingly manic trans person. However, a while after Lance had mostly gone back to normal, things started to intensify again. I started noticing changes in Lance's political views as the presidential election got—
Is that what that is? It's an anti-suicide vest? G-Unit. That why is it, and how does the vest stop you from committing suicide?
closer. He amped up the complaints of old people staring at him, which probably was because he dressed like a stoner and not because he was female presenting, because all he did in that department was grow out his hair and wear mascara every once in a while. He also hated that the construction workers would misgender him, which I thought was weird since he said he was fine with any pronoun. Tyler wouldn't really get political until after the election. He'd sometimes just casually bring up the latest thing Trump had done and complain about what it'd do to the country, but in a very level-headed way. Before the election, Lance's friend group was the quirky LGBT group with a lot of mental illnesses. Not saying the two are linked, but that's how my friends knew them. They're the people who are in Lance's server for the most part. After the election, they became a lot more political, but not to an extremist level. By this point, I could safely say Lance and Tyler were some flavor of left-wing, while I'd become tired of politics and mostly apolitical, but never anything I thought was like dangerous. At some point, they told me about their relationship and were pretty open about it after that. It became very uncomfortable for me because while I don't think of myself as homophobic, seeing two dudes constantly make out was a bit much. Also, since Lance's room was always super messy, they would bang in Tyler's room, and I didn't like hearing it. I cannot imagine how much it sucked to be in this guy's shoes. While this is a bit out of character for Tyler, who's been consistently described—
I mean, look, it's uncomfortable even if you're a guy and you have a guy roommate and you hear your guy roommate having sex with girls, or a girl roommate who's having sex with guys. Like, even that's awkward enough, and that's uncomfortable. Then to have two guys that you've been friends with for a long time who are having sex with each other and you know, making a lot of, that would I could understand how that would be uncomfortable.
Described as reserved, it does match Lance's behavior of being overly transparent and letting other people, even people who randomly visited him, see into his intimate life to a point where it's concerning. It's also fitting that Lance's pre-existent paranoid behaviors were now manifesting in correlation to his gender, as despite not being particularly female presenting or being concerned with being seen and treated as a woman, he still took issue with anyone who perceived him as a man. People who are paranoid often assume others look upon them negatively, no matter how asinine the reason may be. Clearly, Lance's mental state—
As a man. Wait, I thought that he was upset with being misgendered as a woman because he was wearing nail polish and makeup and had long hair, that was making people call him a woman. They didn't say. So when they just said misgendered, I thought, weird.
state was deteriorating, and whether intentionally or not, he was dragging Tyler along with him. And this became increasingly transparent over time. Their mutual acquaintance continues.
Smell it?
Lance
Wow.
started becoming more and more erratic again until at the end.
Why would you be able to smell it? It's two guys. What is one of them going to be on their fucking period or something?
End of December, he just had another nuclear meltdown after having another argument. Also, a couple months before, we noticed Lance had been growing breasts and said that he'd been taking black market HRT, which I do not know what that entailed, but I think it was making him very erratic. So he basically...
Ugh. Yeah, black market HRT, no bueno, homies. This is something that we've talked about a bunch on this channel, especially years ago, because we were going over the fact that Keffels was promoting bathtub HRT at the time, and that she was like promoting websites to minors for people where their parents didn't want them to transition. She would promote websites where they would sell bathtub HRT, and there's literally debates. Like, we can go find, there's people who went on to Destiny's, because Destiny ended up talking about this as well, showing that, like, yeah, this girl was promoting bathtub HRT. This is fucking wild. And there were these trans people who started calling into Destiny's show who were friends with Keffel, saying, no, bathtub HRT, it's super easy to make, man. It's all just over-the-counter stuff. So, like, it's not dangerous. You guys are making way too big of a deal about nothing. Like, it's just real simple stuff. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, even some doctors will tell you that it's just a lot cheaper to go get bathtub HRT than it is to, buy the real medication, because, big pharma makes everything too expensive these days. And so it's not that big of a deal at all. And I remember listening to this and thinking, that's interesting. I have a hard time believing any of that's fucking true. That sounds insane. But just clean your tub first, bro. That's it. That's all. You just got to get the fucking hair out before you do it. That's it. That's the only real difference. Just make sure you get the pee off the bottom first. My doctor told me stimulants were too expensive and suggested I just take meth. Yeah. My doctor told me that I shouldn't have to. Painkillers, OxyContin, it all become too expensive. I just need to go get a fucking needle and some heroin and get the job done. It's fucking insane, bro. It's actually insane, because there's so many, like, truly, there are like crazy stories from trans people talking about them going to their doctors, and their doctors don't actually know anything about gender dysphoria, and that, like, their doctors are always like telling them, like, here, just read this pamphlet, like, blah blah blah, and they would read the stuff and then come back and ask questions about it, and then the doctors would be like, oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know anything about that shit. Like, I don't know, man. Go ask somebody else. Like, so I don't know. I don't know how much of this shit's true.
He shut down for like 2 weeks, not talking, just hitting his vapes in the living room in the dark. So here we have the mention of possibly one of the most concerning details about what kind of substances Lance was on at this point in time. Taking synthetic hormones of any kind, whether the kind and quantity your body already produces or not, is extremely dangerous and can cause pretty much every kind of health issue imaginable, including mental. Even if you're a guy and you take just a little bit of testosterone, you can suffer all kinds of side effects. So obviously, in Lance's case, the risks are much greater by default, and it's made exponentially more dangerous given the circumstances. This is someone who has proven himself to be delusional, chronically sleep deprived, and prone to overdoing substances. Why
is this all about Lance? Because it sounds like, again, like a large part of the theory is that Tyler did this stuff because of Lance or for Lance or something like that. And that, like, his relationship with Lance had radicalized him over time, that this was something. Also, I just want to claim a real quick W. I just remembered the friend did just say that they had both become obviously left-wing and more openly left-wing with their politics as he became more apolitical. So I just want to take that dub real quick. I just want to grab that massive dub real quick just for a second. I don't want to make too big of a deal about me being completely right the entire time, and I win, you lose, suck it. I'll make a graphic for this later, and we'll talk a little bit more about it then.
Simply no chance he was mentally well enough to manage and administer dosages of any kind, let alone procure or produce untainted bathtub HRT. While studies on this stuff are hard to come by, there have been a few documented cases of people in similar situations to Lance. For example, there's one case of a person in their early 20s with a history of depression and psychosis who self-induced drug intoxication via HRT, which led to a worsening of their psychosis and all of their other psychiatric disorders. Uncoincidentally, this is when Lance becomes.
Why are we talking about Tyler Robinson? Shouldn't we be talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination? Okay.
More unhinged than ever before, as his peer continues to allege. I thought he kind of started going back to normal after that because he started talking again, but I was so wrong.
Yeah, my bad. We should be talking like what? Yeah, why are we talking about this guy? Like what does this have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Like, can we get back to Israel now, please? Can we what the fuck does this have to do with Netanyahu? Holy shit.
Another magic night at the end of January, so even though Lance wasn't completely fine, I just kind of did it to test the waters. I should have guessed because the nest was starting to form again. He was watching Doctor Who in the living room, and so I thought if he was just doing that, he'd be fine. But people started to show up and talk before we started, and he just started yelling at us from the other room to shut up, which we thought was a joke since this was standard magic night procedure. He yelled again, and then we got quiet until enough people showed up to start a game. During the game, one of my more autistic friends started to bring up transgenders in sports. He literally couldn't get any further than those 2 words before Lance yelled at him to shut up from the other room. And to everyone's amazement, he tried to bring it up like 3 more times.
It's like, what the fuck? Like, when are you guys gonna shut the fuck up?
In rapid succession, being shouted down literally not even a second after he started his sentence every time. It became a very awkward game. It's pretty funny to think back on now. Bro could not take a hint. After that, more people showed up, and we started having 2 games going, and the mood mostly stabilized, and Lance just came in with sort of a loopy grin and a bottle of something. I'll summarize this part briefly since this person goes into a bit of detail about what happened, but Lance proceeded to throw this guy's extra rare magic cards around to try and get his attention, and afterwards, he went upstairs, at which point everyone started hearing loud thumping. Apparently, Lance had gone into a temper tantrum so intense that he was literally thrashing around on the floor, which hopefully was just a tantrum and not some kind of seizure, because at this point, Lance is really a prime candidate for that to happen. Their peer continues. After that, Lance went mental. I'd get to Lance and Tyler's place, and he'd be super wide-eyed with either a loopy grin or a rictus grin like the Joker, depending on his mood.
Again, a lot of this is common with just being trans. Like, having gender dysphoria, substance abuse, it becomes a very common thing. Like, a lot of these things have a lot of overlap. So when we talk about like, somebody having gender dysphoria, it's likely that they're going to have some sort of depression and that they're going to struggle with, not having a gender identity or a gender expression or whatever that aligns with their biological sex, and that they're going to end up struggling with a lot of this shit. And then on top of that, they're likely going to end up like finding ways to cope with that, which is commonly with things like alcohol and drugs and shit like that. And that these are going to cause more problems. And then especially if they have any other sort of mental illnesses like, BPD, bipolar, anything like that. This is the drugs and alcohol and substance abuse issues are going to just exacerbate any other sort of comorbidities that exist. So this is a very common part of the trans experience. This is something that you hear from lots of people when it comes to early in their transitions, is that they go through these like kind of manic phases where they're on and off drugs and just kind of having control issues. My anti-Charlie Kirk, was he not your brand of Republican? Did I go more left? I guess I like I feel like the Republican Party's gone more right, and so I feel like I'm still kind of in the same area, but yeah, definitely. Like I feel like Charlie Kirk has gone farther towards the like MAGA sensationalist sort of, a content creator area that I was always obviously always against, and that I did not like Trump, I did not like MAGA, I did not like any of those motherfuckers, and so I think that the Republican Party has just kind of lost their fucking shit, and that anybody who was more neocon, like, the Lincoln Project is the neocons who are fighting against the Trump administration. Those are, yes, more so my sort of people, but that sort of Republican does not exist anymore. And so we're all just Democrats now. Well, he lost the Groyper War, but he was always MAGA. Kind of. Like, he was one of those early on with Donald Trump who would say things like, oh, yeah, like Trump, he's not perfect and he's got his issues. And, I don't like that he did this. I don't like that he said that. I don't like that he's like, he doesn't talk like a Christian. He doesn't act like a Christian, that he doesn't say this. Like, he was one of those more so early on that at least made me feel like he was a bit more honest and, uh, really cared about his values and principles. But yeah, I felt like that was lost more and more the longer that the Trump administration went on. And especially after Trump's first term was over, everybody kind of went full cultist after that. So that was that for me. Yeah, definitely not. But even before that, like, during Trump's first term, uh, I had a bunch of issues with the way that, like, Charlie talked about BLM and the kind of like dumb propaganda that he put out about it. And so, yeah, I had issues with Charlie for a long time.
Mood. The nest came back full force, and Lance started living downstairs full time again. This is a picture of a kind of cleaned up version. Imagine this type of mess, but denser and all over the living room and kitchen counters. He started playing on his DS and drawing stuff in, I think, PitchoChat, and scribbling it all out while giggling with the wide-eyed Joker smile. He'd either be doing this, or his experiments, or talking with ChatGPT day in and day out. He hardly ever slept. The experiments got scarier too, like jugs of water with a whisk full of aluminum foil that had 2 copper wires coming out of them. The water was clear one day, and at some point, I think the wires got plugged into the outlet because the water turned brown and the aluminum foil was pretty burnt. He also started leaving little papers around the house that he had scribbled on while doing that giggling thing. It's at this point that our leaker here sent an extensive set of pictures he'd taken of the state of the apartment and the notes Lance left around. First is an image of their magic table, completely vandalized with garbage that mostly resembles electrical stuff, which is odd because Tyler was the one in an electrical apprenticeship program, not—
Bro, he's a meth head. This is exactly what I described earlier. This is exactly what I described earlier. He's a fucking meth head. I said earlier that, like, what they do is that they'll go and just take everything apart and then try to put it back together, or they'll take everything apart and then start like mixing things. They'll like, what if I could turn a television into a clock? And I can just take all the pieces out of the clock and put it inside of the television. And then now you have a visual representation of the time. Like, that's the sort of shit that meth heads will do all the time. So they'll just go and take everything apart and do this sort of thing. Yeah, this is meth. Very, very methy. Yes, this is a telltale sign. Yeah, this is almost exactly what I described earlier when we were talking about meth, when we were talking about building a nest and shit like that. I would assume he's close to a window here. You got to be close to a window. They always got to be close to a fucking window. And that's kind of big part of it.
Lance. In the background, we can see what looks to be some kind of aquarium or big glass container with rocks in it, which may be the mold experiments mentioned in the messages. Underneath it is what looks to be a package for a rock tumbler, which makes sense given that Tyler occasionally did masonry with his dad. But it's when we move to what's actually on the table that things get increasingly bizarre. And we have isolated pictures of all of the particularly interesting items. I'm gonna say right now that I'm actually a specialist.
I can't tell what anything is. I can't tell what anything is. Like, I have no idea what any of that is. Any of this. Yeah, there's an aquarium back there. It's not this would not be used as an aquarium though. This would be used for like a lizard. And it does look like this right here is normally what the lizard would hide under. And so it's like a rock for the lizard to hide under there, or a snake or something like that. But and then this is where you would put their water and shit like that, is in this little bowl here. The rest of this, though, I have no fucking idea, because there's not like electrical ties, or like I can't think of the word, but like the twisters, there's like nothing to actually power anything. There's not any sort of motors here. There's nothing to like connect any of the fucking wires. So I don't. Yeah, it's a terrarium. Yeah. No, Tom, it's an aquarium. It's all water. No, it's not. That is not all water. There's no fucking water in there. And this light on top is a terrarium light. There's this stuff sitting on the bottom. There's sand around it. There's a rock there. There's a thing there for water. There is not water in there. I have a tank right there with a light on it, with water in it, with fish in it, and rocks in it, and all of that stuff. And though you do need heat lamps for tropical fish. No, not heat lamps. No, you don't get heat lamps for fish. No, you get a heater. You get a heater. So you have it's like a stick that goes into the water, and then you set it to a certain temperature, and it keeps the water at a certain temperature. But you don't use a heat lamp, because heat lamps will cause algae buildups within the water. So you have to use very specific types of lamps if you don't want it to build up the algae. But this is what they look like. So this is a heater for an aquarium, like this. Up top, you set the temperature up here, and then this is where you can see how hot it is. And these are all the coils inside of it that heat up to keep the water hot. UV lamps. So even a UV lamp would not look like that. So even a UV light. So they'll have like LED lights of different colors all across the top. And they're normally long, like this thin, and then long ways, to where you set them on top, like this. And so you set these on top of the tank so that it can put light in, but it's still not going to be that. Whereas if we look for a Terraria light, it's gonna look like what he had. Like this. Or like this. So like a lizard or a snake.
All of the particularly interesting items. I'm going to say right now that I'm actually a specialist in literally nothing, so this is just going to be me trying to interpret these to the best of my abilities, and the screenshots I'll be looking at will be made available in the description.
Well, yes, I've raised and bred tropical fish for a long time. And then I've had many different tanks. I currently, right now, in my house, have 6 fish tanks. One of them's 55 gallon, I got a 35 gallon, and then I have a number of 20 gallons and 10 gallons. So I have a lot of tanks, and I used to breed them, separate them into different tanks, and then have some that were just like show tanks that I would keep. And yeah, I've done a lot of fishing.
Description for those of you who want to take a look for yourself and see if you can extract some sense out of the madness of Lance's post-it notes. The first one we'll go over is this one, which contains a set of spiral-like scribbles.
Fish reveal when? Oh, I've posted a ton of stuff in Discord about my fish. If you're in the Discord, there is a pet section, pics of pets, and yeah, if you go in there, you can find a lot of pictures of my fish there.
That may be disconnected attempts at making the Glock logo, given the squared spiral G and the word lock near it. Right above this,
yeah, I love cichlids. South American cichlids are my favorite. I've had African cichlids, never been a huge fan of Africans, but I love American cichlids. South American cichlids are the best because they just have a whole lot more like personality, and they'll like look you in the eyes. You come into the room, they all come to the side of the tank that you're on and look at you. And I could teach different fish to do, different tricks and shit like that. But yeah, this is one of like the more recent versions of my tanks. These are cichlids, but these are, this was a more freshwater type of tank, but it does have the heater in this and everything. So, but I also really like growing plants in my tanks, and so I like having tons of different plants, wood and shit like that. So and then there's even periods of time where we can go find my streams where I have fish tank. I have a live view of my fish tank the whole time that I'm streaming. Like there are many periods of my streaming career where I have tons of I always have a live feed of my tank while I'm streaming. So yeah. But this one is a really cool tank because I created this one to be a like perfect ecosystem to where I just didn't have to feed them anymore. I didn't have to feed the fish anymore. I didn't have to clean the water anymore. I didn't have to do much of anything anymore. The fish in the tank ate the snails, and the snails bred so quickly that that's all they did. They just ate the fucking snails all the time, and that was that. But and then the snails ate the poop from the fish, and the plants, soaked up the poop and recycled everything. And so, yeah, it was all set up that way.
There's also what looks to be the small phrase E equals T, and elsewhere on the note, I can also make out the words regent and temp, although I have no idea if this is alluding to anything in particular. On the right side of the image, another post-it has the sentence, all of separate, underneath what looks to be the portmanteau no linguals. This is very rough to make out, obviously, but bilingual means that someone knows 2 languages. Monolingual means that someone knows 1. Therefore, no lingual would mean someone who knows no languages, or someone who is nonverbal. The next set of scribbles is a bit more cohesive, although I'm using that word pretty loosely here at this point. Here we can see stop looking for others at the top and Terraria buggin tear ableist in the middle, which I think may be some wordplay with terrible and ableist. At the bottom of this page, an illustrated version of the word sine wave is written above lose it at the tude, next to a picture of some bizarre looking animal. This at the tude bit to me is very reminiscent of how schizophrenic people will break words down and obsess with syllables, word morphology, and portmanteaus. There's another example of this in one of the post-it notes where he writes, I'm alone, obviously doing what I'm talking about here. On another page, we have monsumus sumptuous right at the top, followed by SFTU piteous, which I assume is like shut the flip up, idiots, maybe. Further down the page, there's a rough sketch of America with the number 21.0 inside of it, and nearby phrases like go to the store and small box go listen to act. A lot of this
the 21.0, the weird shape that it's inside of almost looks like a what I thought the shape of America was when I was younger. That's kind of what that looks like to me.
This stuff reads like Lance is just writing his mundane thoughts or whatever he's seeing on his phone in the most cryptic and insane way possible, but some of it does stand out to me as potentially meaningful or at least consistent. On a post-it note, he writes down TY and miss my BF, obviously in reference to Tyler. On another one, we have stop crying, stop stopping, and in one of the pages, we have the phrase full stop, very jagged at the bottom, although this may be bull or something else. On this page, there's something pretty interesting, as the words federated and fed-related are right next to what looks to be the word CIA, and further down, a drawing of 4 symbols that ever so slightly resemble what you'd see on a set of Zener cards. If you're not familiar with what these are, Zener or Zener cards were created in the early 20th century to test if people had extrasensory perception, and much later on, they were frequently reported as being used in gifted and talented education programs. There are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding this topic, some of them being more credible than others, but they typically have to do with the CIA project MKUltra, and how GATE may be some kind of offshoot of it. I won't get into the merits of these theories, not only because Wendigoon should be the one to do that, but also because it doesn't really matter as much as the reason why people are drawn to this topic online in the first place. You see, if you check on Reddit, the majority of people who engage in discussions about the nature of GATE programs are people who were in GATE themselves, obviously, meaning they were, at some point, considered to be gifted. You may have already heard about this, but there's a sizable phenomenon of gifted kid burnout, where people who used to be overachievers in their childhood, usually in the academic sense, could no longer keep up as they got older, and so their life spiraled out of control. Part of this phenomenon is that when they can't—
Well, it's because they got burnt out. Yes, they got sick of like always coming home immediately, doing their homework first, and not going out to play while everybody was out hanging out. And they got sick of always having to go do all the extracurricular stuff, and their parents were like very over the top, pushing them to, because they were overachievers, their parents would push them farther and farther to do more and more shit. And that even the smallest, they got a B+, this is very disappointing and shit like that. And so, yeah, eventually they become sluts and drug dealers.
Get over their attachment to how they were treated when they were seen as special, they come up with all sorts of extraneous reasons to justify their decline and convince themselves that they're still gifted in some way. Given that Lance is quite literally documented on video as a gifted kid, being an adept piano player from a young age, and his life definitely went downhill as he got older, it would make sense for Lance, in one of his weed, paranoia, alcohol, and hallucinogen real maxing binges, to stumble upon this stuff while doom scrolling and decide to scribble about it. This notion that Lance is still attached to the idea he's special or somehow intellectually gifted is later corroborated by this anonymous peer. But even just examining his projects, Lance clearly thinks he's doing something here. Among the incoherent—
Yeah, I was always the exact opposite. My parents were always like, oh my gosh, you passed? You got a C? That's so good. That's amazing. Well done, buddy. And then my teachers were always like, hey, maybe don't join the chess club. That's probably, there's other stuff. There's kids that like to go and eat bugs out back. If you want to do that instead, that seems more your pace, don't you think? Maybe try that.
Here in Scribbles, there's hot glue and electrical wiring and batteries, which leads me to suspect he actually believed he was putting something together. And maybe
Yeah, I hated homework as well. Yes, anytime there was schoolwork in class, I was more worried about filling up the cubby hole inside of my desk with glue, and then pulling it out and playing with it for hours on end and not really paying any attention to anything that anybody was saying.
some of these scribbles are, at least in his delusional mind, blueprints or rough sketches. At least some of his drawings had symbols that resembled electrical circuit diagrams, some even written on books about electrical stuff like impedance phenomena, while others had mathematical symbols as if he was writing down equations. Although, of course, none of it actually makes any sense to me or probably you. I will say some of this stuff legitimately gets pretty scary. To think that this guy melted his own brain to the point where he was drawing this is horrifying.
This looks like what was the killer, the serial killer who was running around the Zodiac? Isn't that what that is? This reminds me of Zodiac shit, right? Like this really looks a lot like Zodiac shit. Like something fucked up happened where somehow Tyler killed Charlie Kirk and not Lance. Like like the wires got crossed there. That's what happened. That's what he was working on. He was working on crossing wires between his brain and Tyler's brain and making it to where Tyler would go and kill Charlie Kirk so that he didn't have to. That's exactly what this is.
Besides the consistent appearance of circuit diagram-like straight lines leading to symbols and drawings and references to spirals and spiraling, there's one image in particular that really got my attention. On what looks to be two pieces of cardboard, Lance wrote,
"Damn, I was such a good kid in comparison." Oh shit, I wasn't even talking about the troublemaking that I did. I was just talking about not wanting to do my homework. Yeah, but it came to troublemaking. I had what we call ISS, which is in-school suspension, which is where they go put you in a classroom by yourself to where you don't get to be around other kids. You don't get to go to lunch with everybody else. You're not allowed to talk at all during class. And you just have to go sit kind of alone all day. And I had that like a couple times a month every year from the point that I was in like third grade. Was kind of always in and out of ISS. And then we had alternative schools that were for troublemaker kids. And I was recommended to go to those because I was a troublemaker, but also because it's like a work at your own pace sort of school. And I definitely did things at my own pace. But the thing is that there were parts of school where there are times where I really was focused and I really enjoyed school and I really liked my teachers and I was really interested in the subjects. And when that happened, like it was like all bets were off. I was fucking A's across the board. I was, getting put in AP classes and shit like that. But then small things would happen that would fuck everything up. And then I'd drop off. And then it'd be like, okay, I guess no AP classes. Let's put them in resource classes instead. And so then I'd go get put in resource classes with a bunch of retarded kids. And so, yeah, it was kind of always back and forth from one thing to another. And part of why they put me in resource classes as well is because the AP classes are the overachieving classes. And because I was inconsistent there, my grades would be inconsistent as well. And so my football coaches and basketball coaches got together and decided to tell my parents that it was best if I was put into resource classes. That way we don't have to worry about my grades anymore. And it'll just be really easy for me. And as long as it's easy, then I'll always be able to play because I won't ever have bad grades. And so that was where where things led, and that was insanely boring for me. And that's when I was pretty much done with fucking school. So that was, fuck that shit. Time to drop out.
Hormonal flux dash is way fluctuative, followed by definitely orchid denialism.
Obviously, there were a bunch of reasons for why I dropped out. I had health issues as well, and I had like other complications. That was just kind of that was one reason. There's a bunch of others as well that had to do with kind of getting fucked up with what classes I had, and getting like way too much work loaded onto me for over the school's fuck up. And so yeah, there's a lot of reasons.
Don't know, orchid is actually the medical term for balls. So with the context here being him mentioning hormones and of course identifying as trans in the few months prior.
I was just about to say, I'm glad he said, I was just about to say Mantis loves orchids. So I'm glad he said that first.
To Tyler's attack, orchid denialism could be a reference to him outright not acknowledging or recognizing his balls. I can't make any other conclusion besides that one, but as I said earlier, all of the images will be available for you to peruse. And although a lot of it is just random babble, I am hoping that by someone else other than I taking a look at this, there can be some information extracted from these images. The anonymous peer continues. These scribbles look bad, but it's even worse when you saw his face when he was doodling it, combined with the giggling and how vigorously he would scribble. It was very scary. And the way he spoke was weird. It was a bunch of words, but none of them made sense together, or sometimes it'd be in rhyme, or just sometimes he'd only smile and point at things. If I was religious, I would have called an exorcist. The smile was so scary. And he showed me what conversations he was having with ChatGPT. He told me he solved some equation backwards and showed me the ChatGPT text as proof. The chats were just paragraphs of random Greek and I think Roman symbols with numbers and random letters going on and on. He'd somehow gotten it to respond in kind as well. He told me to start scrolling faster, and so I did. And he kept telling me faster until he was basically screaming at me to scroll faster, and the ChatGPT chats just went on like forever. I was sat there scrolling at max speed for at least like a minute or two, and by the bottom, it was still in the weird symbols. He started yelling at me that Nikola Tesla was abused by the people in his time, and that no one we knew was smart enough to solve that equation, including me, because he is way smarter than me. This was all in weird, broken up sentences too. Definitely added to the creepy factor. Tyler told me that Lance had basically been up for like 3 days straight talking to ChatGPT.
Meth. Yeah, I was just about to say, this is fucking meth, bro. This is all meth. I don't know what's taking so long to get to the point where we just say, yes, the motherfucker's on meth. Yeah, that's what he's doing meth. Thank you. Yeah, that's what all of that is. Everything that he just said, that is all fucking meth. Yeah.
At that time. It's interesting that he mentions he'd get an exorcist if he was religious, because when I was going over Lance's Reddit posts, he talks about how once his family threw him out of the house, saying he was possessed by a demon. If this is what they were having to deal with, that becomes a lot more understandable. As far as the ChatGPT conversations in Latin and Greek, another common fixation of people who are schizophrenic is hermeneutics, the interpretation and analysis.
Okay, he keeps making this about schizophrenia, but it really does. It just sounds like meth. It's just normal meth shit. He's just a meth head. Like he's making a lot of this about schizophrenia, which it could be schizophrenia as well, or it could just be schizophrenia because when you are on meth, you do act and think like a schizophrenic, and so it could be either one. Because especially if you go manic and you're schizophrenic, well, in a manic state, yes, you are like a meth head. That is, you are pretty much the same thing. So. Meth can cause schizophrenia? Is that real? Okay, Google. Can methamphetamine cause schizophrenia?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question. According to NHS.uk, studies have shown using drugs, particularly cannabis, cocaine, LSD, or amphetamine, can increase the risk of developing schizophrenia, psychosis, or a similar illness.
Psychosis, yeah. That seems odd. Okay.
Of biblical texts, often in their original language or as close to it as possible. There are huge online communities for esoteric and occult interpretations of the Bible.
ChatGPT can't encourage people at all. It's just a large language model. What the fuck does that mean? If being a large language model doesn't mean it can't encourage people to do things, what do you mean encourage to what? Like, We just watched a thing about Grok the other day telling kids that he wanted them to send him nudes. Like, you don't think that's encouraging the kids to fucking send nudes? Like, what do you mean encourage? What, did I miss part of this conversation to where that statement somehow makes sense?
Revolving around sacred geometry or gematria, which, given Lance's repeated use of broken maths in his notes and scribbles, may have contributed to his delusions here. Again, this doesn't mean that this was actually happening, but it's a decent guess as to why those two specific languages and equations keep popping up in Lance's activities.
People are anthropomorphizing LLM. Yes, but that whether or not you can like convince somebody to do something is just based on influence. People can be influenced by tons of things, regardless of whether or not it's anthropomorphized or not. It doesn't have to be in order to be influenced in one direction or the other. But either way, the anthropomorphizing has nothing to do with it. It's literally using words to do it. So the language part of this is capable of convincing people to do things. Now, you might say it doesn't have an intent to convince people to do things. I agree. It has no intent, but it can convince people to do things. It can do that.
Despite him showing no interest in foreign or dead languages elsewhere, the messages continue. He'd sometimes just be sobbing in Tyler's arms, and Tyler would be rocking him back and forth. We all thought Tyler was a trooper for putting up with Lance in that state. So the next image attached in these messages is one that I don't think I can show you guys on YouTube, but you will be able to check it for yourself in the description. But it's a used condom on the sink of the bathroom in the common area. We know this photo was taken in their apartment because the counter, sink, toilet, and other details match this photo of their sink taken from a Zillow listing. The same applies to another photo of the table in their living room, which once again matches the Zillow listing, as we can see that the window with the white blinds is in the same location.
Okay, so that is something that I was thinking earlier is I don't feel like there's a whole lot of evidence right now that they were friends, and I'm still wondering if like he's going to go over all of this and be like, yeah, but this could just be a random troll. Who knows? There's no way to know. But yeah, if that is true, that the pictures from inside the house match the Zillow listing of the house that they lived in, then that's okay. Yeah, that's that. This is legit. This is legit. So yeah, that means that I'm right and that they were on the left. So, so interesting how right I am all the fucking time. So, it's odd.
Nasty as this is to even take into consideration, it is worth noting that it is completely empty, which leads me to think that even if Tyler was still engaging with Lance in this way, it was more out of pity or a sense of duty than anything else. The anonymous peer says, crazily enough, while Lance was like that, Tyler was still hitting it. When I told Lance I would be leaving the general area, it was crazy. He snapped back to reality for a second and just thanked me for all the good times we had had hanging out throughout the years. After that, I think Lance had been brought back just a little bit, and he even let Tyler take him out of the house to start seeing a psychologist. It almost made me feel bad because, not gonna lie, I was starting to become really apathetic and not really care about what happened. Like, it was just so much energy to try and deal with Lance. Tyler was a real trooper for dealing with him. Lance even calmed down enough for us to hold like 3 more magic nights. We all thought Lance would be okay because he had Tyler, who was basically his handler at this point, to take care of him. Eventually, my friend who lived across the street from their apartment let me know that Lance had gotten into an argument with his grandpa, who owned the apartment, and his grandpa had taken his car away. This I'm not sure about, but I suspect it put him into another one of these spirals. I imagine Lance was just alone with Tyler in the apartment, just driving Tyler crazy. I'd be hard-pressed to stay sane while living alone with Lance while he's like that. I joined a couple Discord calls with Tyler and Lance would say one thing and then be silent, and Tyler would just talk normally. Tyler even joined a call 2 weeks before the assassination and acted completely normal. All of this is really interesting to me because while we did have an inkling that neither Tyler nor Lance were in their right mind by the time the attack took place,
I wish he would show himself on camera every time he's talking and not reading, or giving like a description of what the other person is saying or something like that, at least for a second, just so that you can like, just so it's obvious he's not reading anything or something like that. But yeah, it's something only veterans know to do. It's I wouldn't expect that of Turkey Tom.
Seems like the situation was that Tyler was being subjected to an incessant barrage of genuinely psychotic ramblings from a paranoid and deranged Lance, who had recently become significantly more political. As is customary for people with these kinds of delusions, they start fixating on prominent people, imagining they have some specific relationship to that person, usually that they're being stalked or otherwise directly antagonized by them. This is probably when the name of Charlie Kirk entered the mix, and while it was probably just one among many delusions Lance would probably forget about by the time his episode ended, it seems it seeped into Tyler's mind as the cause of Lance's problems. Obviously, there's the political context of it, with Lance being trans and Charlie being conservative and criticizing the trans community. But judging from the leaked messages between Lance and Tyler, it does seem Lance himself is taken aback and shocked that Tyler did what he did. If I were to guess, Tyler took some of the things Lance must have said while in a state of delusion to heart, while Lance had already forgotten about them a while later. Their peer concludes his messages by saying, after talking to another friend apparently right after he did the shooting, he joined a bunch of Discord calls asking if anyone had seen the news while breathing heavily. And literally the next day, he was in call just chatting with people while playing his puzzle games.
Okay,
and
I need to hear that again.
Kirk entered because while we did have an inkling that neither Tyler nor Lance were in their right mind by the time the attack took place, it seems like the situation was that Tyler was being subjected to an incessant barrage of genuinely psychotic ramblings from a paranoid and deranged Lance, who had recently become significantly more political. As is customary for people with these kinds of delusions, they start fixating on prominent people, imagining they have some specific relationship to that person, usually that they're being stalked or otherwise directly antagonized by them. This is probably when the name of Charlie Kirk entered the mix, and while it was probably just one among many delusions Lance would probably forget about by the time his episode ended, it seems it seeped into Tyler's mind as the cause of Lance's problems. Obviously, there's the political context of it, with Lance being trans and Charlie being conservative and criticizing the trans community. But judging from the leaked messages between Lance and Tyler, it does seem Lance himself is taken aback and shocked that Tyler did what he did. If I were to guess, Tyler took some of the things Lance must have said while in a state of delusion to heart, while Lance had already forgotten about them a while later.
That also makes a little bit of sense in the way that they communicated, is that if Lance is somebody that they don't take all that seriously and he's not somebody who's like all there, in the way that they talked, it totally makes sense that if Lance is in some sort of state all the time and just kind of fucked up and out of it, that makes a lot of their messages just kind of seem a bit more normal. That, like, you know, when Lance is like, "What? You killed Charlie Kirk? Wow, crazy, bro. That, yo, why'd you do that though? Like, that's kind of weird, right? Like, it just seems so fucking strange that it was it just seemed like, I don't know, just almost like nonchalant about it. And then as they're like asking questions like, what the fuck, why did you do that, like, Tyler's like, yeah, dude, my dad's gun though, I want to make sure I get my grandpa's gun back. My dad's gonna be pissed if I don't get the gun back. And Lance is like, dude, why did you kill Charlie Kirk, bro? That's crazy. Like, what the fuck? And he's like, I think I can get back to the gun if, like, it's in the woods, and so I think if I just wait a little bit, it might still be there. Don't want to take any chances though, just shit like that. Like, it was just some of the weirdest fucking stuff, but it makes sense that he's just like telling Lance shit because he doesn't expect Lance to have like a whole lot of like wherewithal in the situation, to where he's just informing him of all of this stuff.
Later, their peer concludes his messages by saying, after talking to another friend apparently right after he did the shooting, he joined a bunch of Discord calls asking if anyone had seen the news while breathing heavily. And literally the next day, he was in call just chatting with people while playing his puzzle games. And also, for the record, Tyler 100% calls Lance my love when they are talking alone. Hopefully this sheds some light on what it was like behind the scenes. With all of this context provided, I think it's beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, Kyle, that is kind of the problem, is a lot of people, when they talk about weed and other drugs causing these sorts of issues, it is more so, from my understanding, is that you're already likely developing those issues. You already have like a family history of those issues, and that the drugs can exacerbate it because you're not like in the right mental state, and it's gonna cause like a lot more stress and anxiety and just kind of make things worse. But
out that the last messages exchanged between Tyler and Lance are real. It also elucidates the nature of their relationship, as Lance was someone Tyler was mostly taking care of rather than having a normal relationship
she has
dynamic
sources,
with.
dude.
From the looks of it, it seems like Lance is someone who, at least at one point, was very self-aware and proactive as a person, being confident enough to argue with others over his worldview, while Tyler has always been quiet and stayed in the background of any setting he found himself in, including his relationship with Lance. Unfortunately, it turns out that he was simply less expressive of his thoughts. Now, the leaker also sent me their Discord logs, and this dynamic of Lance being the expressive one while Tyler played a subservient role is also reflected there, as Lance messaged the chats way more frequently and even had his own server. The logs I got are of 3 different servers that Tyler and Lance were parts of. Lance under the name Lancealotl and Fluxalotl, and Tyler is the name Zealous_Monkey and Bedbug Inspector. These messages date all the way back to 2020, and although most of it is pretty irrelevant stuff and boring, it is kind of spooky to see that at some point these guys were like completely normal, just sending memes to each other on Discord. Interestingly enough, Tyler frequently spoke of going fishing or making fishing trips that lasted for days with no cell service where he would speak to no one. While this isn't really negative, it does differentiate Tyler from his peers. There's one kind of introvert who stays indoors and plays on the computer, and then there's go fishing in the middle of nowhere with no cell service for days kind of introvert. Still, at least early on, it's clear that the people in this server have no issue with offensive humor and don't necessarily swing.
That is interesting. That is interesting because, yeah, normally when we think about the people who are terminally online and they don't really talk to any of their friends, they don't hang out with their family, they just kind of stay on the computer all day, and that this is somebody that we think of as like very socially unhealthy and that this is bad. This is probably, yes, like we've had introverts like this for a really long time, and there's people who, yes, will just go hunting for a weekend by themselves and just disappear for long periods of time, or somebody who just goes to the bar and sits there by themselves all day, or somebody who goes fishing and sits on a boat by themselves all day, or shit like that. Like there's people who go bird watching and all sorts of stuff, but we would consider that like, oh, you're out in the wilderness, you're getting fresh air, you're seeing the sights and you're engaging with nature, and it's, yeah, that's great. That's so cool. Yeah, I sit on the computer all day and talk about politics. Oh man. Oh, have you seen somebody about that? Have you how's your family doing with that? That's got to be rough. Yeah.
Politically in any given direction, although there are a few odd things that I have to note, even if they are just jokes. In mid-2020, someone else in the server tagged Lance and says, "Nobody said gross when you said you wanted to bang your 2-year-old cousin, Lance." The context of this is that the same guy who sent this message said he wanted to bang snake girls, and Lance responded by saying gross. But honestly, this doesn't explain that much. Another interesting tidbit from these chats is when the top
He said he wants to bang snake girls, and Lance said gross, and he replied, "Nobody said gross when you said you wanted to bang your 2-year-old cousin." That is fucking hilarious, bro. That's fucking funny, dude. Damn. That's too funny. Like, those are not at all the same. Snake girls, like I'm assuming this is like a furry, but they're a snake, and so instead like an e-girl, they're a snake girl, and so they just want to have sex with a girl who identifies with snakes, but he says gross, and then he thinks, well, this is comparable to that time he wanted to have sex with his 2-year-old cousin, so pretty much the same thing, right? I'm assuming these are fucking memes. I'm assuming this is a joke, right? It's gotta be a fucking meme. It's gotta be a joke. And so I assume. Again, Tyler Robinson's one of us, guys. All right, remember that. Tyler Robinson is one of us. So this is the type of shit that we would say in fucking Discord.
topic of religion came up, prompting Lance to say, "Isn't Brigham Young the one with all the quotes about how black people are cursed and can't hold the priesthood until they get uncursed by God?" For context, Brigham Young was an early leader of the LDS Church. In response, the person with whom he was talking said that most religions start screwed up, implying that they would get better over time. To which Lance replied, "And most still are," basically shutting it down. Long before the gender issue was something Lance was invested in, his earliest strong opinion is a clear anti-religious sentiment. Still, at no point here is there any sign that Lance's opinion is unquestioningly shared by the entire server, as most people here express pretty reasonable and mixed opinions. Around the same time that those messages about Brigham Young were sent, they were discussing politics and video games, but no one was really arguing as much as they were just expressing their views in a friendly manner. Eventually, Lance says auth-right lib-left unity, referring to the squares of the political compass of authoritarian right and liberal left. So clearly politics weren't taken too seriously by this friend group. A little while later, still in 2020, Tyler can be seen commenting on the presidential debate, saying that it was hilarious, but making no further comment. In September 2020, Lance says, "Femboy Friday greater than Tomboy Tuesday, White Girl Wednesday isn't where it's at," followed by White King Wednesday. These seem to purely be jokes, as he showed no signs of identifying as a femboy at this point in time. As a matter
White Boy Wednesday, though. That's got a ring to it. That's got a fucking ring to it, bro. I kind of like that. White Boy Wednesday. Snake Girl Saturday.
Matter of fact, when someone else sends a few messages saying, "Femboy hypnosis is finally working, my nipples are so puffy, Jesus Christ," Lance responds with 2 long strings of question marks. Although this may 100% be irony on Lance's part, in November 2020, he sent "Vote Jeb" to this chat, referencing Jeb Bush's failed and often memed on 2016 presidential campaign. Interestingly enough, at least back in 2020, Tyler seems to be the one who was more politicized from the Discord messages. At one point, he went as far as to suggest that freedom of speech should be amended so that vaccine and as far as to suggest to be the one who was more politicized. Interestingly enough,
okay, Zealous Monkey said, so Zealous Monkey is Tyler, right? Zealous Monkey said just a giant lower third that says, "This news broadcaster has been proven to okay, I'm starting to feel like maybe my screen is cut off on the left or something. YouTube has had a lot of issues lately. And so I'm starting to wonder if maybe my screen is cut off on the right, because earlier I kept complaining about the fact that on the right side, Brittany Venti's shit was cut off, right? Well, through a lot of these like images, you can see that every time he shows the every time he shows the text, he has this white box around it. Let's see, where are we at? He has this white box around it.
Greater than Tomboy can be seen commenting on the
here he doesn't. There's no white box at the edge here. It doesn't. It's not there. And so I don't know if it's like, you can see like a sliver of it there, but that's why just a minute ago I moved my browser over to see if there was something there. But yeah, I'm wondering if there's just something like fucked up with YouTube lately to where this is. Yeah, it's not in the preview either. Huh. Okay. Okay.
often memed on 2016 presidential campaign. Interestingly
But yeah,
enough,
I was going to say, because all of the words are cut off on the right side as well. So he has it starting on the left, fully in there, but then all the words are cut off on the right again. So I keep wondering if, like, yes, YouTube somehow fucked this up. But anyway, Zealous Monkey, I believe this one was Tyler. He said, just a giant lower third that says, "This news broadcaster has been proven to provide in France all advertisements for unhealthy food has a giant blank lower third that Okay, yeah. It's all cut off, so.
At least back in 2020, Tyler seems to be the one who was more politicized from the Discord messages. At one point, he went as far as to suggest that freedom of speech should be amended so that vaccine and COVID skepticism was not protected by it and could get you punishment by the government. Also,
I wish at least shit like anti-vax wasn't protected under freedom of speech. All right. They not like us, guys. They not like us.
COVID skepticism was not protected by it and could get you punishment by the government. Also, I've repeatedly seen people claim that Tyler was a furry, but in these chats, he seems to deny it, as when another user says he is one, he replies by saying, I told—
See? It's cut off again. He has the white border around, and then it's cut off on the right. All right. What the fuck? If you guys were here earlier when we went over the Brittany Venti video, hers also, everything was cropped off to the right. Where if you weren't here for this, like I gotta show you, this is actually insane because the fact that this is happening in numerous videos is starting to make me question reality.
Appearance with Adam Fried.
Maybe I'm schizophrenic. Yeah, here it is.
Person Olympics.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Okay, so you can see there's less space over here than there is over here. So this is not centered. There's more space here on the left and less on the right.
Oh, tell me world. Foreign brown guy that he actually ate rice with his bare.
Again, less space on the right, more space on the left. This is again, same thing. Did you change the aspect ratio for cotton? No. No, I haven't changed anything.
Hands, getting it in his fingernails to show you how he is.
See? This, black space on the left, nothing on the right. So it almost seems like everything might just be shifted to the right, but it's not for everything. Some things are centered.
Totally authentic Indian. Apparently, he knows.
Again, less space on the right, more space on the left. This is
how to use utensils to eat this burrito, something that you normally eat with your hands, since it's sanitary to do so, unlike mushy food that gets in your fingernails. But instead, he forgot his Indian at home this time and chose to use a knife and fork on his burrito. He's seen doing this.
Again, no space on the right, space on the left. Like this is driving me fucking crazy because now it's happening in this video. But it's not every single scene. Some scenes are centered. Some are cut off to the left. I don't understand.
Told someone I wasn't going to watch their anime one time and get called a goddamn furry. This country is going downhill. Earlier on, even Lance was
just
open
a
to cracking
trend.
some more edgy jokes, like me proving that being black is a myth and
if it's a trend, it's a bunch of people who are doing this to fuck with me. That's what it is. They're doing this to fuck with me. Everybody's been sitting around for the last month since he came out with this video, wondering when the fuck Tom's finally going to watch this video so we can all laugh at the fact that he saw that it was all cut off on the fucking right.
calling other people libtards. And I'm under the impression that he engaged with lolcow and internet drama culture.
Like you see that, right?
I'm under the impression that he engaged with lolcow and
this one, centered. This is centered. That is centered. That's good. That's fine. So why is some of it centered? Some of it's not.
And internet drama culture to some extent. The reason why is because there's a good few messages of him talking to someone else about Terry Davis, where he calls Terry a weird nerd, but acknowledges that he has a sad story, while expressing no hang-ups about someone else in the server, echoing Terry's use of the N-word to describe CIA agents. There's also a good few messages in which Lance can be seen discussing Chris Chan and his current girlfriend, Flutter, where Lance says Christorians must be praising the sun, with one odd message comparing someone's looks to Janky, which could be in reference to someone else in the server, but most likely is in reference to Isabella Janky, one of Chris Chan's most infamous tormentors and A-logs. As of 2022, Lance sent a few messages
Well, and he said, do this look like Janky? So he didn't say, does this look like Janky? He said, am I crazy or do this look like Janky?
Complaining about H3H3,
you know what that means.
Saying this. Can't stand the podcast or new content. His old videos are still good. I don't understand how he was able to go from genuinely goofy and enjoyable content to purely bad political takes and one of the most boring podcasts I've listened to. Half the time, he won't even let guests talk. He just interrupts them to make a bad joke and then doesn't let them finish. Another interesting token of Lance talking about...
Who was he talking about? Ethan? Yeah, he's talking about Ethan.
To make a bad joke and then doesn't let them finish. Another interesting token of Lance talking about the kind of content he interacted with online is his positive review of Wendigoon's content, which seems to come from Isaiah.
Bro, I'm telling you, this guy watched my fucking show. I'm telling you, this guy watched my fucking show.
His videos on FNAF lore based on other messages sent by Lance to the server. To put it simply, up until some point in 2024, like I already suspected in my first video, Lance was mostly normal and didn't take much of anything very seriously. Even when his doom scroll nest phase began, he was still capable of making light of what he was up to, saying the following: I have begun only sleeping on the couch, cooler downstairs, and less room to move, or I fall off / get eaten. Tyler...
I mean, thing that has been gone for a while. You know? So...
on the other hand, seldom engaged in the same degree of joking as Lance did. The most I could find on him suggesting an interest in edgier online content is a GIF that he posted of Gypsy Crusader. When he did send text messages to the server's chat, it was usually to give people a small window into his private life. In 2020, there was some conversation between him and other users talking about a YouTube channel he once had, which contained a tour of his bedroom. Unfortunately, as far as I know, and according to the messages Tyler sent here, this video and the entire channel have become lost media. In 2021, he said that his brother had accidentally discharged a firearm and shot a hole in the wall, with no further comments from Tyler. In 2023, it seems he became a bit more talkative, and he shared a few more times about his electrical apprenticeship program and what kinds of things he had to do in it. But any apparent character development for Tyler came to a screeching halt in late 2023 to 2024, when Tyler's messages became noticeably more politicized, some of them in reference to war in the Middle East, and some of them joking about the assassination attempt on Trump, saying snowflake liberals can't shoot straight because they too busy being gay. While he was definitely still reading the room, so to speak, and not breaking into a rant, he clearly became more agitated about these things. Curiously, another member of the group chat was at a campus of all places when a shooting took place, and Lance responded with concern. All of a sudden, this agitation too gave way to something else, mostly silence. As Lance became increasingly present in servers and started one of his own, the femboy server, as he put it, right around the time they started dating, Tyler became increasingly inactive, even less expressive than he was initially. Most of the information from this time period comes from Lance, who notified the group chat when he was going on a date with Tyler or watching TV shows with him. Speaking of TV shows, it's quite possible that the show they were watching was Beastars, the big furry anime show, because Lance discussed it in the server on a few occasions. Now, from late 2024 to early 2025, some of Lance's messages further corroborate the claims made by his and Tyler's anonymous peer. First off, he says that he's been chronically sleeping from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., and that it's been wreaking havoc on his life. Then, we have a ton of messages in his own server server where he's talking to ChatGPT, although I'm sure this is only a fraction of the full extent of his communications with it. Lastly, we have Lance inviting everyone in his server to attend the anti-Trump No Kings protest. Over the previous half a decade worth of Discord messages, nothing from Lance comes even close to as clear of a political expression as this. As far as Tyler's presence in Lance's server, one of the last messages I was able to find of his was sent in August, where he simply says, "I am very ill." Within a month of this message, the tragic day of September 10th comes around, and the following day, Tyler sends his confession message to their old friend group server. It's interesting to me that he sent it in this server and not to Lance's new server, because I'm not sure why that is. It could just be that he was less familiar with the people there, but based on the kind of messages sent there, which we're going to go over later, it could be that he wanted to avoid having anyone say something that resembled support for his actions. In the original group chat, one of the most prominent users replied, saying this: "Hey everyone, if you haven't seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. God calls sinners to be his saints, and I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless." Given the clearly religious nature of this post, it's safe to say that this particular Discord server was pretty varied in what kind of people were in it, especially since it mostly went quiet after the attack on Charlie Kirk. Over on Lance's server, Lance's final message there was from a day after the shooting, tagging a user that, as of the archiving of the messages, was no longer in the server. After Tyler's crime took place, many of the users complained about the harassment and unwanted attention from journalists and random people online digging up everybody Lance was connected to. That's a perfectly reasonable reaction, especially since, as far as I can tell, most of them just occasionally played video games with Lance, so their connection to Tyler was tenuous at best, even if they shared a Discord server. But there are a few things I want to go over that I didn't mention in my previous video, such as the fact that Tyler had a few blurbs of unusual online presence that I hadn't seen. For example, he had a DeviantArt under his older handle, Crafton247, where he lists himself as they/them. It's not possible for this account to belong to someone else that created it after the assassination, as it was created 2 years ago. Then we have another account with the same exact handle, this time on Fur Affinity, but there doesn't seem to be any significant activity on it, just like on DeviantArt. And for those of you who don't know, Fur Affinity is like the furry website. It's the #1 furry website, okay? Now there's also 2 Reddit accounts under the names Crafton247 and Crafton248, neither of which contain any significant info. There's one post on each account, both of some pretty mundane content and from years ago, long before he was dating Lance and became more politicized. Now lastly, there are the Steam accounts of both Tyler and Lance. Tyler was clearly much more active on Steam, being level 50 on the platform. It is interesting that Tyler once set his name on there as Donald Trump, but besides that, nothing of note really. Part of why there's very little to say is that Tyler clearly set most of his settings to more private options, which again is pretty reflective of the kind of guy he was. Lance, on the other hand, had pretty much every facet of his profile completely public, where we can see that the last game he played was 2 days after Charlie's death, and his profile has been completely inactive since then. Given the testimony from Tyler and Lance's friend, even people who knew them in real life and frequented their living space only ever caught glimpses of the exact nature of their relationship. Based on the last few months prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination, as far as I understand, they weren't really having anyone over, and their output of messages to their online friends also significantly decreased. I have done my best to contact Lance about all of these claims and get his side of what happened, but he has not responded to 3 different requests for comment. Unless one of them, Tyler or Lance, decides to speak up and elucidate the lead up to what happened, I think there's no chance we can piece together a full narrative of the events that contributed to Tyler's mindset. Clearly, it was politically motivated, as both Tyler and Lance had become much more political, particularly around the topic of gender. Hopefully one day we'll get all the answers. Anyhow, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
True. Well, that's that then. Sucks to suck. Sucks to suck. I went and I looked up thing that is because I'm not crazy, right? He only disappeared like 4 months ago. Yeah. And he was always here. He was really consistent. Thing was like here almost every day. And then yeah, just disappeared like 4 months ago. Because when I went and looked in the Discord, it says the last time that he was in the Discord was in 2023. when we were talking about set theory. So but yeah, we got into a conversation about set theory because I had a stream a while ago where I'd read a book about, I forget who, but it was like a linguistic philosopher who had this whole like explanation of how set theory mixes with linguistics, and so I came onto stream and started like explaining set theory, and then we all started getting into arguments about set theory while other people were still trying to figure it out. And so I'm like arguing with some people while still explaining it to others, but every time I'd explain it more, other people would be like, no, that's not it, that's not how that works, and then we would get into more shit. And so we ended up having this like long back and forth about set theory that ended up becoming a meme that like anytime somebody brought something up, some random people in chat would always be like set theory, right? No, not like set theory, but okay. And then I think that led, when we had this argument, that led into somebody asking like, have you ever seen the video what was it? Have you ever seen the arguments about the portal? They're like, have you ever seen the portal argument? And I was like, I think so. I was like, so I watched like I think Destiny and people argue about it a while ago, but I literally didn't understand it. I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. It made absolutely no sense to me. Every time they showed the diagrams, I didn't know what it was that they were talking about. And so I know of the portal thing, but I just don't know what the fuck they're saying. It means nothing to me. And so somebody came on to explain it to me, but then they had their answer at the end. And I was like, okay, but that can't be true. You'd be wrong there. And so we start arguing about whether or not that's right or wrong. And then more people started jumping on, and we ended up having like a whole fucking panel about the portal argument. Do you guys know? I'm sure I know some of you were here when this happened, but do you guys know about the whole portal thing? It's like a massive thing. Like it's apparently whatever the fuck even my panel was turned into a whole other drama somewhere else that ended up blowing up over the Laura De Laguna was on that. Yes, she was. And Lauren, I think it was Lauren and Cosmic Fox Ninetails, who kept like downplaying everything that I was saying. And they kept going like way too deep into it. And I kept saying, guys, no, that's not like, that doesn't make sense. It's like, it's got to be this. This is the only thing that makes sense. And they kept saying, not Tom, you just don't understand geometry. Like it's this. And they like got very technical to where I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about anymore. So I started thinking like, okay, I guess I am wrong. I guess I just don't know. I don't even understand what they're saying right now. I don't understand, like, once they're getting like shapes and all this shit into the fucking math, I have no idea what's happening anymore. So I'm done. Like I'm way out of my depth. But then after we got off, somebody messaged me and they're like, I'm pretty sure you're right. And so they sent me a video of a like I think it was a mathematician or something like that, but somebody who like was like an expert in the field sent me a video and they're like, here, he explains it. And I watched the video and yes, I was fucking right the whole fucking time. And these people were being condescending as fuck to me and like talking down to me the whole time. And everybody there kept saying that I was wrong. And it's a panel of like 8 of us. And literally everybody is saying that I'm wrong because they all understand geometry. They all understand this shit. And so I just after a while, I just didn't know what the fuck was going on anymore. And I just kind of had to shut the fuck up and let them have the argument. And then, yeah, found out that I was right. And then I sent them those videos and was like, ha, see, I was right. And they're like, oh, interesting. And they just moved on. And I'm like, no, not interesting, motherfucker. Like, you kiss my fucking feet now. This is, fuck that shit. Not just, oh, okay, cool. Like, no, You fucking bitches. Yeah, I was pissed off the entire time, so. I don't know if we still have. Like, I wanted to turn the debate into a video, but I think it turned into like a 6-hour fucking fight. To where. Is this it? What was my intro back then?
You need to understand.
I have to hear
Oh, yeah.
one more time that you did this for the family.
I did it for me.
For the family.
I liked it.
I was good at it.
I was alive.
Sped up. I remember this. I kept wondering what the fuck was my intro before the one I have now. I could not remember it. That's right. Yeah, this is a good song. Okay. So let's see.
True. That was not true.
Okay, so we're going over some drama that happened the night before, I guess.
How many holes does a straw have?
Okay, so the idea behind the portal debate is fundamentally what.
Yep. Latavian. He was the one who was asking me if I knew what the portal debate was. Yeah, and there's perspective philosophy in the chat as well.
What happens when you move a portal? So like everyone knows the game Portal, right? The Portal
Lino
game.
super chatted $4.99.
So the idea is like obviously if you you're able to shoot a gun that has two ends to a like essentially like a wormhole in space time or however you want to define it, right? You shoot one surface, you shoot another surface, and they're connected. You can walk through each portal and you make it out to the other end. The idea and the reason this whole debate even exists is because in the Portal games and so forth, generally speaking, the portals are all static. They don't move. So you enter in with your own momentum through one portal, and you come out the other portal with your own momentum. Now, the portal debate is what happens when a portal is moving. So, like, imagine
three-dimensional space.
Yeah, right. So, like, imagine that you shoot the portal gun, and there's a portal above you. You're sitting on some sort of platform, and you shoot another portal someplace else. Now, the portal that's above you starts moving down. It's on like a conveyor belt or like it's on the bottom of an elevator, and the elevator is moving down. Now, imagine, just for simplicity's sake, we're going to speed this up, that the elevator is moving down really fast. Like it's moving down, like it's dropping, like
that's the
slams down. When you go through that portal, okay, because the portal's flying down at you at rapid speed. When you enter into that portal, on the other side, do you kind of just functionally don't move? You just kind of pop out, no momentum, and you just like drop to the floor or whatever? Or do you get ejected out of it? Do you go zooming fast out of it? Even though you were not moving yourself, the portal was moving rapidly down on top of you. That's the portal debate.
Weird.
You get ejected really fast. Yeah, you move really fast because it's still like it still is being treated as three-dimensional gravitational pulls. It's just moving. It's permitted.
Okay, so this is at 48 minutes and 22 seconds into the stream, okay? This is 3 hours and 47 minutes into the stream.
Train is still moving, then and you have forward velocity, then
So to speak,
you're gonna.
sorry, Lauren, just to clarify, you didn't jump forward, you jumped up.
Okay, so I'm literally just jumping
Land
up.
on the train.
But that either way, my so I only have upward velocity, right? And now I'm landing on a train with backwards velocity. So that's
So they're doing like, yes, all of this math and everything, and they're literally like writing the math and writing like the speeds and the velocity and all of this shit, and they're trying to like, they're doing all of this math, but I don't remember what the answer is exactly. I just remember that I stopped them like 10 times. I'm like, no, guys, that doesn't, this is all irrelevant. Like it's all relative.
You would not fall back into the portal. You would simply just fall like
I
perpendicular
don't.
to
My
the
point
portal
is,
or
I don't
whatever,
think
yeah.
you come out.
Well, there would be, to be fair, in the description of the event, you must necessarily come out. You can't not come out because the ground from which you're on is now the portal for which you go through. So you would necessarily be at the other end of that portal, aka
I understand.
fully out of the portal. Yeah.
I understand, but I'm saying that on this side of things,
So,
you're moving
hold
up,
on.
right?
So the way that this would work is if we're doing everything from the perspective of this side of the portal, right? So we have this guy and we have this person who's like looking into the depths of the portal, right?
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, Lauren, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Have you ever seen Doctor Who?
No, but like
us on this, and it's that's creating the change in position.
Yeah, anyways, the answer ended up being what it was that I was saying the whole time, which is that it's relative. And that OMG, I remember this shit. LMAO, the conveyor belt thing, if I remember correctly. It's something like that, but I don't remember exactly what the question was. The way that he explained it just a minute ago, I remember later he comes back to re-explain that he was wrong because the question was phrased incorrectly. But but essentially, the point that I kept making is like movement is relative. Movement is not a real thing. It's not a thing that actually exists in reality. So even speed is not a thing that exists in reality. Speed is not something that is actually happening outside of the viewer's perspective, right? So if I'm on Earth and you're on Earth and I'm running, you can measure me and I'm running at, like 10 miles an hour, okay? All right, cool. But now if the Earth is spinning at like 1,000,000 miles an hour, well, if you're not on Earth and you're on the outside of Earth, now to you, I'm running 1,010 miles an hour, right? And so the speed at which you ever move is always relative to where you are. And so I kept trying to explain this to them, like if I'm on a box in space and you feel like you're sitting still, there's nothing else around you, you can't see anything, you feel like you're sitting still, and then I come flying past you at 10 miles an hour. Well, it could be that you think I'm going 10 miles an hour, but actually you're going 100 miles an hour and I'm going 110 miles an hour. But you have nothing else to use for the relativity. You have nothing else to compare this to. So you always have to have something to compare speed to in order to know what the speed is. If you don't have something to use as a consistent, then I'm blanking on the term like that I'm trying to find here, but if you don't have something to use as a like consistent stationary object, you can't know what speed is. And so yes, it was That was the answer, and that's what I'm like telling them the whole time. And Lauren and Ninetails just kept getting way too fucking complicated with their answers and like doing so much fucking math and everything that it was driving me crazy. Because no, it has to be relative. Like it can't be this thing. Like speed just can't exist that way. But I had no idea what I was talking about, so I kept thinking. I think the word is constant. Okay, yeah. So a constant. Yeah. But I really like I was way out of my league, way out of my my comfort zone. And so when yes, they would like keep like kind of like ignoring me and just a control. That's what I was thinking of. Yes, a control. And so yes, I was like I was getting frustrated because I felt like my answer has to be right. But once they keep saying I'm wrong because of the math, I don't understand the math. I don't get that. I don't get all these numbers. I don't get any of this shit. So I have no idea.
Question is, you're just
Side is
you're observing a change in position relative to another point that's
So yes, it's from the observer's perspective. That's it. It's from the observer's perspective. That's what matters. So you could be standing still and the portal drops on top of you. And that's okay, that's right. That's the question. Is the portal is on the on the elevator. The portal is here and it drops on you at 100 miles an hour. Will you come out the other side of the portal at 100 miles an hour? That was the question. That was the question. Is will you come shooting out? So if somebody throws a portal at you at 100 miles an hour, will you come out the other side of the portal at 100 miles an hour? That was the question. That's right. And so, yes, I kept saying, I was like, well, there is no 100 miles an hour. And there is no portal like speed. It would have to be from the perspective of the portal. How fast are you going through it? Because that's where the perspective is. That is the control there would be the portal. So wherever the portal goes, I think that was the answer, I believe.
right, but that's what I'm saying is that the portal is relative to you, and so the other portal on the other side is stationary. And so if it's stationary, but you can't say both of those things. Then you can't say both of those things, that it's relative to me and that it's not carrying the momentum. It's not relative to me. Then
I need everyone to be quiet for a second because I'm representing chat here. Okay, so Tom's chat is most important out of everyone. So there's a guy called Mike Connor. He asks, imagine you're standing on train tracks. A train is moving backwards towards you. The back door is open. So the back door is open. You jump. And as soon as you fully enter the back door, the train comes to a screeching halt. What happens then, right? So the train is
you're inside the train.
You.
Okay, that has nothing to do with you. That has to do, that train problem has to do with your current velocity. So, like, if you jump up, right, just up, and then the train stops before it gets to you, then you're just going to jump right and land right back where you land. If you jump towards the train, you're going to maintain that velocity, and gravity is going to be pulling you towards.
You'll have some velocity, but that's only because gravity will start accelerating.
Yes, this is now 4 hours later.
Doing this new play. Otherwise, it's just you're appearing on the other side because time no longer matters in that equation until you reappear again. And you don't, like, if we don't know what the frame of reference from one to the next is, right, we assume in any equation that it's the same because generally speaking, systems
and yeah, I'm just kind of checked out at this point because yeah, as they keep going over the math and they keep redrawing the math and redoing it and shit, at that point I'm like, all right, well, I don't think I can have this conversation anymore. So,
like you're saying, how do you know that the planet is moving as you're sitting on it? Is that what you're asking?
No, you and me we're both just like sitting on two planks in space, and we're moving right next to one another. And all of these planets around us are moving at the same speed as us through space in the same direction. All of us are moving in the same direction. Okay.
Yeah.
We have kinetic energy this whole time. We just have no idea we have it. I push you, now you're going faster.
Yes, that is the argument that they kept making. Is every time I said that we don't know what speed is without some sort of control. It has to be relative to something. They kept saying, no, there is something called kinetic energy that exists. And so that kinetic energy is something that's happening. And so I said, okay, fine. So everything has the same kinetic energy. It's all moving in the same direction. You and me, we're on planks. We're moving right next to each other. All of the planets around us, same kinetic energy. We're all moving in the same direction at the same speed. We don't know we're moving. There's no way for us to know we're moving. There's no possible way we could know we're moving because we don't have anything to see moving past us. So if we're not getting closer to anything, nothing's moving past us. We're not getting farther away from anything. We don't know we're moving. To us, we're just sitting still. That's it. Like, to us, we are not moving. We're just sitting still. And that is what movement is. It is from a perspective. It is from any perspective. So it's all relative. That's why I say, like, yeah, if I'm out in outer space and you're on the planet, you're moving super fast because you still have the speed of the planet adding to whatever speed you're moving at. Whereas if I'm on the planet, you're only moving at the speed in relation to you and me on the planet. And so this topic is the gold standard for having endlessly looping debates. Yes. Well, I think so. When I said I'd watched a video on Destiny's channel and I just literally didn't understand any of it, and I couldn't even understand the hypothetical. I listened to it because they had very heated debates, and there were so many people who would jump on and be like, no, you're a fucking idiot. You have no idea what you're talking about. And they would get into these super heated debates, and I just enjoyed listening to it, having no idea what the fuck they were talking about, but it just sounded funny. And so then, yes, now that I actually understood the hypothetical this time, now I came to my conclusion and then went back and watched some of them afterwards. And but Destiny has I think 3 or 4 videos on the portal problem. He has numerous debates on the portal issue.
Have it. It's okay. You have to preserve energy within a system. So within our system, we have if we're not moving relative to each other, then we have no kinetic energy. If we're moving relative to each other, then we have kinetic energy. If you're looking at us from an outside perspective and it appears like we're moving, then we have kinetic energy. From within our system, we might not have kinetic energy, even if from an outside perspective, we may. So if you're on a plank, we're on a plank, we, as you say, don't know we're moving.
So yeah, so that's what she's telling me. Kinetic energy is a thing, which means you have it's not about perspective. It is this objective movement that you have based on your kinetic energy.
That's because within our system, we have no kinetic energy. Some outsider viewing us from space, watching us move in space, they see our velocity, can calculate it, and can calculate our exact amount of kinetic energy.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. This is what I'm saying. But in this case, there is nobody who could see us. Everything is moving through space at the same speed altogether.
Okay, if a tree, that's kind of like a tree falls in the forest argument. It doesn't really matter if anyone's there to see it. It's about whether or not you're actually moving or not within the system.
Well, it is, because the point is that if there was something there to see it, we would be moving, but we have no idea that we're moving. And so the point is that it will always be relative to some sort of point. Even you just said, well, the only way we can measure it is if there is something outside that can see us moving. That's my entire...
Yes, because even on top of that, when you consider the fact that the universe is always expanding, and it's expanding at a speed that makes it to where things are always moving, even if they're from our perspective are stationary, they are still moving because the universe is expanding. And then even the galaxy itself is moving through space. So not only is our planet revolving around the sun, but even our solar system and our galaxy are moving through space while space is expanding. So how are you going to tell me that there's kinetic energy if you can't measure any of those things? Then you can't know. You can only know from an outside perspective. That's the only way you can see any of this. But even then, you don't know. It's only relative to the speed that you are moving at, with all of those other things taken into consideration as well.
Entire point is that kinetic energy will always be from a reference point.
Okay.
From a reference point, yeah.
So this object, let the block be the reference point then, okay? So within the system on that block, that's all we care about. So what's happening? So is the energy being preserved? And if so, then you would have the following equation where you have energy initial equals energy final. So I wrote out the kinetic energy.
Yeah, see, when they get, like, once they get to this shit, like, I'm done. Like, I have no idea what that means. I have no idea about, like, speed times velocity squared, with the, like, I have no you're speaking gibberish to me. It's another fucking language. I have no idea what's happening anymore. So every time I explain it, and then they go back to, like, okay, but from this, like, all right, I don't know.
Initial and the potential energy with the kinetic energy.
I'm just tuned out for the rest of this. But what's it called again?
The video game Portal is built around a sci-fi device that can create a portal connecting one place on the wall or ceiling or floor to another, and objects in the game, or the player themselves, can pass essentially instantaneously from one end of the portal to the other. In particular, an object entering one end of the portal with a certain speed leaves the other end with the same speed, though if the portals aren't oriented in the same direction, then the object will exit in the new direction, but the speed will be the same. And this leads to an apparent paradox. What happens if one of the ends of the portal...
We did not hit the goal. I'm getting on Call of Duty. So, you guys want to play? Lego.
Is itself moving. Does a stationary object plop out the other end of the portal with 0 speed, since it had no speed before entering? Or if the orange portal moves quickly downwards, does the cube shoot out of the blue portal with the corresponding relative speed? It's easy to argue in favor of either case, which I suspect is why this puzzle is so popular on the internet. Of course, as far as we know, such portals don't exist. But supposing they did and obeyed the laws of physics, then the question really boils down to this. If objects have to enter and exit the portals with the same speed, then what's that speed being measured relative to? Because in our universe, there's no absolute reference frame from which to measure speeds and velocities on their own. Velocities can only be determined relative to another object. So here are a few options. Perhaps when passing through a portal, the object maintains the same speed relative to the environment. This one's option A. Or perhaps objects maintain the same speed relative to the average position of the portals themselves, except that's mathematically the same as measuring relative to the environment, as long as the portals aren't accelerating. So option A. Or perhaps the speed an object has relative to the portal it enters is the same as the speed it has relative to the portal it exits. This one is option B. Or perhaps objects enter and exit at a constant speed relative to the end of the portal they're not using at the moment. It's a valid possibility, although it's kind of weird. The thing is, all of these options are consistent with what you see in the video game, because in the game, the portals pretty much never move relative to the environment. My personal opinion is that the most physically natural option is B, where the velocity is locally measured relative to the individual ends of the portals, and so the cube shoots out of the blue portal. This would be roughly what you'd expect if the portals were wormholes bending spacetime, because the objects then would obey conservation of momentum in a curved spacetime, or if the portals were more of a teleportation.
That was part of the problem.
Ryan Thorup tipped $25.
Thank you, Ryan Thorup. Well, fuck. Thank you. I've seen enough. Yeah. You just wanted it to be B. I think that was originally my answer until somebody explained you can still play Call of Duties. Okay, well then, thank you. I am based. Yeah, I think that was like the most intuitive answer was B. I felt like that was just kind of like the most natural sounding answer. But part of what we got into was, is there space inside of the portal? Because that was like one of the first questions I had is like, okay, so are you being sucked through this hole where you see like colors and shit all over the place and then you pop out on the other side? And or it's like, is there space there? Is there something that exists? Is there like time that you are existing within that thing? And like what happens if it closes while you're in it? And like, yeah, but it turns out that there is no space. There is no space. It is just you're here or you're here. And so the second that you go through one, you're already out the other. So like you can stick your hand through and your hand is sticking out the other side of the other one. And that makes it to where there's just no space there. It's just there. So if there's no space inside of it, you don't have to consider anything happening within the wormhole.
Device that scans the matter coming in one end and reconstructs it, kind of like a 3D printer at the other end. So I think B is more natural. It's also tempting to think that there's simply no way it could be option A, the one where objects keep their same speed relative to the environment, because how could a stationary object exit a stationary portal while remaining stationary? The object would have to move, right? However, there is a way for option A to work, precisely because the cube doesn't enter the orange portal all at once. It goes in bit by bit. And if those bits come out of the blue portal not moving, then they all appear exactly in the plane of the portal, stationary, and they would keep on piling up against each other, squishing the cube into a flat square, which is not moving. Or, if the cube were rigid and couldn't be squished, then it simply couldn't enter the orange portal in the first place. The blue end of the portal would act like a wall, and the orange portal would bounce off of it. And I suspect option A is actually how the portals are programmed in the video game itself, both because measuring speeds relative to the global environment, as opposed to relative to a particular object, is typically the easiest thing to program, and because people who've done experiments within the game engine to try to see what happens have discovered that the game glitches and doesn't let solid.
I think, okay, I don't remember. I think B is the answer though. I think, so B is the answer that you come flying out, right? Not that you just come out, but that you come flying out. And it's because the perspective is from the portal, right? So if the portal is the frame of reference that is judging how fast you're going, then it is the portal that is going to make you come flying out because it's from the portal's perspective. Just the same as if the portal was sitting on a wall stationary. If you came running through it, at 10 miles an hour and jump into it, you would expect you'll come out on the other side at 10 miles an hour. So then if the portal is flying towards you at 10 miles an hour and you're just standing still, well, as soon as you go into it, if the other one is just standing still, you have to come out at 10 miles an hour. That it just has to be the case because it has to be from the portal's frame of reference. Yeah, I think that's the answer. I've been trying to remember like exactly what all the question is and what all it is that I was saying. But yeah, I think that's the answer.
Solid objects pass through a portal moving towards them, which is perhaps an unsatisfying answer to the paradox, and not how you think the portals should work. But that's okay, we don't have to agree with the game designers. To me, the moral is that the portal paradox is not a paradox. The answer depends on how the portals themselves actually work, which, since they're fictional, is up to you to decide. What you think should happen says more about you, and whether you think more like a programmer or more like a physicist.
Okay.
So I leave you with the final portal puzzle to ponder. What if instead of moving down towards the cube, the orange portal is moving sideways on the ground and you drop the cube through it? Does the cube shoot straight up through the blue portal? Does it bounce off of the orange portal? Or does it shoot out of the blue portal at an angle? This Minute Physics video was supported by Curiosity.
Okay. So yeah, there's Destiny, the epic portal debate, part 1.
Hello everyone. I just quickly wanted to take on
There were a bunch of really good videos on this, and I'm trying to remember. Because this is another minute physics. Minute physics. Minute physics. Fuck. This is another minute physics video right here. On the same thing, it looks like.
The video game Portal is a puzzle game built around a sci-fi device that can create a portal connecting one place on the wall or ceiling or floor to another, and portals are great for cooking up paradoxes. I already made a video about a particularly popular paradox, and also about how the portals might actually work from a physics perspective, but oh boy, are there more interesting portal paradoxes. Okay, so objects entering one end of a portal with a certain speed leave the other end with the same speed, and if the portals aren't oriented in the same direction, then the object will exit in the new direction, but the speed will be the same. In my first portal paradox video, I argued this should apply regardless of frame of reference. So the orange portal moving towards a cube is the same as a cube moving towards the orange portal. That is, both cause the cube to shoot out of the blue portal with the corresponding relative speed. Obviously, portals are fictional and there's no correct answer, but the cube shooting out of the blue portal makes the most sense.
What up, homie?
Hi.
We're still watching Portal stuff.
I'm trying to shoot with my guns in the firing range, but it's glitching out.
Okay. Are Wasted and Van Dread, are y'all? We're gonna play chess now. Keep Tom distracted with portals for or whatever for 40 minutes, please. We'll have room for you, but so Van Dread, are you coming?
Sense given the possible ways portals could work within the physics of our universe. But there's another paradox hiding in the middle of this one. Literally, what would happen if the orange portal stopped halfway? Does the cube stay put? Does it tear itself in half? Does it shoot out of the blue portal anyway, pulling itself the rest of the way through? Or something else? I'll give you a second to pause and decide what you think.
Okay, wait, what was the question?
Sense given the possible ways portals could work within the physics of our universe. But there's another paradox hiding in the middle of this one. Literally, what would happen if the orange portal stopped halfway? Does the cube stay put? Does it tear itself in half? Does it shoot out of the blue portal anyway?
Oh, man. It would still have to be B, right? Or no, C. Sorry. It would have to be C. Because as long as your body is connected, as soon as your body has started to go through, it now has the momentum. And so it would have to shoot. But it would shoot slower because the weight of the rest of your body is pulling it down. So it would depend on the speed of the portal, because if the speed of the portal isn't going fast enough, it might just make you jump. Right? And so it might just make you jump, and then, like, you know, you come up to your knees in the portal, but then your feet hit the ground again.
Pulling itself the rest of the way through? Or something else? I'll give you a second to pause and decide what you think.
Okay, what do you guys think? A, B, or C? What's y'all's answer? Never trust portals or teleportation. Got it. Okay. All right. Mantis, can you say something again real quick? I just switched headphones.
Hello, here I am.
Oh, there you are.
I am here.
They got rid of the zombie stuff. Let's go. A? There's nothing moving the cube. Wait, Van Dret, you still didn't... Okay, he is coming. Okay. I was about to say, I still don't see an answer from it doesn't matter. So, okay, so if you missed the answer to the first one, so the answer to the first one is if you have portals right? One here. Well, actually, let's do that. So one here, and then one here, okay? And you're standing here. Well, the question is, so the first question is, if this portal drops on top of you at 10 miles an hour, will you come out of this one at 10 miles an hour? So that's the question. And the answer is yes. The answer is yes, you will. You will come flying out of this one at the same speed. So if the portal's just dropped on you at 10 miles an hour, you will come out at 10 miles an hour. Because motion is relative. And so the thing that needs to know how fast you're going is not you, but the portal. So if to the portal, you're moving at 10 miles an hour through it, then that means this one, which is stationary, which is not moving, you will go 10 miles an hour out of it. So if that's the case, then this one, if the portal drops at 10 miles an hour on top of you, then you will come out at 10 miles an hour. Like, I do think whatever the cube is doing as it exists, the second the portal will affect the stationary cube outside the entry portal. Correct, but in this case, the cube is still. In this case, the cube is stationary. And so in this case, they're saying, okay, well, if the portal hits you, but it's moving at 10 miles an hour, but then it stops halfway to where now half of you is in the portal and half of you is outside of the portal. Is there a way for me to do that? I guess not. Okay, there. So yeah, when it hits you at 10 miles an hour, that means you will come out at 10 miles an hour. But if it only hits you halfway, then the weight of the rest of your body is going to slow you down. So as it hits, you'll go up, but whether or not the speed of so if it's going at 50 miles an hour, but it only stops halfway, yeah, you'll still probably fly out because there's enough momentum to keep you moving. But the weight of your body that has not gone through the portal will weigh you down, and therefore that will make it to where it'll slow your momentum down. Although, shit, because as soon as you start going up through the portal, it's using that momentum, and the rest of your body as it goes through will continue that momentum, which means it's doubling, but the weight that is below you will continue to slow you at the same pace. So, or actually at half the pace. Oh shit. So yeah, so you'll still go through, but you're not going to go through at 10 miles an hour. You're going to go through at like 2 miles an hour. Invite us? Oh. What happened? What happened?
I went and hung out with Vandred because
Oh
you're
my
yapping about
god, what a
portals.
yapper. Holy smokes.
I didn't know. Nobody said you guys were ready. What the fuck?
Yeah, he was down there waiting for an invite, and so is Red right now.
Nobody said anything. You could have said to me instead. You said you're in the call with me, and you can just say, "Hey, Vandred wants an invite." But instead, you're like, "Oh, instead of me doing that, I will leave the call and go to another party, and then tell you to invite me back right after." That's brilliant. Do you guys see the type of gaslighting I'm talking about? This is abuse. That's what this is. This is abuse.
Pretty
The
gets
fighting
it.
is already starting, huh?
Again, there's no correct answer. Portals are fictional, and you can imagine them to work however you like. But for physically realistic portals, I think the best way to analyze the portal stopping halfway paradox is to instead imagine there are two cubes attached by a rope, and the orange portal stops between the cubes. In this case, the top cube...
Why don't you tell everyone that you don't care about animals?
What?
He doesn't. He doesn't think they feel anything.
Who? Not
Well, that's
me.
just,
I hope you're talking about Tom.
That's not a great. Did he just fucking leave? Is he gone?
I'm talking about Tom.
Where is Tom?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
His silence is very telling. His silence is all about the fact that he doesn't believe animals have feelings or that they deserve any moral consideration.
Compared to a human or just in general?
Does he know that we can't hear him, or is he talking like we're meant to be hearing him?
He's not. He's not at the stage. He's gone.
Out of the party?
No, he's.
I don't know if he has
his
his headset on or anything, but yeah, no, his chair's just on stream right now.
What the hell?
She knew that I left. She waited for me to get up and walk away so she could make up some shit about me. That's what she does. She literally was waiting for me to walk away. So she's like, oh, I can make up some shit right now. And then act like he's not talking. And she's just disappointed that you guys noticed that I wasn't here. So she couldn't be like, oh, his silence is so loud right now.
Alright, okay, no, okay, hold on. Okay, Tom, why do you hate dolphins? What's going on here?
Oh, I love
He
dolphins.
fucking hates dolphins.
Oh, I love
That's
dolphins.
not what we were just told. We were just told you hate dolphins.
No, so it is what you said, relative to humans. So I've said that like there's like a range of like moral consideration that we give things, especially based on how much we like them and based on how much we can empathize with them, based on how their eyes work and how much they like have human-like expressions. So if it's a lizard, they don't really have like human-like facial expressions, and so we can't.
The last one is a subconscious thing, though.
No,
Why do I
because that means like monkeys have rights. That's not true.
No. They do not. Monkeys. No, monkeys do not have the same facial expressions across the board. They do not. They are not the same. But we definitely consider them much more like, fuck, that stupid fucking shit. Stupid light pole got in my way.
Yeah, but I think that like human-like thing is supposed to be like a subconscious thing, whereas like it's not like
they're up top over here.
Thing, right? Like there could be like a bug-like species that is more intelligent, like therefore they meet like all the criteria of being human further than like a human does. Or I don't know, like the sci-fi trope of like a android becoming more advanced than like, arguing if it's like alive or not.
Oh, there you are. I was wondering who the fuck is killing you.
Oh, that's a whole
there's
can
someone
of
there.
worms we don't
I need
want to
to go.
open.
There are so many people up at the place right above us.
No. Oh, the place above us. Okay.
Yeah, the...
We'll say Tom's right except for the monkeys.
Well, no,
whatsoever.
Yeah, so that is true. That like that is how humans generally consider like a moral consideration for animals, and like how much they care about them is going to be based on facial expressions, because most of our morality is based on empathy, and the empathy comes from like our ability to empathize with a thing and like, feel like we understand it and feel their pain. And so that mostly comes from facial expressions, which is why like dogs have evolved to make, you know, eyebrow movements and like whining sounds and stuff like that, is because they've spent so much time around humans that they've started to adapt to make those sounds because we understand them better.
So Mantis, what do you do about invasive species? That you just don't do anything about that and just cause harm to the
Well, that's
environment? Like,
literally what I said. I have brought up invasive species and said, I was like, there's obviously like an issue
I
here.
got a poly key card. Oh my god.
Oh shit. Where are the key cards?
Right there.
How do I napalm
God damn it.
strike?
Right there. You use it like any other score streak.
all right,
Load
well,
out.
that was an easy debate. Easy peasy.
Whoa.
Wait, where are they?
Wait, do I press the right or the left trigger to napalm strike?
You push the right bumper.
Right?
Oh yeah, right trigger. Yeah, once you get it up. Yeah.
Once you have it out, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So wait, where are the key cards?
Green ping in the building on green ping.
Cool, I'll go get one.
Okay.
You just like go straight in there. I can't believe I got a poly.
Oh my god.
Haha, too slow.
Hello. Nice.
Okay. Trading in my key card. Whose coroner is that? There's a UAV here as well if somebody wants to grab it. I've already got a...
Okay, so I used the right bumper and it wasn't that. I'm gonna guess it's like this.
Oh, it's right on the D-pad to pull it out first.
D-pad. And then once you have it out in your hands, you click the right trigger.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You can like aim it and whatnot, yeah.
Well, we had asked earlier if you were asking about pulling it out or if you were asking about like shooting it or
Just
what.
using it at all. Like the first button you press.
So you're gonna want to not just
Baby,
pull it
yeah,
out
pull it
randomly.
out.
So
It's
to pull it
not
out.
a great call.
Well, guys can get in trouble for that, but
Yeah.
Gonna whip it
I
out.
guess that's true.
Oh shit.
Now whip it.
okay, he's dead.
Oh no.
Did somebody leave money by the buy station? I keep seeing a money sign over there.
Yeah, no, I didn't want it.
Okay, I'll get it. Yep, okay, I got it.
I want
Me and Reddy
problems
are
always.
going up to the houses.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Damn, y'all getting shot at from everywhere.
Oh, come on.
I'm getting shot at from pretty much everywhere right now.
Oh.
Oh, there's someone in here. He's right behind you.
No! Damn, I was gonna tell you grab this self-res. I had a specialist pack too. He grabbed it.
Well.
Fuck, I'm dead.
He's in that building still. Yeah, he just ran back. But it's all good. We'll group up and then push him. I need that specialist back though.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Yeah, our yeah, that's the person that just killed me, I believe. Vandred. All my shit's right there, so
What was he doing up on the roof?
I don't know, but I'm about to land there, so don't go too far, because I need all my shit back.
Shit, he's behind us. I'm dead. I would not land there if I was you. On your own.
Fuck.
Oh, did somebody get you?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
Real person.
Yeah. I downed him. Ah, fuck. I'm down.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
Watch for movement. I see an enemy.
Thank you. I'm about to die.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices are
Ooh. Oh. So close.
Yes, I got a loadout.
Yeah, I need to get back to that fucking loadout before the gas hits it, because...
It's already in it.
You're right behind you, Van. Got him.
No. Well, it's kind of in it, but I can still get it.
Prison's looking at us. I can almost guarantee that's a real guy.
Alright, I got it loaded out, but I got no armor or anything.
Come with me this way.
Yo, like right
Come
up
with
there
me.
on green ping. Watch out, bro. Watch out, Van.
I'm going to do a supply run.
Okay, well, I need to get some armor real quick, so I'll come with you, but...
Okay, there's some right here. There's some right here.
Okay, I got it.
There's some up here too.
Okay.
Found the Shrek.
Behind us. Yeah, see on the UAV, there's somebody. There they are. Okay.
Oh, shit, is that someone? Oh no, that's a friend.
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Hostile UAV in the area.
Supply run.
Yo, right there, right there. Watch out. Van's aiming at him. He's right behind that box.
Yes, yeah.
Found the box? Oh, I fell.
Oh, specialist here. Got it.
Told you.
You got lit up.
Yo, on the roof.
Shit.
Yeah. I had to get out of there.
Oh, damn, that was a good ass shot.
Cornball.
You've made it to the top 5.
Okay, UAV on.
5 squads still operational in the AR.
I'm coming back, although I want to go.
There's a bunch of guns where I'm at, so.
You're out of time. The buy station is closed. You're in the top 3. Don't
Oh, buy station's closed? Is that what he just said?
Got him. He jumped.
Move to the safe zone.
Who? Come
The
in,
guy from the
Andrew.
roof.
I'm over here in this house.
I was trying to get my shit back. Didn't go well.
Yo, man, right here. Bro. Someone save me.
Fuck.
Shit.
No way.
I think they've got specialists.
Okay, they're coming.
They've got specialists.
Yep, they're here. I have specialists. We're both down over here.
It's all good, the door's shut.
Okay.
It didn't
Well,
matter. Fuck.
nobody was left. So.
All behind us. It was crazy. What?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I was down on right through that window on the other side of the building. I should have killed those people before picking up Mantis. That was kind of dumb.
Yeah, there were like 4 people.
Yeah, there were 3 of them, and I already hurt them pretty bad, so I should have just finished them off.
Well, we got shot by someone who came in behind us.
Oh, did we? They came up the stairs. It was one of those 3. So it was while I was picking you up, they came around to the stairs behind us and just came up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Play again.
I'm trying. It's not letting me click it. There we go.
Will unequivocally shoot out of the blue portal at full speed before yanking the rope taut and pulling upwards on the bottom cube. If the rope is weak, then it'll break.
Yeah, so the point, I guess the lost. Okay, so yeah, the overall point is that, yes, with animals like dogs or cats or animals that like, horses, that we have a lot more like ability to empathize, and so we'll end up having some more moral, some more morality that'll apply to them. But when it comes to like an ant or, a lizard or...
There's something wrong with me, because I can't kill ants.
Well, but
you would kill an ant if it was like a fucking fire ant.
But you already knew that.
No,
you were just playing a fucking game by acting like I'm the weird one here.
Well, I do think
Okay,
it's weird. I personally think it's weird that people can just like go up to a creature that's not even doing much to them, just kind of an inconvenience, and just murder it. I think it's weird.
Like, yeah, that's completely different, right? Like, if you were starving in the woods, right? Like, you would eat.
Yeah, I would eat animals. Yeah. I eat animals now, and I feel bad about it, but I still do it.
And I mean, like, if you had like a gnat infestation or like a roach infestation, right?
No, but she's not even talking about that. She's not even talking about that. She's saying like a bee is in your house and it's like flying into the window, and instead of you swatting the bee, you capture it in a cup and put it outside.
No, that bee's dying. I don't fuck with
No,
bees.
see, that literally happened to me like 2 mornings ago. I woke up and there was this big, fat, fluffy, cute as fuck bumblebee flying around in my room. Woke me up because it was so loud. And I was like, "Oh, buddy!" And I could not. I just gently pushed it outside, like coaxed it outside. And there's no way I could hurt that thing. It is so cute.
I can understand that.
Yeah, do key cards here.
It's a wasp. No, that thing dies.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, the wasps die. The wasps die the most painful.
No, I don't mind about wasps. I can't kill them. I just
I guess we're going to
kind of
blue?
just leave a window open.
Yeah, go to blue.
Manus, turn around.
Yeah, no, you're just wrong about that one then, Manus. Yeah, wasps are just assholes.
There's a couple of guys who landed on top.
In New Zealand, see, we don't really have any creature that can hurt us except maybe a bee.
Fuck, I'm dead already. I thought green landed on top with me, so I thought my back was safe. Fuck. There's a real guy up there.
I haven't got a gun.
I would hit the extinct mosquitoes button.
Yeah, if you're up top, I would get down. Cause yeah, there's a real guy right in the fucking middle of the thing.
Ah.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm dead again.
Same.
Yeah, I was trying to save you. I couldn't see where he went though.
Tell me someone saw that.
What happened?
I got hit by a random rocket.
Oh no.
Anybody else? Oh, this guy too?
Run.
Stop coming in this room, dog.
Where are we going,
They
guys?
own that building like a
Shit,
motherfucker,
someone's
bro.
trying to kill me from the parachute. I can't even get.
Yeah, I'm having issues getting down as well. Ah, fuck. Right as I land, somebody's right there. Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm dead again.
Okay, I got
What
this
is going on
motherfucker.
today?
Okay, finally got a gun, got some fucking armor. Let's go. And an LC-10.
Where are you guys?
We're ready to go.
There's someone
I'm in
in
the
this
back.
room.
I'm still in the building.
There's someone in there.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Yeah, I know. Someone
Yeah,
else.
yeah, they need to be worried.
Shit, someone's shooting me again. I can't get a gun ever.
You can pick up guns on the floor.
I'm trying.
Oh, there's a bunch of them in here. They're coming for me. Help me out. Somebody save me. They're right here.
I'm dead.
Top.
Oh, shit.
On the roof being little
Ah,
pansies.
fuck. They found me. Fuck 'em. We gotta get those. I got one of the guys in the building. There's one more in there.
Well, that dude's aim is god awful. Oh my god.
What is?
Oh, dude, bro,
Red is
learn
just
to
off on his
aim.
own. Should we go be with Red instead?
Yeah, I guess. Go to the tents.
Okay, I'm going on the roof of this building.
Yeah, I'm here with you. Ah, fuck.
Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Red box, let's fucking go. Oh, y'all fucked up.
What the fuck just shot me? Third party.
I got him.
Fourth party? Yo, on the hill coming from headquarters.
I got him.
More coming from the tent.
Shit.
Is the FAR cracked? Like, what's happening here? Am I sleeping on this gun?
I love the FAR. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it is definitely correct. Recoil is a bit high though.
Again.
I mean, horizontal's great though. Vertical is a bit of wonky.
Wait, who the fuck just landed? Oh, there it is.
What the hell?
There's two here.
Got the other one.
Oh, damn. I thought that was one of us. Thank you. Good play.
Shit, someone's behind us.
I got him. Shit, there's one more. Back there.
Right, buddy.
Okay.
Another one. Another one.
Oh, fuck. I thought that was a bounty.
Well done.
Jesus,
There's
not a single fucking kill.
There's not one landing. I think there's another one up in this room. I thought I just saw somebody run in here. Guess not.
Dude, I have had not one single fucking kill.
Guy in a yellow ping. He's behind
You
us.
got a lot of
Got him.
eliminations though.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
You were helping me shoot all of
Being
those
a
people,
pansy.
so
Alright, I'm buying
yeah, I was just about to say I'm about to buy some shit.
I got a loadout worth of money.
Alright, loadout I just bought.
Okay.
I'll get a
People
UAV
buy
if you guys
UAVs
get one.
and
and-
Yeah, I got a UAV. I'm getting another UAV
Okay.
for you guys to grab.
Just
You ready? Oh, here comes gas. Yeah, I guess I'm not gonna get the other UAV. Oh, the gas stopped. Okay.
Hill from headquarters.
Got him.
I got the bot up there. I think there's one more on top. Oh, I'm getting shot from up top. Yep, there he is. Okay, he's dead. There's one more over here. Oh, you got him? Okay. One more. Two more over here. One more landing. Two landing. Three. Four landing.
Three.
Four.
Shit.
Okay, we got three of them. I think there's one more.
Is there someone on the roof? No. Okay.
No?
Someone just.
I thought there was.
Someone just landed on prison roof.
Yeah, I thought
Shit,
there.
who's shooting us?
Oh shit. Fuck you. Got you in the nuts, bitch.
Yo, get on the roof. Get on the roof.
There's someone on the roof.
Get on the
I'm
roof.
up here.
Okay, I'm coming up. Okay, I'm up here.
There's a loadout up here as well.
There's a couple of people over by the courtyard. Oh, there's three landing over here right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Van, there's a lot of people over here. Especially back there.
Oh shit. Behind us.
Yep.
Got one.
Yo, watch out, napalm.
Alright, I'm going back to shoot those guys at the courtyard.
Shit,
Oh.
kid.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
There's a guy like over there.
Guy in a water tower.
Where is he? Oh shit, yeah, he's on the water tower.
Two of them.
Sniper.
Fuck, and I don't have no AR ammo no more.
He's jumping.
Good shit.
The fuck?
No, they're
God
jumping
damn
to
it.
here.
He's coming over. Sorry, just let me play it up.
Behind you at the loadout.
Got him.
He's cracked.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Watch that loadout.
Watch that mortar.
Ah shit.
Shit.
Yo. Holy shit. Fucking batteries just died. Fuck.
What a throw.
Whew.
That would have been a throw indeed.
Oh, there's two revives here if you guys want them.
Shit. Someone.
Who's shooting you? Oh, there he is.
Shit, the gas.
Fuck, I'm down. I'm self-reviving and I'm jumping off.
No way.
No.
God, dude, this game's still going.
Fuck, I died. Shit, I can't believe they just got me, dude. I cannot believe they just got me. That was nuts.
I thought we were jumping after we killed those last guys. That's why I wasn't up there with you guys. Fuck.
Yeah, we were just running over to jump and some people started shooting us.
Yeah, I was running from the napalm, and then as soon as I turned around to jump off, I was showing that there was 2 revive kits waiting for somebody to come get them, and then Mantis immediately got down, so I was trying to kill those guys to pick her back up.
Oh man.
Break, but if it's strong, then it'll accelerate the bottom cube and slow down the top cube, so the cubes will both shoot out of the blue portal, but at half speed. So if now the orange portal stops halfway through a single cube, then if the cube is super fragile, it should tear in half, but more likely it'll just...
that I got on, right?
Hell yeah.
What y'all know about that? What y'all know about the boys? No one here watches it?
The boys? Yeah.
I think I watched it.
I watched it. I thought it ended. Did it not end?
No, man.
Oh, I thought that was a series finale.
Won't be the last season.
So like the one where he like finds family and all that shit. I thought that was the series finale. So I.
No, dude. He's still alive. Yeah, all of them are still alive, really. All the ones that need to be alive, you know.
Because yeah,
family, right?
Then what's her face went and got all that plastic surgery, and I was like, yeah, there's no way she can still be in the show looking like that.
Bro, that was the thing. That's where it came from. Her looks in the show. Like people saw her in the show, and then that's where they decided to make the comments about her. Which I ain't gonna lie, bro. Right? Like I agree.
No. It was before the show.
But like.
No, it was before the show. It was she went.
I remember there being the memes about Starlight, and it would be like a screenshot from like her, you know, in the Starlight outfit. It would be like a screenshot of her in the show.
Oh no, I saw the shit before that.
On top of someone.
No, I didn't see that. I saw her like walking down the street, and I thought it was somebody else. I kept thinking that's not really her, and I kept like waiting, and then after like a week I looked it up again, and they got more shots of her walking the streets, and it turned out yes, it was real, and I couldn't believe it. Are you a season behind? I guess last time I watched like 3 years ago, so
the problem is right, like her cheeks are like too like caved in, right? So like there's a scene in the show where like she's on top of someone screaming at someone. And since like the way that her mouth is open, you know, with the angry face, it really exaggerates the, you know, the bad parts of it. Anyway, that was like the main meme. If anyone's seen the meme where like the music behind it is like the jump off the plane at LAX, it's that melody on the beat and shit in the memes. Yeah, like they compare it to like fancy Squidward. I don't know, man. I think
literally nothing. I can't tell if you're purposefully saying nothing or if you're being serious. So,
no, I'm describing the memes. I'm describing the memes. Like no, they literally said that she looked like handsome Squidward. Like that was the actual thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she got a bunch of plastic surgery. It's very botched, and she looks fucked up now, which is weird because. She, like, her whole theme was that she was supposed to be the, like, girl next door, sweet, innocent-looking, starry-eyed girl, and then she goes and gets all of this weird plastic surgery when she's already a very cute young girl, and then does that. It's weird as fuck, but yeah, like, they apparently...
Well, it's not really... I mean, weird in what sense, right? Because, like, weird in the sense of, like the weird fetishes that people have, or, like, weird in the sense of, like, I don't know, like, something that's super common, but, like, really fucked up that people do, right? Because, like...
No, not at that age, and not at that age. That's not, like, a common thing for somebody, like, as young as her, and as cute as her, to get that when there's not even like aging marks or anything yet. Like she just went and fucked her face up.
You get Botox when you're young so that you never get wrinkles, but I feel like I just think it's weird in general. Like it's so normal over there to get plastic surgery.
Yeah, Blue Sheep just said, bro, I saw her at Comic-Con right after. It was such a trip.
It's definitely something, and it's not like normal, but I just think it's like pretty obviously like body dysphoria. And wasn't she like an actor or actress since she was like a kid and whatnot? Like that, you know, it is known
It's
to be
normal
pushed
for their
onto them.
industry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've met so many girls with like eating disorders and whatnot, where it's like, I mean, sure, right? Like it's bad and like, but like it's kind of like common, right? Like, sad to say. It's not weird
Yeah,
in the sense
it
of like
is.
uncommon or unheard of.
Yeah,
Well, it's yeah, it's not yeah, okay. So like when you guys say it's normal, like it's not normal. It's a thing that happens, but it is insanely rare. Somebody just yeah, there we go.
Shit.
I got him.
Okay. Ooh.
Who the fuck is shooting him?
I'm gonna assume an enemy soldier.
Someone's in here.
A bitch ass motherfucker. That's who. I just got a cluster strike and a napalm strike in one box. I think that's going to be a theme in this game. So you want the other ones right here.
I got a bronze, I think. Yo, Tom,
Wait.
you got a fucking poly, bro. That means you get to buy something free. You better hurry up and grab. You get to buy like 4 free things. Loadout, specialist, whatnot.
Okay. Loadout. Specialist.
UAVs.
UAV.
Ooh.
And UAV. Oh, and well, I get another one. Gas mask. Okay, 5 free things. Based.
Where are they?
Oh, and it gave me my fucking gun. It gave me my loadout gun too, my LC-10. That shit, dude. That fucking poly is sick.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, man. Hey,
I got
you
that
guys are gonna have to give
I
me
didn't
1
buy,
second.
I didn't buy anything, so I didn't know I could.
I gotta fix my controller. Give me 1 second.
Okay, loadout's dropping.
Nice, I'm coming.
There's still napalm strike and UAV over here that somebody needs to pick up.
I've got a cluster strike as well.
Okay. Oh.
Shit! What
I got him.
hell?
Fuck, I'm down.
No, you didn't.
Where the hell is red?
Yeah, dude, go away.
I gotta change. I gotta fix my controller.
I'm just putting my pants on.
Are they on top of me or what?
Bitch. Oh, they were on top of me.
Oh.
Oh, they just got me inside the house as well. I hate them.
I blame this on red entirely.
Fuck! They got me. How? How the fuck? I just dropped specialist in there. I just dropped specialist. Fuck! He got it. He got it. Red, you motherfucker.
Get him.
That's it. That's my specialist right there in the house.
He's right around that corner. Okay, I guess the map just lied to me. That's cool.
Coming up the house.
Get him! Dead?
There's still more.
Yeah, there's definitely more.
Get my shit.
Yo, guys coming from Stronghold. Going upstairs?
Leeches.
Nope.
Got him. Nice. Did you
I'm
get all
dropping
your shit?
a loadout and a munitions box right there. It does both. Red box.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck. Thank you. I had to reload right when I got out there. Oh shit! Nice.
Coming up from Stronghold. Yo, coming up from Stronghold.
All right. There's people behind us too.
Fuck, and yeah, and sniper from head. Okay, let's take care of headquarters first. I just caught a QEX and right there. What the fuck was that?
Hell yeah. Oh shit, behind us.
Fuck, I keep getting sniped as soon as I get anywhere near that fucking window. I can't find anybody. You guys are... This is pissing me off. I can't find anybody.
What? There's tons of people over here.
Yeah, I don't see...
Shit. Someone's sniping us. Someone's sniping.
Yeah,
Sniper.
that's what I was trying to say.
Bro, you know if you ever want
Way
to
up
find people, all you
on the
gotta
hill.
do is go to me. That's what that... Like, you know that.
Fuck me, dude.
I'm not allowed to. I think Tom would be
There's
mad.
a guy. There's a bot outside the window on the
I got him.
ground. In the building you guys are in.
He's dead.
There's another one landing. I'm gonna try to get my guns.
Yo,
though.
coming from HQ. And
Oh, it's a
they're coming
stupid
up
headdress guy.
Stronghold. Watch our back. Watch our back at Stronghold. They're coming up. Oh, I'm dead.
Watch out for the sniper.
I can't even get my loadie. Did anyone got a smoke grenade they can throw when I
There's two over here.
resurge?
Where are you? Yeah, I don't see where you're at.
Anyone got smokes?
Oh, where are you?
Bro, I told you I'm dead and I'm just resurging now.
Fuck, I'm down. Okay. I'm trying...
I'm down.
I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to throw smokes for if you don't tell me where you are, where you want them, so I don't...
We're over by Stronghold this whole time.
No, but I was talking about on the loading. I said on the loading.
Oh.
Y'all gotta learn how to use numbers in this game. They're there for a reason.
I do.
Okay, I dropped my specialist in the house again, so they just landed there. He's going up to the house. There's two. They're coming in on the far end.
Wait, is this your specialist?
He's right here.
Fucking.
Fuck, he got me again.
Mantis, turn back and grab me.
Where are you? There's another guy in the house.
Yeah, I'm down too.
Oh shit, there's people.
Yeah, run.
Okay. Come here. No.
Fuck.
How? What the fuck? You just died. You jump right back in? Yeah, she did. Okay, cool. That's annoying.
Literally just jumped straight back in the window.
Fuck out of here, boy.
Thank you.
Dog Tom. No man left behind.
Dude, what is Shadow's problem? He's got some serious mental issues.
Grab
He
your
needs to work out.
specialist,
That's
Tom. If you don't
crazy.
grab that, I'm gonna take it.
Oh, there it is. Thank God. Thank you.
I want to come back in, but that guy's gonna land in again.
I will protect.
Who in the fuck puts a goddamn thermal on their sniper? That's cringe.
They're coming up from Stronghold.
Okay.
Yep, you just came up in that street.
Oh! What the hell? Someone shot me from behind?
Gas is coming. Oh, there's a sniper on the corner house. Where I just marked, there's a sniper there. Be careful. Yep, he's still there. He's shooting at me every second he sees me.
He's dead.
Nice.
Nice. Is he dead?
A
Let's
sniper?
go over to the blue house.
I gotta get my load out.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. Nope, there's one here.
Putting on front.
Okay, got him.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Whoa, who shoot? Someone's shooting at me. Where the fuck are they shooting at me from? Oh, there they are.
Someone else is shooting from above.
Yeah, I'm about to die. Oh, where the fuck are you going?
Where is everyone?
Only 2 left.
I'm behind you guys. Red's in the... I don't know what he's doing,
Where is
but
He's in the gas.
Okay.
Okay, you see there's 2 over here.
Risking it for the biscuit. Well, they don't want no smoke.
They're down there.
Look at them how they're hiding.
Yeah, they're right here. Fuck, I'm dead. They got me. Well, you guys know where they are
There's a
now.
guy down here.
No way! What the fuck?
Got him.
Nice, let's go, boy. I'm surprised you made that, Mantis. She just jumped from the fucking like 2 levels up, just jumped off, no parachute or nothing.
Fuck that, we didn't have time for that shit.
Lots of times you'll get downed from jumping that high. As soon as you hit the ground, you'll just be downed.
That was a good thought process right there. The fact that she understood that that was urgent enough for her to do that.
Yup.
If you pop the parachute, they just have a more chance of getting you, so.
Well, that is how they got me. Is I popped my parachute right before I landed.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Oh, I turned off my proximity chat. I was wondering. I haven't been able to hear them. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
I haven't even...
Dude, the shit that Gerandom is saying in chat is fucking hilarious, dude. Said hot take, empires should have selected for intelligence a long time ago. My genetic build should not be able to survive in a competitive market. So I'm critically stupid, I know.
These people come from.
Did you see the panelverse commented? You don't fuck with the panelverse, guys.
No, I didn't see that. You mean that in chat?
In chat, yeah.
Mm-mm.
You alright, Red?
Oh yeah. Wait, did
Oh yeah.
Triple kill. Quadra kill.
I want a throwing knife.
Okay, so get one.
You gotta get like cheap knives to learn how to throw them, so you don't like end up damaging the nice ones.
Yeah.
You gotta get like a little piece of wood to hang up somewhere, so you can throw
Oh,
that.
W stream,
Yeah, I
W
wanna do the same
channel.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I
It's
wanna
not that
get
hard
good.
to throw a knife.
Yeah, the panel versus another Andrew Wilson clip channel.
Oh.
Yeah, they're one of those that just swipe my VODs.
The fan cam channel.
No, they swipe my VODs and then upload them to their channel.
Wait, blue or green or yellow marker?
Yellow.
Blue and yellow.
Well,
Andrew. Oh, I landed in the water like a fucking retard.
What were you trying to go? Tunnels? Vanguard?
No, I just wanted to ping something.
Alright, I got
Doing it.
silver
I wanna be part
card.
of it.
Yeah, Mantis, I had also gotten that card before. And also, I remember seeing all the fucking up top. I can't see my gun, so I can't. Okay, there we go. Okay, got him. But yeah, I had also gotten that gun before, or that card before, and saw all of the yellow things next to everything, and had no idea that I was just able to buy all of it for free. Okay, I'm going out to the buy station to get my shit.
Wait, I want that one.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's another fire anyway. I haven't got the card or anything. I'm not.
God damn it. Fuck you, Final Sasquatch.
Oh, actually, this is better.
Oh, that was Zone Dan. Fuck you, Zone Dan.
Nice. What was that?
I was out of ammo.
Oh, dude.
There's another satchel here if somebody wants it.
You're so far away, Tom.
I'm putting in work.
Oh, there's people. Bro, they just keep popping in everywhere.
Yeah, I've got like 7 kills right now.
I'm in bot territory here.
Where the fuck did that guy go?
I need ammo. Oh,
I just saw a bot land here, and I don't know where the fuck they went. Okay, you got him. Thank you.
He's broken in that water.
Munitions box! Nobody else complain about
Everyone
ammo.
just drops their money. As a matter of fact, Vanguard, just buy a loadout. Buy a loadout.
I don't have ammo!
For what? My god, what
Go
is the
to
point of me
the-
picking munitions boxes?
How do I not have
I
any ammo?
I can purchase a munitions box if
I'm
you
over.
just buy a loadout.
Am I muted?
I think there's okay, nobody got the satchel still.
Come here, Vanguard. Come here, Vanguard. Click on this buy station.
Uh-huh.
Click on the
Ooh,
second to bottom
cluster?
thing,
Wait, hold
loadout
on.
drop marker.
Self-revive kit? I don't have
Is
one of those.
munitions box for ammo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's why I pinged it, because everyone was complaining about ammo.
Hang on, I still don't have any ammo though. What the hell?
You gotta
Well,
walk up
now
to the
there's a
box
loadout,
and
so it
click
doesn't
X
really
on it.
matter.
What the hell? That's so weird.
It's not like he just drops the box and it teleports more.
Damn, dog, it's a video game. You don't know? Like, maybe it does.
Fuck.
Yeah,
dude, where the fuck? Fuck.
Lined up.
Who was right next to me? I thought you were chasing this person with me.
Enemy nearby.
Yeah, there's 2 people up the hill behind that building. There's 2 of them. They're real people. They suck, though.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right where he's going. Where Red's going. There's 2 of them. Okay, I'm going back to get my
They
fucking
just got
loadout
sniped on
again.
the prison roof.
Oh, there's no more loadout there. Okay, never mind. I'm going to the loadout by the prison.
Oh,
Where
we're
did I
getting
get
pushed.
shot
We're
from?
getting pushed. We're getting pushed. Bro, you
Got
are
him.
absolutely crazy. He's in that room with like 3 traps at the door. 2 mines and like 3 gas traps. That's crazy.
Oh, what a retard.
I'm casual. He's just camping in that building.
Shit, we gotta run. Nice. Thanks.
Mhm.
Fuck.
Got him.
The hell killed me.
Coming up,
Good.
coming up, coming up the stairs. There's one more. There's... Oh, I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. Up top, up top, up top, up top, up top.
Oh, I see it.
I'm dead.
How the fuck do I not have... Oh my god. I didn't have smoke, sorry. You saw me throw that stun? I thought it was a smoke.
Oh, shit.
People everywhere, dude.
Okay, I gotta land back there to get my shit.
Holy, I never had plates on
Don't...
that whole
Yeah,
time.
don't run away. I gotta land back there.
Well, at the moment, you're good.
Bro, why do they keep landing here?
Fuck, I'm still getting shot. Who the fuck is shooting?
Shit.
And where's my other gun? Oh, there it is. Okay. There's a... Well done.
We going up or staying down?
Stand down.
Get all these people. Get all these people that are dropping in.
I don't see anybody. Oh.
3.
There was like 3 of them, bro.
Yeah, I see him now.
With the... I got...
There's a satchel right here.
Kill.
Enemy nearby. Get inside. Get inside, get inside.
It's over there.
Nice.
Just killed 2.
Oh no. I'm dazed.
There's one there.
Hit Chucky.
I got him. I need some armor, I think. Or no, I don't.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind. Hostile UAV in the area.
There's somebody going up to there. There's 2 people there. Got him. One more.
There's someone on the stairs.
Got him.
Nice. Enemy nearby. Watch out behind us.
Yo, someone in the corner. Fuck.
Shit! Got us both.
Bro, that's the same guy who plays like a little girl on casual.
Tom behind you.
Yeah.
Think. Oh, he's at the buy station, Tom.
He's a camper.
Just went inside. Damn! What a pussy move.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
Oh shit. I just realized you were down. Sorry.
You're the only one left.
You fucking airstrike like a bitch.
Could've did it while they were fighting. Bye. Buy back.
Yes!
Okay. Type shit.
That's what you get when you don't know, when you don't learn how to use a weapon.
Woohoo!
I killed 5, like right there at the end. Just, I think it was 5 or 6.
Oh, bad about the munitions thing. I always thought that the munitions box was like for other things, not ammo, but like other dumb things. Like tactical gear. I'm an idiot.
There's another one. So there's like a red one that's
The supply box.
Yeah, I think that one's like grenades and
That's
shit.
for everything. That's for okay. So munitions is ammo and grenades. The red one is ammo, grenades, and armor. So it's 2 in 1. It's both an ammo and an armor box. It's munitions.
I went back to the gym today for the first time in 2 weeks.
Really?
Yep.
Nice. My heart was pounding that entire time. My pulse is still coming down. The whole fucking time I was in that building. I think I killed like 6 different people. And I didn't know what's his name was down back there, but I was just nonstop like running around shooting people, and I just kept thinking, like, fuck, I'm not gonna hide. I'm just gonna keep going after these motherfuckers and chasing them all, and somehow it worked. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck happened there, but my heart was just pounding so fucking hard the whole time. Yeah, while you guys were saying he's at the buy zone. What the fuck is it? Buy station. I got to think. I got 3 people right here. Who's he?
That cringe little kid who kept fucking putting shit on doors and hiding. Right.
Living or headquarters.
Yeah.
There's 2 people over here by me on the backside. One just went inside the window where the thing is. Get him, get him, get him. Or not. There's 2 over by the key card place. And they got guns now.
And I'm down.
Alright, Red, it's just you and me, baby girl.
Your name likely serving, and then you don't got no serves.
Well, where to now?
I'm still here in the
They in
house.
the bunker with it. Yeah, they in the bunker. They downstairs. There's like 3 of them down there.
Man, this man is just talking to himself in game chat. It is remarkable.
What do you say?
I don't know. He's way too high to understand.
I don't have any ammo, so I'm a little fucked here.
You don't got no serves. You sell nicks, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you, boy? Don't you smoke crack?
Fuck, I can't get back in this window. Fuck! Let me in the window.
I hit him with a Morgan Freeman. You ain't even denied, bro. You sell nicks.
I'm dead again.
Fuck, I'm dead too.
No QP.
Shit! I tried to get them in the bunker and I ran out of ammo the second I started shooting him.
Imagine being so lonely you're talking to yourself in chat. That's pretty sad.
Alright, we've got to get some shit going.
I ain't got no bread. Cannot go band for band. Folks sell
Where are you,
sawbucks on the street corner.
I just came in and killed this motherfucker with a pistol.
Where are you, bro? Where are you at, bro?
I need to turn on my proximity chat or something.
Yeah.
See what I mean about like high people though? They always talk the same. They're like, yeah, bro.
You guys are shooting me.
Oh, yeah, bro.
They're shooting me.
Yeah,
Fuck!
yeah, bro.
I'm down. You guys want to...
Stop throwing for content.
He's to your left by the truck inside the house. In the blue house. I still need to get armor plates.
Oh, come on. He got back up, bro. How many self-revives you gonna get? I killed you already.
Alright, I got 2 over here. Got him. Oh, you're still alive. Okay. Fuck! Let me pick him up. Stop picking up the fucking gun!
Yeah, bro.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh, yeah. You think so?
I fucking swear, bro.
Bro, you talking so crazy. Yeah, I'm killing like all your teammates. I ain't seen your name once. Where are you, bro?
There's a mask up here.
Yeah, they got loadout. Like we need to lock in. This is why I don't like going here. There people in the building close to by have loadout. Now they're pushing. Yeah, they just killed Van.
There's a bunch back here. Yes, there's 4. I got 2. They're coming in fucking
Oh my god, this is so fun. Let's land back there and kill them all.
It's like playing Minecraft and expecting someone to lock in. The fuck? What are we doing here?
Bro, we were playing normal yesterday, and you were like, "I'm not going to lock in. This game is
Fuck.
enough."
I'm about to die.
I stand by that. Which is like doubly true for casual.
I'm down in here.
I only lock in for Valorant. The game is definitely more serious.
Yeah, play a game that involves...
There's a guy right there, right there, right there.
My problem, you guys don't play non-skill games.
Nice. Well done.
I killed him with a pistol. Alright.
Yeah, I marked him before you came in so that you would see him.
Like, think, you know?
Thank you, ma'am.
Dude, I need a gun. Where did I die? Oh shit, I'm down again. I'm dead. What the hell? There's people everywhere.
Like, for example, do you know how many people...
Fuck, I'm out of ammo.
Valorant? Not a lot.
Holy
because,
shit.
Like, you're not playing well, if that's you know what I mean? But, like, Call of Duty, it's like every goddamn game.
Yeah, I'm down again.
So funny.
Sounds like someone who has less kills than me. This is someone they would say, you know? I don't know, man.
Guys.
That's fine.
I can't even get out of this fucking house.
You can be better at Call of Duty than me. That's not impressive in my book.
Red is all the way over here. I'm going where he is. I'm going to that loadout.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You guys are just abandoning us. Yeah.
Call of Duty.
See how it is.
That's what I mean. Call
I
of Duty
just went
doesn't
over
teach
here
you
so I
skills.
can, like, get my stuff.
Like, dog. Gotta get my KD up, bro. That's all people in COD care about is their KD. It doesn't fucking matter.
I got a loadout.
Play a team game.
Cluster strike coming.
You know, there is ranked. There's like, actually ranked is probably the biggest competitive command. Bro, still mad about the fact that I said that he has no serves, no bread, can't go band for band, bro. Like, it hurts you that much, bro. Like, just say, yeah, you sell nickel bags on the street corner, and that's it. Like it could just be that, bro. Like, it could just be that. Every once in a while, I want to buy a salt buck too, okay? It's cool. I want to buy a salt buck every once in a while. Like, you're the guy I can buy it from. It's cool, bro. Sometimes people only have $10, and you are the man who market need. That is okay. But you do not be getting money. You should not have likely serving as your username. That is all I'm trying to say to you, my brother. My brother in Christ.
I'm dedicated.
Black thing. That was just like a
fucking shit.
Thing.
This man's
See,
crashing
you
out
that
on
mad,
a high
bro?
guy.
Why are you that
That's
mad,
incredible.
bro? You know, like, it's cool, bro.
Where are we going?
It don't sound like you feeling good.
Oh shit.
Well, I have to land, so. Yeah, that. There's one up top, too.
Alright, well, fuck.
Damn, he's shocking. Holy shit, dude. Okay, I'm coming into that motherfucking house. Oh, wait. No, I'm gonna get that loadout first. There's somebody camping it. Shit.
Bro, this better not be you up here camping with these shock charges, bro.
You have reinforcements inbound. Good to go.
I'm Is he still upstairs?
Yeah, there's one more.
We've got 10 squads active.
They're on top of the house.
There's people all over here with me.
Yeah, they're in the courtyard too.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Your squad made it to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy soldier.
Fuck, they just shocked me down by the...
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
I'm in the basement. They fucking shocked me over here.
Shit. I'm coming up to you guys. There's so many people down here with me. Damn it!
Enemy airstrike in the area.
Yeah,
There's a guy
bitch.
to your guys' right.
Yeah, oh shit. What the fuck? Okay, we're both down over here where you just died, Mantis. We just killed the guy who killed you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh, they're throwing
Oh,
frags.
damn sucks.
He's right here. He's right here. He's right here. Get him. Get him. Get him. Ah, how the fuck did I die? How the fuck did I die? He was already down.
Good thing there's a gas mask right here.
Yeah, it's where I just died. Yeah.
Oh no! What the hell?
You have to buy me back.
Another one?
They're going through the window. We're gonna have to jump down. Should we go buy him back quickly? I'll buy him back.
Thank you.
Nope.
I can't even.
I got him.
I'm back.
God, I need some fucking armor. There's so many guns in this house, by the way.
Oh my god. No. I thought that you were outside.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now. Only 2 left.
Alright, it's a 3v2.
Four v2. Oh, he's right here. He's right here. He's right here. I'm cracked. I'm done. Yes. Oh, where is he? He's behind you. He's in the house, coming on the other side. Turn around. Okay, I was the wrong thing. Look at the wrong thing.
Oh, there. Nope.
Nope. Where is he going?
He's on the roof. Factory.
He's behind you. He's behind you.
Yo, bottom factory. Fuck. Play it up.
Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Behind. He's like on the rails. I just heard him. Right below you. Come over. There's a UAV tower in the middle. Vandra, go activate that UAV tower.
I don't know what to do.
Walk up to it and press X. Or the interact button.
Oh,
Behind you, Tom!
behind you.
Oh, fuck. Well done.
Yes.
He hit me with a fucking axe, dude.
I can't get the UAV
dude, that would've
tower.
been amazing.
Good game.
That might have been my napalm there, but
You went to the UAV tower.
yeah, he told me to get the fucking tower. I don't know.
I don't know what a UAV tower is.
Didn't help is what it was.
Does Vandrope want to jump in? I don't mind jumping out if he wants to jump in with you guys.
You mean wasted?
I mean wasted, sorry.
Yeah, I'd do the same thing.
You could stay if you want.
I only had 10 kills. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. That was a rough. That game was fucking crazy, dude. 10 and 4. I thought I died.
Chaos.
Yeah, I thought I died like 10 times at the beginning.
12 redeploys.
Yeah, the redeploys is broken. This has never really worked.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
that
I
is so
died 15 times. Me and Tom ain't died on 15 times.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's been broken like since Modern Warfare 2. Really.
Wasted, I'll play one more game and then you can jump on.
Hop off.
Okay, I'll leave. I don't care. I'll go play
No,
Path of
don't.
Exile, dude. I got shit to do. Fuck off, motherfucker.
You love
Oh,
COD, don't lie.
It is mid at best. It is fun to play with you guys. That's where that falls.
It's fun.
Every game is fun with a group.
This
What do
is
you
all
mean?
new to me. Okay, this is all new to me. This is all like fun and novel.
Yeah, I didn't even know that somebody was there. So I landed and I'm just casually just kind of walking around at the end, like having no idea that the guy's even down there.
I'll give Resurgence a bit more credit. Resurgence is a bit more fun than normal COD stuff. I'll give it that.
Like Battlefield.
Yes, I have converted another.
Not normal Resurgence, only casual. Fuck normal.
Oh.
And normal Resurgence, dude, that was fucking insane.
Yeah, those were my lobbies, bro. That was completely my fault. I feel like if you guys queued up with, like, if I backed out and then you did it with Wasted, you'd probably be able to get it done.
No, Mantis and I tried doing a couple in doubles earlier that day. We tried doing doubles. Yeah, we got roasted.
For you guys, I would play solo in Resurgence.
In regular Resurgence?
Specific way.
Yeah, in the regular one, I tried to play solo when I was waiting for you guys. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is where all the tryhards go for, like, everything. You also gotta consider this map has been out since, like, Black Ops 4 Battle Royale, so...
Yeah.
Everyone knows it, you know, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, the Resurgence maps used to change. And they had different ones, but yeah, it just stayed the same after a while.
Would they get rid of that feature?
Because they got lazy. Why are pretty much all video games like a significant drop in quality from what they used to be like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, especially?
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that theory. What the fuck are you talking? Video games are way better than what they were.
Talking about obviously if you account for the resources they had. Like, they do not put as much effort into the video games at all anymore.
That's what I keep hearing. But they might.
That's totally wrong.
Well, I mean, again, we have GTA. We have GTA getting pushed back again, like 7 years later. So,
Hutch gets this a lot in his chat, and I agree with him. He gets a lot of shit for this, but I totally agree with that video games are way better right now than they have ever been.
Oh yeah.
That's a retarded statement. If you don't think that's true.
No, they are definitely better. It's definitely better. It doesn't have to mean that it's effort, but they are better. Like it's just that they've kind of figured out like what it is that everybody likes and what works, and then that's that. Like they don't have to do much after that. So.
Platinum.
Right, what I was talking about before is like video game developers put
Silver
a lot
again.
less effort into their games.
I mean, that entirely depends on the developer, but generally speaking, I would say that's
LC10 and a gas mask. Who's down? What the fuck? Why are you all the way over there, bro?
Significantly.
Hold on, I'm getting mad at Red right now. This is important.
No, Red just died on the other side of the fucking map.
No, I haven't died this whole game.
Oh, then who's yellow? Oh, that's Van Dread.
Oh, that was me. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, no. Okay. Wait. What game do you think is less effort than the
I got him.
game?
Oh, Call of Duty, Helldivers. Pretty much name like the majority of AAA
You
titles
think
for multiplayer games.
Helldivers 2
Yeah, Helldivers
is
has
less
like
effort than Helldivers 1?
I haven't played Helldivers 1. I can't say that. No, significantly. Have you even played it?
Broken.
Okay, yeah, literally,
Yes.
major fucking things of the game don't work. Your mech half of the time, it either like just falls broken, falls with one arm, just doesn't like spawn at all. Just like the whole thing blows up immediately. Like no, I mean I have clips of this.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can go to
It's
my Xbox
buggier.
profile
Yeah.
and
Okay.
send you like
The 3D
10
game is
bugs.
buggier than the 2D game. Yeah. Okay. That's.
Oh,
what?
there he
And
is.
I just
Sheesh.
clarified, I'm not talking about Helldivers 1 because that's not an accurate comparison. I never played it. But like I'm talking about as opposed to like games that were coming out like 2010s or even before that, specifically like 05 especially. Like, do you realize the level of effort they used to have to do to like just like optimize video
I'm going
games
to
or
the fire
whatever? And like sure,
Okay, I'm
a
coming
lot of
with you.
that's hardware limitations and whatnot.
Example.
But like,
No. Give me an example. You're
okay, so like,
seeing with rose tinted glasses right now. You're
okay,
remembering better days, but they're actually that great.
I mean, I'm giving you examples, and I was literally just about to, right? So, like, as I was saying, right, with like
You have money?
you know, like a lot of it could be attributed to hardware limitations, but you can't make that excuse with, for example, Call of Duty being 500 gigabytes. What is it now? That's not like they have to do that. That's like them being lazy fucks, right? Or Warhammer Space Marine 2. That's another example, right?
Money?
There's like essentially no content.
You're insane.
That's
You're
come out.
actually kidding, right? You know, you're
Do you play the game?
Wait, you guys drop your money?
Better than one by
Okay.
far.
Yeah, so prior to last month's update, tell me, other than the Inferno pistol,
There's two out here. I need help.
yeah.
I'm coming.
They added.
Oh, shit.
Isn't there a whole raid mode? Wasn't that added post content release? Or
That
whatever
was
the fuck
last
mode, the end game mode?
There's another one landing.
Talking about the 3v3 Dreadnought or what?
Honestly, any update to
So
that
last
game
month they
is
added
just
the 3v3
gifts.
Dreadnought, and then the stratagem thing, whatever, where you got the.
How
weekly
the
challenges
fuck is
and
this guy
whatnot. That
still
was added
alive?
Last month. There's no new armor.
Oh wait, sorry.
There's no
Helldivers?
mark.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
But
Compared
Space
to
Marine
what
too.
from 2005?
Shit. Just gotta put on my plate.
Smash games, pretty much. Oh, the majority of Nintendo games.
Smash games?
Oh,
like
fuck, I'm down.
2005.
There's a real person here. There's two real people here.
The old Resident Evils.
I'm dead.
Like all of these things had like incredible amounts of like optimization that went into them. Even games like old school
Resident
games like
Evil,
Fallout.
yeah, maybe I'll give you that one. I'll give you Resident Evil, particularly 4.
Red, there's two by the house.
What house? The one I'm by? Oh.
And to be honest, even 4 was pretty fucking janky when it came.
They're right here. I just marked them.
It was just really fun to play. But you're gonna tell me that, like, okay, like compared to like what Space Marine, you think Resident Evil the original was better?
There's someone behind us.
Hold on. So I'm not saying the quality of the video game. I'm saying the effort and the optimization that the developers put into it, and the amount of effort. If you could quantify the amount of effort that the developers put into it, right? And I'm not saying, oh, the developers are doing this by choice. It's like
what game has low
limitations.
effort?
Do you know about Saints Row?
Oh, you got him.
Which one?
Guys, let's go back to
The
the
new
houses.
one.
Yeah, there's one more right there to the right.
What I'm saying is it isn't like them not putting it's them not choosing to put that lack of effort in it. It's them being told, like for example, developers with the Saints Row reboot, right? They did not want to make
Nice.
Was it a bad game or was
There's
it
another here.
poorly written? Because
Yes,
that
it
game
was
was just
completely
poorly
Oh, they had specialists.
Nobody in the
Got
fandom
that.
liked it. Nobody in the fandom liked it at all. It was bad on
Why?
gameplay mechanics. It was buggy. The story didn't fit at all. It didn't fit within the universe. The story was just corny. None of the characters had any depth, and again, they didn't fit the universe.
That's writing.
But again,
Correct,
the
that's all
gameplay
writing.
mechanics, right? They tried to bring. Okay, you want me to talk about the gameplay mechanics? The activities that they brought back were cheap copies of the original that they were trying to bring pay homage to. The missions had like no relation to Saints Row and whatever. They didn't even make sense, and then like it didn't again fit with the atmosphere that they were talking about.
Okay, real quick.
oh,
You guys never dropped your money, and most of us have already lost our money. There's 2 over here. Or 1, Chucky.
There you go. Oh, this guy
Shit,
just
I'm
took
dead.
it.
There's a Chucky.
Yeah, I'm about to die.
Me too.
But like, okay, but like Saints Row
Come here,
took
come here, come here.
exponentially more effort
Come to the
than
window.
probably Resident Evil 4 did back in the day. Like, you understand
Yeah.
that, right? Just by how games are made today, it takes way the fuck more effort.
Get in.
Are you talking about like?
I'm not
if you
saying the end
like,
result was better, maybe. I
Are we
mean,
talking
yeah,
about like
that's arguable.
by the individual, per individual? Are we talking about like overall mass?
Fuck,
scale,
dude.
like, overall effort put into
No,
the
you
game by
said
all the people.
developers
What do you
don't
mean by
put
that?
in effort, right? I'm saying they put in way more effort than they used to.
Did.
Okay, what do you mean? Are you saying that like the net effort, or are you saying like individual people put in more effort than they used to? Like,
Fuck, where are they shooting me from,
I
dude?
mean, that's kind
Oh,
of
there they are.
thing, but sure.
No, they're definitely not.
Motherfucker, bro.
How is that not
Significantly more
the
people
same
working on the
thing?
game. You consider there's more effort going into the game.
Yeah, he's still up on top of the roof right above you, Red.
Because the
it takes
gaming
more
industry
effort.
is undeniably grown.
Chucky coming down behind you, Mantis.
I mean, games have become like larger and shit. We can fit more storage on them and shit. Like games used to be like 8 hours until you beat them. Now there's 20-hour games. Now there's like worlds where like you know you can literally explore like.
Yeah, there's a lot of people there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's why it takes.
Okay, I'm coming back. I'm coming to you, Mantis.
Right, but that doesn't
Now,
mean
you
that
could
they're putting
argue
more effort
corporate greed
into the
has
other things like
ruined it,
quality
yeah.
and writing and shit like that.
There's a bunch on top as well.
Fixing and optimization. Like just saying that, oh well, the game has more content doesn't mean shit when like they're half-assing that content.
No, I still think it means something.
Okay.
I'm not saying it was a great game, but I'm saying comparatively speaking.
Okay, I'm here
we're
with you,
way
Mantis.
more spoiled than we were in the gaming industry because of how
Oh
much more
shit!
effort it takes to
Who
make
the
a game.
fuck is shooting me?
And our expectations are high.
I can pose the same argument and also say, nuh-uh.
Yeah, I can't see them at all.
Oh,
Oh, there he is.
They're down here.
I mean, you can
Well
not
done.
the argument. That's fine, I guess. Fucking
I mean,
stupid-ass
I'm just
argument,
repeating
but,
yours. That's pretty much what you're saying to me, right?
No. Are you listening? Hello? Hi?
Yeah, so I said that you can look at like the overall amount of effort and shit, and sure, like the amount of content coming out doesn't mean that it's more effort. If not putting like more effort per content, right? So like there's like a
Chucky's
ratio,
with
right?
me. Chucky's
You
with
put in
me.
this amount of effort for this amount of
Indeed.
content that's produced, right? Think about it like that. Like there's a graph, right? And there's more.
He's running up the hill right now.
They're not just getting high on Adderall like that one fucking Family Guy thing where Brian got high on Adderall and reached out to J.R. Tolkien. You know, it's like the same shit. And that's what it kind of feels like. There's no soul into it. Writers have no choices in this shit right now. Writers will write out a whole game like
so
Saints
copium,
Row,
dude.
and then just be told,
no,
well,
like,
actually, no, I don't want this design.
Fuck. Chucky got me.
Silk Song exists?
Okay, we need to actually get together. We're all spread out all over the place. We actually need to be like close to each other at some point because they keep fucking us
This is
up.
the worst last game ever. Shut up.
Yeah.
guys.
No, hold on. He's just flat wrong. He needs to be proven right.
Okay, no, because it's fucking hilarious. My
Absurd.
argument is that shareholders do not allow fucking developers to make the games that they want, and therefore translates to them creating less effort. And you're fucking arguing
There's 4 there.
about a game company who has no fucking shareholders.
No, I'm
What are
talking
you
about the
talking about?
10,000 indie games that are made off passion projects. We didn't have those when we
Indie
grew up.
games don't have shareholders. Shareholders are crucial to my argument. Shareholders are what I'm blaming
No,
for
no,
the
wait, hold on.
argument. Like,
You literally introduced that like 2 seconds ago. What are you talking about? That was never part of your argument. Your
Okay,
argument
when
was
did
that
bring
games
up-
were
did
better back in
anyone
the
get-
day.
So what was the reasoning I gave for Saints Row?
I'm saying in general, like games are just better
No,
today.
you
That's just a
just
fact.
lied and said that I just made this up, and
Also,
I did it. I
Volition
brought this up,
Studios is
10
like
minutes
basically
ago.
they're like a AA developer. They're not even AAA.
So you admit that I did say it 10 minutes ago, didn't just bring it up, right?
Did not mention that they were
Okay, what was my reasoning behind like Saints Row being shitty then? What did I say?
You said it was bad objectives. You said it was poor writing.
Okay, no. Why
Said
did
that they
I say
copied
that
and
the
pasted from the
devs
previous
made it
stuff.
that bad? Why did I say the
good.
devs made
Was
it
I
bad?
wrong? Okay.
No,
now
the
you're
reasoning
trolling me.
behind them doing all of that.
Because shareholders don't want to put the money into it.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. I won't argue that. I'm saying on
Yeah, no,
average, though,
I literally
gaming's better
said 10
just
minutes
in
ago.
today.
And we can roll back
But
the
do you
stream,
understand
right?
that like AAA is only like a small portion of gaming nowadays? Like
Wait,
AAA
what do you
games
mean?
are like pretty hardcore, not in a good spot. Like a lot of indie games are taking the
Brother, is that not what the
or
fuck we've been
AAA.
arguing about? The whole thing is,
No.
are games better than they were before?
No,
Like the AAA games.
Homie,
What
I
the
did
fuck
not
is the
bring up
central argument?
shareholders once. I don't know why you brought up shareholders. That wasn't even remotely said.
Okay, so the central argument, right, was that
My
games
argument is that games are
aren't as
just
good
better.
as they were before. Right, okay, that's what I just
Right,
asked you.
yes,
You just talked about
they were.
shareholders,
They
right?
just
And then
just
you
are.
asked why, right? Because like, you know that you're wrong and you can't let me like talk without interrupting me because you know that you're getting caught wrong. You asked why, and I gave you an example
No,
of
I
Saints
agreed
Row,
with you
right?
on why.
And I was
But
see,
what do you
there you
mean?
go again, right? You know that you're wrong, so you got to interrupt me. No, so you brought up Saints Row, and you're like, well,
What?
why do they make it shitty? And then I said, well, because the devs didn't allow them to make the games that they want to.
Yeah.
I told you anyone can roll back the stream how I said that they had an entire Saints Row planned out, and they forced them to
Yeah.
make the reboot, right?
Yeah, I agree
They
with
forced them to change the story, right? So I did
I
bring up
haven't denied that.
shareholders before, right? Okay, and you
No,
said
you
that I
didn't.
just brought up shareholders.
What do you mean?
What did I
Where
just
was the
say?
shareholders
What the fuck
in that whole
did I just
thing?
say? I literally
You
just
just
said
brought
the
up
devs had
shareholders
a
at
game
the end of
planned
that
out,
whole
and
rant.
they did not allow them to fucking make the game. Who would they be? Who would I be referring to as they, if not the people who own the fucking company? Who am I talking about? The fucking Jews? Who am I talking about, Van? Who would I be referring to?
Shareholders don't make the game, so it'd be the devs.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm
Wait,
willing
am
to
I
just drop
wrong?
it here because you're not. I gotta look at chat because I actually like you gotta be trolling me. There's no fucking way. Okay, I'll repeat it real
where
slow.
was I wrong? Wait, first.
Well, he's talking about the amount of money that they're willing to put into the game. So if they don't put as much money into it and they're not willing to actually like spend the money that's necessary to make the money good, then that's going to make the difference, is what he said.
Yeah, no,
The
I agree with that.
developers
For
of
sure.
Saints Row had a game and a whole story planned, and they wanted
You
to make
understand
this
it was the
game,
same back in the
but
day,
they
though,
were
right?
told
That hasn't changed.
no.
In
No,
fact,
there
like back in
objectively
the
wasn't
day,
as much
there was
PR because games weren't
far
like as
more.
media. They weren't as publicized. There wasn't as much media covering them. You had to get the shit on like magazines and whatnot. It wasn't until like GTA came out until like people actually started talking about like banning video games and whatnot. Plus like the media coverage and whatnot. Like
Talking about like
this
fucking
wasn't
Pong.
pop
Like, what are we
culture
talking
at
about
all.
here?
Like, huh?
What era are we talking about? Are we talking about like fucking Pong era and arcade machines?
I guess like GameCube era, GameCube PS2 era.
No, yeah, you know, you're just wrong here.
Okay, Wasted
Big
didn't
games were more
join.
popular and the GameCube came out. GameCube was pretty massive. That was a huge era for Nintendo.
Okay. So again,
And you can
right?
argue there was more writing on video games back then being good. Yeah, I'll agree with that. They only got one chance to make a
Oh,
good game.
he's coming. Okay.
But the
the majority of video games were
amount
not
of
being
good
created.
games we have right now far exceeds what we had. Just the sheer numbers of like fucking fantastic games that came out.
Cool, that has absolutely nothing to do with shit we're talking about.
That is literally the whole argument. I don't know, what are you talking about?
Bro, I don't understand how like we clarify something and we stop the conversation and I'm like, hold on.
No, hold
do you
on.
mean
The
that
whole
you're
argument
saying
was
the
we have
overall
better games today, right?
Okay, I don't
What do you
know
mean?
why I'm like trying to talk to you and then you keep on interrupting me. Like, cause we clarified
It was
multiple times
definitely
throughout
the
this
Jews.
debate.
I'm telling
right?
you, it was
Like-
definitely the Jews.
Like
The
I
Jews
clarified
did it.
multiple times throughout this debate. Do you mean that the overall quality and the just overall content is better?
Yes, I
or
do.
is it that you mean
Yes.
the developers per person are individually taking more time out of their life to make it a quality game? Because these are two
Both are
entirely
accurate.
different metrics.
Both are accurate. Both are better
so
today.
I was arguing about the second one. I think I made it pretty clear that I was arguing about the second one.
Right, and you're wrong about the second one. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, then why the fuck are you talking about the overall quality of like good games and shit, right? Because like back then shit couldn't run. Like, do you realize the optimization that we had to do for like every GTA game and like what we couldn't do back then?
It's harder to optimize games nowadays. What are you talking about?
I just need you to answer my question. So you said that this wasn't important to the. You asked how is this not important to the argument, and then I answered your question. So like you do understand how I'm answering your question, right? How these are two separate metrics.
Yeah, no, I understand how they're separate metrics.
Okay,
and I
now
think you're wrong on both.
you do. Okay, great.
So if you want to go on to one,
okay,
yeah, sure, go
that's
for
fine.
it. You're still
So
wrong.
I just don't understand why you have to like lie and say that they're like the same metric when they're not. Okay, cool.
I just agreed they weren't the same metric. That's not really lying. If I okay, but sure.
You said before, okay, fine, but yeah, okay. So I don't really understand like the argument here, right? Like I gave you the examples and whatnot,
Thanks.
and you just said, well, nuh-uh.
Okay.
So I don't really know.
All right.
My argument
we gotta.
is you're wrong on both of these metrics.
Okay.
Cool. So I can say
We gotta.
nuh-uh too, but that's not an argument.
I got this is probably like my
I'm
last
We have
game. So yeah, I gotta.
Okay.
I probably gotta head out after this.
One, we have far more developers and far more passionate projects
Oh
that
my
are just in the
fucking
industry.
god,
That's
dude,
just
you
true.
drove Mantis away with like your fucking not-ass crackhead-ass arguments, bro. Just drop it. Holy shit.
No, wait, hold on. Do you agree that we have more indie developers than we've ever had in the history of gaming? That's just a fact.
I want to fucking see if that's like per capita, because we have more developers, we have more games, we have more people playing games, we have more people buying games than fucking ever before. What the fuck does that mean? Like, you understand, like, none of your metrics make fucking sense without giving the context, right? Like, you're literally just, like, refusing to drop it and then, like, making nothing, arguments that mean shit.
All I gotta say is, like, back in the day, computer constraints were, like, tough. Like, you're right. So games had to be more to be good. And now we've got like untold amounts of computing power and also fuckloads of options. So compared to then,
Yes.
obviously more options and better choices. However, back in the day, there's an argument to be made that only the best games got through and got good because no one else would have done them otherwise, I guess.
Yeah,
like it was hard to get a good game back then.
Well, I think that's still the case today. I don't think that like I don't think that there's no competition today.
What I'm trying to say is, as a percentage, more games were better back then, but now there's just like fuckloads more games.
No, I disagree with that. I think we have more better games today than we did back in the day.
Okay,
numerically,
fine, whatever.
yes.
We're wrong. You're right. King Van Dread. Can we play the game and can you drop it, please? Holy fuck.
Let's talk about the Jews.
As an overall percentage, yeah, I guess.
True.
Doesn't mean a whole lot
to say about that.
Sure. That's a weird way to frame gaming as a percentage, but I guess we can agree there.
Okay.
We can all be happy.
Let's go back to the same spot that we were trying to hear.
What, you want to keep going? What do you want? We came to a compromise. What's your argument now, huh?
Wait, are there key cards here?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Shut up.
Are there key cards here?
Yeah, in the back, bottom floor in the back, right here. I got a silver.
Hold on a second. I just killed somebody. I gotta arm up. Okay, where?
I gotta go back and clip this now.
Where?
I pinged it, man. The ping's still up.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Blue ping.
Fucking armor up, you bitch. Okay, I got it. Where the fuck did this guy go?
Bro got me all heated now. I want to say things to these people in prox chat.
Then like fucking Ninja Gaiden came out, Clear Obscura came out, Space Marine 2 came out, and
God. Yeah, Space Marine 2 didn't get no content for a whole fucking year. I asked you what content did it get, you're like,
Did that game need content? So wait, do you want more live service games, or do you want just like well-contained games that are just good?
Bro, I want them to be like constantly, like at least, hold on. In terms of space, because you had to go but one by one, right? Because it's like different per category and different like the style of game.
Sniper
right?
up here, sniper
in
up here.
terms
I would
of
argue
Space
Space Marine wasn't made to be a live service game.
I got the sniper.
I
killed the sniper.
Brother, they announced it with
hell yeah.
multiple season passes. They said that there would be multiple seasons. What the fuck do you mean? They announced multiple years for it, but it wasn't until they realized the sales were so good that they decided, hey, fuck all this. We're gonna
All right, go to the
resources to making 3.
Go to the buy station.
Okay, if you wanna, I can agree with you that if you want to say that corporate greed has ruined a lot of gaming, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue that. That's just true.
Okay, did you guys give me your monies?
Mistake it for like the developers' fault though. It's not them. Like they're getting told to do
No,
this
it's
shit.
not,
and
yeah.
they
I need y'all's money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're
Tom.
not.
He baited me. I'm sorry, Tom. It's my fault.
You're not entirely wrong. I'm just
Bunch
saying
of money,
overall, I
yeah.
think gaming is a better experience today than it was back then. But yes, corporate greed fucking sucks, and yes, it ruins a lot of things.
Fuck, I'm down.
Oh shit.
I'm down.
He's down, he's down, he's down.
I'm getting back up.
Wait, where are you down?
Where from?
In the
Where
back.
from?
I think it was the guy who I downed. He dropped a nade.
Yeah, fuck.
He's up top.
The rocks.
He's up top.
Yep, one jump down. There was a fuckload of money in here, Tom.
Where? Oh, okay. And I got the money.
Oh, you got enough?
Yeah, but where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh shit.
It's in
Okay,
here.
nice. Okay. All right.
Money. Fuck.
Oh, there's
Up
people
there,
over here.
Yeah, no, don't push them. Don't push them. Don't push them. They're in the tunnel anyway.
Okay.
Focus on getting loady.
Get the load out, Tom. Shit, right here.
Tom,
I'm shooting somebody now.
Tom, with
Okay, yeah, that fucking team's
right
coming.
here, bro. He fucking baited him.
What? Oh shit. No, I was getting shot by people.
No, it's okay. I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm baiting him over now.
Fuck, where is he?
Downed him. Got one on the hill. I hear parachutes. Yeah, coming in near this shit over here on the rocks. Fuck, he's gone above the rock.
There's another one too.
There's one behind
Thank
us
you.
on the rock.
Yeah, I see him.
One up the road.
There's one up top as well. Fuck.
I think what like.
Oh, I'm down.
Red, what you just don't like.
I'm down. I'm getting shot by both directions.
Look.
Come right in.
Where are you?
I'm guarding the stairs, looking up.
Whose drop is that? Oh, okay.
It's ours. Lay down when you
Right,
get
what
it.
you're-
There's
what
somebody
you're like-
sniping over here.
I'm
What
gonna
you're
fucking
failing to
drop a fucking
understand
mine at it.
is like that's why Hasan shocked his dog, right? Like we can all agree.
Oh my
Fucking
goodness.
God.
Did it.
Yeah, okay.
You're so good at pushing buttons. You know what you're not good at though? Getting kills.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, not really. It's generally why I like team-based games. I'm pretty ass at
Shit, where the
shooters.
fuck? Where the fuck are these people? He's shooting, but I don't see people.
I thought it was coming from above you. Okay,
I
we
feel
got
like
him.
it is above.
Oh, I've never seen that fucking guy before.
There's
Sheesh.
guys back at the tunnel. Definitely a human.
Yeah. They are. The red guy is the most dangerous. The one who's just in a red cloak.
Red or straight. Got him.
Also,
Who the fuck just shot me?
Quantity guy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the red guy. Red guy's here.
Plates are for squares.
Red guy, they're both here.
Tom's fucking pink.
Okay, I got red. I got the other friend. There's one more. Oh no, that's Finn's red. Okay, never mind. Behind you, behind you.
Sniping at me real hard.
Plate up.
Got him. Oh shit, I'm getting shot from the building.
Parachutes. Need ammo. Come over here, Red. What's this madman doing? Fucking, there's guys below you.
They made me angry.
Come back over, bro. He's coming up the wire over there. No, he's going over to the fucking buy station over there. Let's. Should we not stay here, or do we go?
There's the red bitch.
Red guy parachuting. Ah, suck a dick.
Fuck, where did this guy go? I know I saw a guy here. He lit up red on the map and everything.
Okay, fuck it. They're back where we were, but don't know where. Fuck it. I reckon pop them.
Yep, there they are.
Are we going?
Yeah, heading back.
Okay, we're going.
Yo, guy right there by prison.
Let's come back, Fred. Come back. Oh, okay. Shit, there's two fights now. Ooh, ammo. I hear parachutes. Road. Above road. Got him. Oh, no, I don't. Fuck. Yes, I do.
Yeah, it's called a sniper rifle, my guy.
Sniper rifle, schmiper rifle.
There's a sniper right there. You see him?
Nope. Yeah, good straight.
Okay.
Okay, I'm getting up. Let's go over.
By the box?
Shit. Guy below you, Red. Oh, no, he's down. Okay, let's go up to Red. Guy on the road below you, Red. Fuck, getting burned.
There's one more there. There's two more there.
Watch out, it's their fire. At least one more down there.
Yeah, I can't get him.
Rude.
Gonna fuck that bitch up. Oh my god, Red's gone.
Oh, Red, dude, I just heard the enemy team saying Modern Warfare 2 was mid. You're gonna have to deal with that. Can't let them get away with
Modern
that.
Warfare 2?
It's still better than fucking, shit, bitches over here,
no,
bitches over
definitely.
here.
It was some,
Oh my
some
god, it's
enemy
the red
guy
guy
on the
again.
other team.
Got him down, yeah, got him. Oh, another one. Got him.
Yeah, I think it was the red guy. He was talking shit on the OG Modern Warfare 2, so.
I'll be quiet. Fuck, more on the prison, maybe.
I got him.
Oh, I'm gonna have to let him know that.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of fucking guns and armor and shit over by the door to the windows. Right where green is.
Who did y'all kill?
Right at the bottom of the fucking stairs. Just a whole... Here's a satchel right here. And another satchel here. Okay, it's about
Red guy's been after me for a while.
It's about to close in. Keep an eye on where they're coming from.
actually the stupidest shit.
You guys see anybody?
Roof.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're on the roof. I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely on the roof.
Let's go.
Ooh, yeah.
Nice. Good game.
I didn't even know that was the only one left.
You weren't. Oh, that there was the only one left. I thought you said that you were the only one left. I was like, no, we were all there.
I didn't even get the justice of a final kill cam. That's crazy.
It's fucked up.
You see how they do me?
Is that Jewish?
Yeah.
Yo.
Gotta be the case.
I don't see what else it would be.
Unbowed, unbroken. What does that mean? I just didn't die.
Basic reasoning. Yo, Red, I actually found some things to send you about that thing we were talking about.
Cool.
Still might not agree with me, but things that proved what I was trying to say, so.
Do you guys want me to make one of you?
Wasted.
Okay.
Wasted and Red need to have the argument now.
Well, I was gonna say,
I'll get in trouble. I'll get shouted out. I just want to send him these things. I'll send it to him in Discord.
You got me on Discord, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that working?
Did you end up
Okay.
joining
All right,
Tom's?
yeah, I can make one. I can promote one of you guys to be the.
I'm in the group chat though, so you know I'm
Okay,
just in
sweet.
there.
Yeah. Cool.
I can promote one of you guys to be the team leader.
Give it to Red, I guess.
Well, Red, it's gonna be harder because he has a higher rank. So.
Yeah, you should probably give it to
I don't
Van.
think it really matters.
Oh yeah, I got to give it to Van because.
And so we're on American server.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, American servers definitely.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna head out. Appreciate it, guys.
Later, Tom. See you.
Later.
Bye, Tom.
All right. That was fun. I'm again, I'm thinking about the fact that I want to end up clipping that one game where I ended up getting like 16 kills right at the end of the fucking game. Or sorry, 16. I ended up getting like 6 right at the end. But I think in total I got like 12 within the last like 3 minutes of that game. I'm pretty sure, like right in the last like 3 or 4 minutes, I think I got like 12 kills. It was right in the last couple. So I keep thinking like that would be a dope like sequence, just like slow down. But yeah, we'll I'll just keep thinking about that. But all right, I should be back on tomorrow. Oh wait, was that the same length? Oh shit. So if I just put this right there, it ends up being, yeah, the chat ends up being the same exact fucking length. That's fucking sick. Let's go. Oh, no. Cool. All right. Well, I will, yeah, I should be back on tomorrow. So initially we were supposed to debate PF Young tomorrow, but he said he's got something that came up. So he wants to move it to Tuesday, but I have a modern day debate on Tuesday. So we're going to do his right before the modern day debate. I'll talk to him at 7 Eastern time, and then I'll do modern day debates at 9, which is going to be kind of close. I almost wonder if it'd be best to just move it to a different day, but it's taken us like 3 or 4 weeks to actually make this happen. So I don't want to delay it anymore. I don't want to take the chances of having to, make it take even longer. So we're gonna hopefully do it on Tuesday. But yeah, if he doesn't mind, yeah, I'll probably see if we can move it to a different day, because that's even just like putting it in 2 hours. That's already kind of hard to have that conversation in just 2 hours with a hard line on it. Because yeah, if we're actually like getting into the meeting right at the end, I don't want to have to end and be like, well, time for me to go to modern day debates. But on top of that, it's going to be kind of exhausting to do like 5 hours of debates like that, just back to back. So, yeah, we'll see. But all right, I should be back on tomorrow, most likely. Make sure you guys join the Discord. There is a list of the schedule in there for the week, including the Tennessee conversation, and so, or debates, the debate con. So, make sure you join the Discord. Check the schedule in there, and should be a good week. But all right, I'll see you later. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. I honestly can never tell if this chick believes half the stuff that comes out of her mouth.
A conservative thinks you're wrong. A liberal thinks you're evil.
I grew up in a conservative family, and I was taught that all Democrats were baby murderers, devil worshippers, and that they were evil. But I don't think I really hear the word evil very much from liberals.
A conservative says, I disagree. It's a free country. A liberal says, I disagree. You should lose your job.
Those aren't really liberals. Those are leftists. There's a difference between liberals and leftists. I do know that conservatives say, we disagree, so I want to take away your rights. We disagree, so you should get deported. We disagree, so I'm going inside the Capitol.
A conservative wants freedom from the system. A liberal wants freedom funded by the system.
Those are literally the same things.
A conservative says, toughen up. A liberal says, trigger warning.
Actually, trigger warnings were invented in safe spaces. Sorry, I meant echo chambers. No, sorry, I meant churches, where like-minded people can all go and hang out together, and where it's considered a horrible disrespect and sacrilege for somebody to come and speak against their beliefs or their God. But again, they invented trigger warnings. The Women's Christian Temperance Union initially lobbied for more government intervention on movies to stop them from showing so many offensive things. Then the Catholic Legion of Decency eventually got the movie industry to implement rating systems. So things like G, PG, PG-13, rated R. In that way, Christians got a warning ahead of time as to whether or not there was going to be offensive language or offensive violence, and they could choose not to go and not get triggered.
A conservative trusts their gut. A liberal trusts 42 peer-funded studies.
Actually, I'll give her that one. We are more logical and empirically minded, so I'm actually blown away she's willing to admit that.
A conservative waves a flag. A liberal waves 17 flags and still calls this country oppressive.
Again, I think she's getting liberals mixed up with leftists. Leftists think the country is oppressive. Liberals like our country. But I know Donald Trump and his followers are always saying that he's oppressed.
A conservative fears losing their rights. A liberal fears being misgendered by a barista.
Again, doesn't sound like she's talking about liberals. Sounds like she's talking about leftists. Those people don't even vote for Democrats, so it's weird to keep mixing us together. Though I don't think conservatives actually fear losing rights when currently they're doing everything they can to erode the few rights that we have left. I mean, these are the people who voted for the guy who before the election was arguing why he can terminate the Constitution, and then after he won, they all cheer him on as he continues to argue why he can take away more and more rights.